Welcome to your life. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world. The world.
Today's matchup. KT Rolster. Jinair Green Wings. Samsung. CJ Entis. Lotte Kokalkon, League of Legends, Champions Korea Spring 2016, Round 1.
Hey guys, we are back for another week here on OGN Champion Spring. I'm Doa, that is Monte Cristo, and we have some good best of threes today, actually. It's a good way to kick off the week, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is quite nice. KT versus Jinair coming up in the first match. Should be very exciting. KT having that loss against SK Telecom last week, making it a little rough, but they've got a chance to redeem themselves today.
That is true. And after that, CJ versus Samsung. So quite an important match for both of those teams, too, as teams kind of maybe looking at a bottom of the playoffs kind of run, especially when you're talking about Samsung, I think, having a little bit better time of it lately than CJ.
Well, yeah, especially because Samsung just came off that win over Jinair, so they're starting to climb their way up the standings. And Samsung had a hard start to the season. They had a pretty rough schedule. Now they're getting into the easier part. Meanwhile, of course, we see Jinair had a very easy start to the season, as did KT, and now they're starting to hit tougher and tougher opponents.
Yeah, Jinair does have that one loss to Longju, which is kind of concerning for them. I guess the other big thing, which we're going to talk about in depth later on, is that these guys just can't finish games. We'll have plenty of time to talk about that, though. I guarantee you.
Yeah, well, we'll see. KT actually has the second fastest game time.
A little bit quicker, yeah.
Behind the Rocks Tigers. So it's the longest average game time versus the second fastest.
That's right.
So we'll see which way it goes tonight. KT actually started with some long games early in the season, but really picked up the pace as things went on.
And to be fair, I think KT looked pretty good against SK Telecom in the first game. It was kind of back and forth. It was kind of close. Yeah. Game 2 was a bit of a stomp. But I feel like that's what we see a lot. When you've got two of the better teams, usually the first game is very close, and then the second game, the team that wins the first one, for some reason, kind of tends to dominate. It's a weird trend, isn't it?
Well,
I'm not going to call it a worrying trend, but it's a weird trend.
You know, you have more depth and everything like that,
I guess.
it does make sense. You come in with some of your better strategies.
Well, did you know, Monty, that there are other regions in the world where they play League of Legends as well?
Really?
There are. EU and NA. There's some teams over there. One of them, called Immortals, is even undefeated. How about that?
And my team is nearly totally defeated. So
I didn't know if you were aware of that, but we have a graphic to show you that your team is 1-9 on the season right now.
Just bringing me down right at the start of the broadcast. So
I know you just got back, but I wanted to, bring you back to reality. Oops.
Oh, no.
There goes gravity. Gravity's been gone for a while, I guess.
They left.
Mom spaghetti. There's a LPL and LMS as well. A lot of L acronyms in this part of the world, aren't there?
Well, you know, it comes with the territory of the game being called League of Legends.
Certainly does help.
But we
HQ.
don't have that.
No, we don't.
It's just champions. Here.
We're just OGN champions. No acronyms in our neck of the woods. That's for sure. So what do you think of QG right now, man? They're 5-0.
Well, nothing's changed because they took a couple weeks off for the Lunar New Year, but
just asking what you thought of them.
Everybody else in their group, they're looking good. I'm excited to see them at IEM.
Yeah, well, there's our KDA over the world, and of course, Adrian, the support that never dies, tied with the jungler that never dies, Rainover in NA.
Well, when you play Soraka and Janna every game, you have a tendency to have a high KDA.
Makes sense.
I'm impressed with Forgiven's KDA. I mean, HJK doing really well, despite the fact that they were having some of those visa issues with Ryu.
Yeah,
but apparently he'll be back this week, so that's good.
Yep, well, here's our MVP rankings for champions right now. Jin Air on top, or Trace rather, on top for Jin Air with 700 points. Duke in second with 500, tied with Peanut and Smeb as well from the Rocks Tigers. Faker languishing at 300 points with a bunch of other people down there.
Faker still has the highest damage per minute of any player in the league, though, so don't fear. He's still having a very good season.
Oh, yeah, of course. Just not getting those MVPs. Not yet. Well, in the top lane, Trace has been pretty good. I'm excited to see him play again. He's got one of the deepest champion pools out there for top laners, and he's got a lot of cool pocket picks.
Something we didn't expect to say about Trace,
I know.
after last year, but that is a true statement now.
It is strange. It is strange, but true. Nothing too strange, though, about Score being great in this jungle meta, man. I mean, you get to play Graves, you get to play Kindred if she's not buggy, but Winged has a chance to move up. We're going to get to see those two guys duke it out today.
Yeah, indeed. And Kuro still way up there when it comes to that mid lane KDA. He's been having a really fantastic season. And ever since the end of last year in Worlds, Kuro just seems to be getting better and better and better. Probably a factor of having a more active jungler in the early game in Peanut as well.
Right. Then way on top of everybody else really in the league is Bang at 9.1 on SK Telecom. This guy is so consistent in terms of numbers he puts up, in terms of the impact he's had on his team. Bang is just really becoming one of the all-time greats.
Yeah, absolutely. Gorilla, too.
Speaking of the all-time greats.
Already an all-time great at that support position. He is king of the KDAs, at least for now. Hachani, surprisingly far up for Hachani.
Isn't that weird? What is with Hachani? Is Hachani the support Smeb? That's what I'm wondering right now. We've got a lot of time to prove that yet, but it's a good start. It's a good start for Hachani. And, of course, there's our rankings for the season overall. Rocks Tigers still undefeated with 7 match wins today. Jin Air versus KT Rolstar first match, second versus fourth. Things could be shaken up. There's our best of 3 that we just talked about.
Yeah, but both of these teams, we'll talk about it a little bit, taking some wins off of easier opponents in the first part of the season. Now things are really heating up for them, and we'll see exactly what they're made of.
I mean, there's a lot of fluctuation below SKT, Rocks Tigers, KT right now. It's basically those 3 teams. Jin Air is trying to break into that, and they may be able to do it today. Like I mentioned earlier, in our second best of 3, it will be Samsung versus CJ Entis.
CJ looking better and better, though, and especially since they signed Daydream, who, as I understand it, will not be eligible until the second round robin because rosters are locked for the first round robin and then for the second round robin. So we'll have to wait a little bit to see him get back, but it's fun to see CJ pick him up again.
Not too long of a wait, though, so that'll be good. Let's move into our first best of 3. Over on this side of the arena, it is KT Rolster. There they are. And again, a team that, just like their opponents, Jin Air, hasn't exactly had the toughest road. They've lost to the good teams. They've beaten the, arguably not so good teams. But this one may end up being a bit of an even matchup for them.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit worried that KT's becoming a bit too predictable in their draft. I mean, Arrow has played Lucian in 7 games, and we've seen this overwhelming priority on that champion for KT. And Fly, a lot of Victor, a lot of Lux, these wave-clear mid laners. So they may not have the most versatility that we've seen.
So what do you think contributes to the quicker games for these guys then?
Well, they lose fast or they win fast, though. I mean, we saw that very quick loss against SKT in game number 2, but in the first couple weeks, we saw them playing for that 5th dragon very, very heavily.
Right.
And ever since then, they've accelerated the pace, been more of a dive-oriented team, molding themselves more off of the Rocks Tigers than anybody else, but just not quite as good of a version.
The question is it possible to lose fast against the other team in our first best of 3, the Jin Air Green Wings? There they are. They have a 43-minute average game time These guys cannot close games to save their lives. They've actually got a positive 67 gold at 15 stat, but yet at the end of their games, they generally only outspend their opponents by 2.3%. So the leads don't matter for these guys.
No, and they don't. And that's what's so weird, right?
Yeah.
If we say, okay, they're number 3 in the league in terms of goal differential at 15, well, you think, okay, maybe they can snowball these games. In fact, it gets even worse than that. They have a 69% first tower rate, a 63% first Baron rate, yet they have an average game time of 43 minutes. So closing is not the specialty. They tend to run around the map and play overly cautious around Baron especially, and that leads to these very, very long games. And they really need to up their level here to be more decisive in closing, because KT's a team that we've seen be able to play in the late game, and they have arguably, this more fast-paced early game as well.
Yeah, I feel like I'd give KT a little bit of an edge going into this one, despite the fact that they're in 4th versus Jinair is 2nd right now.
Yeah, it is important to mention about KT. Their wins are against EM Fire, Samsung, Spenu, and Africa, as we can see. So they've lost to SKT, they've lost to Rox. Understandable, but they need to show that they are a firm number 3 team in this league.
Honestly, I felt their first game against SK Telecom did that for me. It was a decent game. It was better than what we've seen a lot of other teams, including Jinair, do. So I feel like I still give them a little bit of an edge.
Yeah, meanwhile, of course, Jinair did get the upset win over SKT, but then their other wins are EM Fire, CJ, and Spenu. So both of these teams, ever since the first couple of weeks of competition, they're still looking to prove. Yes, they've got good records. They've beaten the teams we thought they should beat. But how good are they really is the question.
Yeah, it's a big question, especially with Samsung coming off of that 1-2 loss to Samsung, too.
Yeah.
So, or Jinair, rather.
Yeah, Jinair.
Losing to Samsung.
Losing to Samsung.
There we go.
Indeed.
Yeah. Well, you can see for KDAs as far, there's a little bit of fluctuation. Kuzan being a little bit higher down in mid lane. Trace a little bit higher up in top lane. But I don't feel like you can read a lot out of that graph, honestly.
I don't think you can either. I'm excited to see Someday versus Trace, because these guys actually do have some fairly different champion pools. Of course, we've seen Trace pull out things like Top Graves and Top Morgana so far this season, as well as having that Ignite Quinn. And Someday, he's been more of a GP. We've seen some great Poppy games from him. So there is a little bit of diversity in the preferences for these top laners in terms of what kind of champions they like to go for. Trace playing more of a lane-pushing pressure game. Someday, he's been really active on the map. We saw that one Poppy game that he had where he just went off and killed everybody on the map before 10 minutes. So heavy roam play out of Someday. More tower pressure from Trace.
Yeah, Someday's also got, the Fiora in there. I would imagine this is the type of guy that can pick up a Quinn and do well against Trace's commonly played champions. So we'll see. Picks and bans should be interesting. Let's get into it. Picks and bans, game 1 between KT Rolster and the Jinair Green Wings, and that Rise is going to be the first ban over on the KT side.
Interesting.
All right, Fiora, like we just mentioned, a good pick for Someday, so not a big shock that that's banned out right away.
I'm interested to see what the priority on Victor is. By the way, guys, we are still on patch 6.2. Jin is enabled, so will not be 6.3 tonight, so no Kog'Maw madness just yet.
Man, if Jinair picks Jin, I don't know what I'm going to do.
The Jinair Jin? Jinair?
It's going to be insane. Elise and Lulu, the next 2 bans. So KT not wanting to first pick one. Pick that Lulu, but
Kindred is still disabled, by the way, so that's not going to be an option for Score. Interesting that we haven't seen Graves banned yet. Graves is a very high priority pick for both of these teams. We've seen heavy emphasis by both Winged and Score on that selection, and of course it is a flex pick for Jinair.
Right.
So I expect them, as we see the Zillion ban against Fly.
Interesting. Do you feel like Zillion is really ban-worthy right now? I mean, he's got great wave clear. I mean, he is sort of a different factor to deal with than you see a lot in the meta at the moment.
I mean, we've seen KT play Zillion well, and if you get the Poppy Zillion combo, it really does get unpleasant.
That's a good point, yeah. So Poppy's still available, too.
So this should be Alistair Graves, I would think, on the side of Jinair, but we'll wait and see what exactly they pick. Kalista, you don't want to give the Kalista-Alistair combo over. It's just too powerful, especially when KT likes to do these turret dives.
Yeah, Lissandra's still available, too, but I think the Graves pick is important as well, since Kindred, like we said, is disabled. Score oftentimes does like to just default to that Graves. And so if you give it to him, I think you're kind of asking for trouble if you're Jin Air.
Yeah, you have to take the Graves now. Otherwise, there's no point in banning the Elise because Graves, Graves and Elise have been Score's 2 most picked champions this season.
Well, they may go with the Lissandra Alistar after all. The Alistar pick is fine. It's the Lissandra that's a little bit confusing. They lock in the Alistar, they lock in the Lissandra. Okay, then.
That's actually really surprising. Well, maybe they have a strategy to get onto the Graves. They certainly are starting with a lot of hard engage, so they may be just confident in their ability to tank out this Graves or deal with it in some other fashion. Of course, Score could just play Rek'Sai here.
I don't think we're going to see Sona, believe it or not.
She is also banned globally.
Yep. Now so's Kindred. Just hovering over. Wishful thinking. Maybe not so much with Sona, but definitely with Kindred. Thresh Graves, well, no shock there, really.
Yeah, they may try and take the Tristana counterpick into the Kalista, which would be pretty common. And that would signal that Jin Air really wants to go for standard lanes in this game. GP's still up and can be taken. This will probably be a Trace pick, just because that's how Jin Air has used it in the past. Ever since the departure of GBM, Trace has become the default Gangplank player on Jin Air, and Kuzan has always been, even since his substitute days, a very good Lissandra player, so that is most likely what we're going to see. But if we see GP Ezreal, we would have some really insane scaling from Jin Air, but a very weak early game, and these guys this is very diveable, low wave clear in the early stages, so if Score can get a lane swap and then just stand in lane, KT should be able to take a lot of turrets really fast.
I mean, this is also just Jin Air playing Jin Air, right? I mean, one of the reasons why they have a gold lead is because they just sit back, farm really well, and don't really give you a chance to dive them. So, looks like they're going for it again.
I mean, if I'm KT here, I take the Victor. It's still up. Fly has been very good on that particular champion. And you will be able to really abuse the lack of early wave clear. I mean, Lissandra has very low wave clear. And you know what all of their carries are going to be at this point. Just waiting on a jungler, really, for Jin Air. So I think you feel pretty safe with just going for a hard push. Could take the TF, too. Definitely an option.
Yep. Now, the Kog'Maw is something we were thinking we might see a bit of at 6.3, but we're still on 6.2 for now. They've already got the Kalista anyway. So, all right, it will be Quinn TF then.
So, feeling safe into the Lissandra with the Twisted Fate. We'll see if Fly opts for a cleanse, although there's not too much other Heartsease. He can get away with not running cleanse against just Lissandra, because there's no Elise in this game and no real follow-up CC. I'm really worried about Jin Air. Wing could go back to his Lee Sin, a champion that he is famous for, that would provide a little bit more kill pressure on the lanes, but there's not follow-up damage in the side lanes from Ezreal and Gangplank, so I think Rek'Sai is just better in the late game.
Oh, we saw Bengi have a pretty dominating Lee Sin performance the other day against KT. You know, maybe Jin Air thinks, hey, we can do the same thing with that champion, but Rek'Sai is certainly the safer pick. Are they actually going to do it? I mean, Wing can pull it off.
He can, and he's been pretty successful in the jungle. He has a 50% first blood rate, or first blood contribution right now, so he's been doing really well. And Wing has been a bit of a surprise this season in his growth. He had really big shoes to fill when Chaser departed Jin Air, but he's had some very impressive games, notably against SKT, where he absolutely dominated Bengi in the second game of the series.
Yeah. And so, that's going to be our roster. So, Jin Air, once again, looking like they're thinking about playing for a bit of a late game.
Yeah, I'm surprised at this draft a little bit from both sides, Doa, because I think they could have pushed harder if they had taken the Victor and then top with a little bit more wave clear for Sunday, but instead they're going for the Quinn GP matchup. And KT's going to be looking for standard lanes here. I assume Jin Air really will want to swap.
It kind of looks like KT could set up a 3-on-1 split push, too, couldn't they? Between
Absolutely.
TF Quinn pushing and then the core of Graves, Kalista, Thresh.
Yeah, got good wave clear.
Yeah.
In that three-man push, and then you have the higher mobility on the map. But at the same time, Jin Air at least has a chance to deal with it because they are running double teleport on their mid and top laner. So there is opportunities, even though they won't be ideal to deal with that split push just a little bit. So we'll see KT Fly has actually taken Ignite as a summoner. He was hovering over Ghost there for a second and decides to go for a lot of kill pressure. That's a huge amount of burst damage with Graves.
Wow. Well, we'll see if they can make it work. KT Rolster versus Generic Green Wings. Game number 1. Let's see who takes it.
Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands while
A room where the light won't find you. Like this one. We've got no windows in the studio.
Well, the lights
Well,
find
we've
us
got
all the
lights,
time, Noah.
Well, I think they mean the outside light. They mean the ambient light from the sun.
Really? Maybe
Yeah.
they just want a pitch black room.
No, that was the intent of the lyrics of the song. They were talking about the sun. I'm pretty sure.
I'm going to go by the letter of the lyrics, and you can go by the spirit of the lyrics, okay?
I
Noah?
will. I will. KT versus Generic game number 1. Welcome to another lovely week of OGN Champion Spring with Dylan Monte Cristo and Papa Smithy.
What a time to be alive, Noah.
Eventually Achilleos, maybe someday.
Well, someday's already in this game, so you get that.
Well, yeah, I guess no, maybe someday. Oh, you are just a stickler for the particulars today, aren't you?
Yep. I live by the Futurama reference that being technically correct is the best kind of correct.
Well, I can't argue that it's worked pretty well for you so far. But more or less.
Well, we are going to get standard lanes, interestingly enough, so this should definitely play into KT's favor. And we also are going to see an invade at the Gromp, so Jin Air not going to be able to get that objective. Mystic shot through the wall, and that means that everybody just goes back to lane. No fast level 2.
Well, Pilot misses first 2 Qs. I think the game's over. I think the sample size is large enough.
Yeah, he's got it. When you miss 2 Qs, you QQ, right?
That's right. QQ from Pilot already.
Now, this is going to be tough for Pilot and Che early. Now, if they can get to the late game somehow, Jin Air, they will be, of course, quite potent. But it's a matter of getting there, and they are in a really tough losing lane situation. And since the Twisted Fate versus the Lissandra, we'll see generally a little bit more pressure on the turret from TF, which opens him up to roam. So Winged is going to have to be really impressive in the early game if they want to make something out of this.
You know, I feel like we've seen a lot of the nice barrels from Trace there. I feel like we've seen a lot of the Quinn GP matchup lately across regions, and it generally, of course, goes pretty well for Quinn, but Trace actually with a little bit of an edge early with that corrupting potion.
Yeah, but someday we'll have a little bit more sustain there with the Doran's Blade, so we'll see how it pans out for him. It's also pushing the direction towards Someday right now, and that means Score is going to have an opportunity to gank right here.
Yeah, Trace is at like 2/3 health right now. He's going to have to minimum burn a flash here, I think. Yeah, here comes Score. Trace trying to dodge on the river. Someday actually misses his Q. Whoops.
Score is just doing the loop-de-loop, I guess, there.
Yes, I'm surprised they didn't take a little bit more of an aggressive angle on that.
Someday didn't have any more sustain, and there was a huge minion wave developing, so if he had walked into that, the minion damage might have just pretty much killed him right away. So
I suppose.
And they also didn't know exactly where Winged was at the time. So just trying to give an opportunity there for Someday to pick up some of that CS. And already see Pilot and Che, of course, pushed into that turret. Someday here using that range advantage to get some damage down while he can. And we're going to clean up this minion wave, push it out, and recall. Trace already a recall of his own. Not too much exciting happening.
Well, some action down in the river here. Nice hook on to Pilot. Can they do a lot of damage? Score is right there. Pilot, Arcane Shift over the wall.
Yeah, had to burn his flash, too, actually, to get in range to Arcane Shift over the wall. So caught out there in the lane.
Nice little win early on for KT.
That lack of flash, they didn't have to burn any summoners for that, so good hook. Someday, go ahead and TP right back up.
Yep, picking up that second Doran's Blade and a pink ward, actually. And it's a battle for the Gromp.
Gromp Wars.
Graves is kind of alone in the Gromp Wars, though. It's a 3v1, but the Gromp just doesn't know where to go. He's just going to go home and heal up.
We're going to try and take this blue buff, actually.
It's a bit better of a prize in the Gromp, I think. Wing looks like he might want to steal it. There's a Q. Che's coming up to help as well.
Yeah, they can't really fight this, though, at the current moment, not with this Ezreal, so they're going to have to give up that blue buff. And it's going to be a 3-buff start here for KT, as still have their red buff to take, too. And
not bad.
Score just trying to mess with Wings Lee Sin as much as he can. And Lee getting delayed is pretty not ideal. He's going to chase him all the way through the jungle right now.
Oh, why not?
Well, he still has a charge on his pot, too, so not really a way that Lee Sin was going to be able to win that, especially with the lane pushed in as it was. So Scorer using his pressure very well. Also had a lot of vision thanks to the Sentinels. He'll be able to go get his red buff now in peace. So
yeah,
everything going Scorer's way. He's a little bit behind in terms of CS. Has been spending more of his time applying pressure in that top and bottom side, but he'll catch up pretty quickly.
Well, if he can add a kill or two onto that too, he'll be in great shape, and that's generally what we've seen Score be able to do this season rather.
He has been quite successful in that regard, but he is a camp behind, and he still has yet to recall. So Wayne is going to have a moment here to really think about what he wants to do on the map and where he can make a play. But as far as his GP and his Ezreal are concerned, they're actually not too far behind in CS. So far in this very early stage of the game for Jin Air, everything's going to plan. They want this just to be a very quiet early game.
Yeah. Things like Fly being pushed up in lane too certainly help with that.
Yeah, Fly hasn't had a chance to recall either. So he's just still sitting on that Doran's ring, and he's behind in CS. So Kuzan using his TP to quickly get back into lane with the components of the Rod of Ages, just making sure that he doesn't have that control. Nice little delay there on the recall.
Yeah.
The claw, and finally we do have Score heading back home. Starting to pick up a couple of those jungle items.
He's got a little bit more power overall than Winged at the moment. But it all depends on how you use it, right? Sunday's starting to put the hurt onto Trace. Trace is learning the hard way that the bird is the word.
Is that how you learn it? You throw birds at people?
That's right. Well, see, usually pirates like birds, but they like parrots and stuff. I guess they don't like albatrosses, perhaps. But,
they definitely don't like albatrosses.
No, they don't. So right now, Someday is the albatross around GP's neck at the moment. We need an anti-pirate Quinn Albatross.
Here we go.
Albatross. It's diving time. Trey's taking some damage, getting blinded early on. There's a GP ult. Someday takes a lot from the turret, and that one's not going to work out.
Yeah, they didn't find the turret aggro they wanted right there. Nice defensive play from Trace, but they do force out his ultimate, which is a little bit of a win in and of itself, because now he can't respond to any TF ganks on the bottom side.
Right.
TF was 6 there, still has not gone back to shop.
Well, Score walking through a ward, and Che is on that side of the map along with Wing, so I don't think there's going to be any more big dives. Meanwhile, there's going to be a dive in the mid lane. Kuzan going in on a Fly. There's the Flay, going to try to get out with the E. No, doesn't. Nice hook from Machani. Fly comes in. There's the self-ult. Can Che save him? Knocks Graves away. There's the flash. A flash response from Machani. Doesn't catch up. And now Machani, the one in trouble, gets away. And somehow, some way, nobody dies in that one.
Wow, that was a really sneaky play there from Fly. No one expects the support to come gank you when you're throwing a blue card.
Yeah.
It looked like he was just trying to bait him in because there was the forms of CC there from Thresh. He actually does manage to survive, so nice bit of play there by Kuzan. And yeah,
very close.
Thought he was coming in for a preferable trade, didn't know where the support was, gets actually snagged there, and then there was a nice ult denying the red card. Good timing on the wild cards to come out of the Lissandra ultimate, but this wasn't enough. There you go, double Flay back, and no one wants to commit. Well, Score is there with the Graves, so a little bit of nice counterplay there from both sides, actually.
Yeah. Kuzan was about one auto attack away from death at one point during that.
There's the Ignite gone, so a lot of kill pressure now relieved for the side lanes, and they didn't get a whole lot out of it. Kuzan able to walk right back into lane. Fly finally gets a shop and picks up his cooldown boots and a sheen.
Looks like Fly will pick up his blue buff too.
So we'll see what Fly is going to do with this. Fly noted, I mean, really the first champion that Fly impressed me with back in the Jin Air stealth days was his Twisted Fate. We saw a lot of bans against him on that champion, so it is something that he has been very good at and noted for consistently over the last couple of years.
Very true. Meanwhile, down in bot lane, not a lot going on.
Yeah, Pilot's done a really good job playing this lane, though. He is even in CS effectively. Only falling about 5 or so behind, and that means that this Ezreal is getting a nice long time to stack up his tier and ramp up into the late game. Gangplank's fallen a bit behind, but that's obviously going to be quite acceptable.
Pretty normal in the matchup.
Yeah.
And I mean, the question is now, can KT get the sort of early game rolling that they need? Because it does seem like they kind of need a little bit more happening here than what's been going on so far.
Yeah, and we really want to look at this Dragon, too, because an interesting statistic about these teams is that when KT gets the first Dragon of the game, they are 7-0, 100% win rate.
Right.
When Jinair gets the first Dragon of the game, they have an 88.9% win rate and are 8-1. So these teams overwhelmingly win games where they get the first Dragon of the game, and a lot of that has to do with KT and Jinair both playing around 5 Dragon stacks. More so KT in the early season, but in the early part of the season. But Jinair definitely is at this stage of the game too. And also KT, if they don't get first Dragon, they only win a third of their games. So it's been a bit back and forth.
A lot of pressure being put on that mid lane turret. They were thinking about a dive, but it's not going to end up working out. True Shot Barrage comes through and helps clear some of the minions.
I really like that play, Doa. You have a ranged jungler and a ranged top laner and a ranged mid laner. So if you have the opportunity to push up this Gangplank, why not just walk into the mid lane with the jungler and get some turret damage down? Because your goal is to open up the map for this Twisted Fate, and that would be very good and very effective at doing that. And they get some decent turret damage down. That was nicely played in a situation that you could really only have when you have ranged at mid, top, and jungle.
Yeah. Yeah, getting that TF off to a good start as far as knocking down that middle turret on the other side is such an important thing for this champion, too. You know, if you get your turret taken out, suddenly you have a lot harder time moving up far enough to use your ultimate to get into top and bottom.
Yeah, it's really, really effective. They couldn't get in that one push, but if they're patient, as Someday pushes out again, they may have another opportunity. Meanwhile, now the CS lead has started to open up just a little bit here on the bottom side. Arrow and Chani doing some work down there, and Pilot left underneath his turret to collect what remains. Looks like Fly's going to be doing Sheen into Rod of Ages, so interesting build on TF. It's not one we see. We see it sometimes.
I mean, I guess you get a little bit of extra burst, and then you get a little bit more durability.
He's going to need the durability this game when he's against a lot of these champions that can poke him with barrels or with mystic shots from a pretty far distance.
It's true.
Wow, this turret really has been worked on by these minion waves over time. We can see falling to about a quarter HP right now, so it's a good setup for Someday. Just consistently getting the minion damage in, taking a few shots when he can. Now that's going to be, wow, it's nearly dead already, so this is a good start. And this is what I was worried about with Jinair is in the early game, this composition's lack of wave clear can really hurt them. So they start to lose turrets early, and they're going to find themselves at a gold deficit and trying to farm out very far away from their tier 2s with a TF and a Quinn on the map. That is a lot of mobility to abuse any kind of movement too far out from lane. And if they don't ward properly, then they won't get the farm, and they're going to fall even further behind in terms of gold. So KT, we can talk about the scaling for Jinair and the placid lanes helping them out, but really, if they lose their outer turrets, they're going to be hugely vulnerable to these Twisted Fate Quinn ganks.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's such a razor's edge, right? Because if they lose a small fight, that could easily result in 2 to 3 turrets being taken out right then, you know?
Yeah.
With the health they're at. I mean, that top turret might just fall on its own pretty soon anyway.
You see score here. He's waiting for Winged.
Yep.
Has a pink ward. Just moving up, and they just want to make sure they can take this. Yeah, they should just try and go for the turret right now. Fly did burn his ult, but they didn't make the play. They saw where Winged was waiting.
Where Winged is what happens when Winged is playing on a full moon.
Is that it?
He goes a bit Warwick.
Does he go a bit Warwick, or does he turn into a werebird?
A werebird?
Yeah.
Oh, Che taking it to Chani. Here comes Kuzan over the wall. True Shot Brush comes through it. There's first blood for Kuzan. Nice catch by Jinair.
I mean, Chani also shouldn't have been there.
I guess, you know. We've talked about Hachani face-checking pushes, you know, a lot over the years. I wanted to just talk about something different when Hachani dies for once.
He knew his jungler and his top laner were actually at the Rift Herald at that time, and they were trying to give it over to Someday so they could finish the top turret. He actually didn't have to get wards in. He did have some deep wards in, but it was a pretty easy roam over. And now that first dragon, KT, you know, they only win 33% of the games. They don't get the first dragon in, so this would be a bit of an oddity statistically if they were to win this one.
That is a huge stat that if they don't get the first dragon, they only win 1 out of 3 games.
Yeah, and
that's
if they
pretty
get
bad.
If they get the first dragon, they win 100% of the
Yeah.
games. And
Yeah.
same thing, we were talking about with Jin Air. They're 8-1 when they get the first dragon.
Right.
So they're good at snowballing off the dragon stacks, both of these teams. I almost said snacks, dragon snacks.
Dragon snacks. Tasty. Scaly. Dragon snacks.
Are dragon snacks scaly? Wait,
Probably.
Are they dragons that you eat as snacks, or are they snacks for dragons?
It kind of depends on your mood. Really. I don't know. Whenever I hear something snacks, I always think of like fruit snacks, you know?
I suppose those are snacks that taste like fruit and not snacks for fruit.
You could, that's true, yeah. Exactly. I mean, you can have little dragon-shaped fruit snacks. In fact, I'm sure there are somewhere. There's got to be. Marketing opportunity missed.
Too bad we don't have a Shyvana, so other players could be dragon snacks.
That's true. Yeah.
I miss Shyvana.
Me too. Well, I miss specifically the old Olaf versus Shyvana matchup where you have like the Dovahkiin going against the dragon. Just Fusro dying all over the place. The good old days.
The good old days.
Yep.
I don't think you're remembering those days properly, though, because the last time we really saw Shyvana was when Cinderhulk was really.
I suppose.
And with the top lane jungle items, where you just walk into your own jungle or their jungle and farm it out.
Yeah, and then you remember the meta that we're in right now.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep. Exactly.
The
good old days.
I still think I like this one better, honestly.
Do you really? Wow.
I mean, everybody with jungle items was interesting for a very brief period of time.
It was. Now we have a lot of people with support items. Give the Frost Queen's claim back. I guess there's been less of it lately, but it's still just a great item for everyone. Except for 80 carries, sometimes. Oh, whoa. Uh-oh.
What a jerk.
He knocked the bird right off of his back, I guess.
Shooting the bird.
Yep.
Just a poor innocent animal.
It's like clay pigeon shooting, only with real pigeons who are eagles. I don't know where I was going with that one.
So what you're saying is it's like eagle hunting.
It's like eagle hunting. There you go. I can't believe that Riot endorses this eagle hunting simulator. They're endangered animals, Riot.
Some of them are.
Some of them, yeah. Or maybe national birds of various nations. That's really what League of Legends is when it comes down to it. It's just an eagle hunting simulator. Somebody doing his own brand of hunting here, but now the eagle's hunting. The eagle is hunting the pirate. That sounds like a code I would tell somebody before you drop off like a top secret briefcase or something. Agent 38, come in. The eagle is hunting the pirate. The package has been delivered.
Well, it's only for Corky, though.
I know. A lot of things in League kind of sound like you're a secret agent now. Oh, well. The purple cow is in the bot lane.
I like it.
If we ever become super secret spies, there we go. That's our spy language right there, Monte Cristo.
Little did everyone know that we actually are super secret spies, and this is how we communicate with home base, is by code words in our League of Legends broadcast.
We're sending out the message right now. And if you ask why we would reveal such a thing, it's because we're hiding in plain sight.
That's right. It's too ridiculous to even consider.
That's right. It could never be true. Unless you see our incredible physiques, then you're like, yeah, those guys could flip around the tops of buildings. Totally. Believable. The shotgun has destroyed the raptor. Oh, it's the Rift Herald. Having a bad day again.
More split pushing for Someday.
You missed it last week, man. Whoa, attack on Fly, and he's gone. Another easy catch for Jin Air. It just seems like when it comes down to it, they're making the picks this game.
Attack on Flighten.
Attack on Flighten.
He's not that big, though.
That's right. The theme song just comes on when they gank in the mid lane. That'd be great. We need more Attack on Titan theme song action.
Well, another person dies while KT attempts to do.
Speaking of people
the
dying,
Herald.
Score on the run, getting dove under the turret. Kuzan's going to come in again. Nice combo by Che, and the picks just keep coming.
And True Shot Barrage is there just to help out. Someday has to back off right now to get chunked out in that top side.
He just knows he's about to get dove if he sticks around. Uh-oh. The Pirate has shot the Eagle. Here comes Wink. Can he land the Q?
They don't want to do this.
No. See, that Rift Herald buff saved him. He was fast enough to get away.
That's true.
Valuable buff, that Rift Herald. Here comes Fly. Using his gate to get in there, but no opportunities with the gold card. That was that seemed a bit of a desperate reaction to use the TF ult right there. What do you think?
Nah, I think maybe he could have gone mid lane and gotten some damage done with that Sheen, but for the most part, going up to that top side to make sure they weren't going to push it in or there wasn't going to be further aggression is fine.
Yeah.
And Kuzan still has TP too, so he's going to get in there and try and make a play actually on this Someday.
Yeah, coming in with the home guard. Someday caught again. Man, that is 4 catches now for Jin Air.
I mean, this is really working for them. They're getting kills.
It is.
Got a kill there onto Pilot, and so now they're able just to start scaling into that very scary late game. They're still behind on gold in spite of those 4 kills due to CS differentials, of course the Twisted Fate passive, and then the turret that's died.
It's odd, but does it really matter? I mean, as long as they're going to take this game, they're off to a good start.
Well, and they're getting another dragon right now. Wing is going to go ahead and solo that. So now they're in an opportunity to start stacking for 5. And they're going to have a very powerful team fighting composition in the late game. So KT knows they have to accelerate this. They're starting to stack on the top side of the map right now.
Well, KT, I think, knows they need to get aggressive. They need to make something happen in the near future. Otherwise, they're going to start falling a little bit too far behind. What do you think?
Yeah.
Someday down the bot lane now. I suppose it's time to try to split a little bit anyway.
Well, I tried to get 4 people in top to deal with some of these wards that are up there and get some more in, but...
Oh, Someday finds Winged over the wall. There's a 2-shot barrage. Oh, the hook barely doesn't catch Winged. Able to take Someday to safety with the Dark Passage, though.
Someday popping over the wall, but still, it's about the pressure, and KT, they just haven't been able to get a good TF ultimate off this game so far. And they need to start looking for that. So they can hope that somebody maybe overextends a little bit in the bottom side or in the top side, depending on where they can make a play with this TF. But the fact that they didn't get any more damage down onto that mid lane turret has proved highly problematic. And a couple of these random deaths, of course, Fly being one of them, Hachani being one of them, is really slowing down their game plan. And Jin Air has been able to make the TPs and make the picks very effectively.
It's interesting to see. It's a level of aggression we really haven't seen from Jin Air much this season.
Yeah, it's true, although we talked about them. They generally at 15 minutes have a lead. It's just a matter of closing it out. So even though Jin Air has a lead, even though they have a very nice scaling composition, they have not shown a decisiveness in closing out these advantages. So if Jin Air wins this, probably it'll be around 5th Dragon. It's continuously forcing fights there.
I mean, part of it too, you go back to that first dragon stat. And, big fight in the jungle right now. 2 kills already. I mean, very soon for Jin Air. Just 1, actually. Yeah. They managed to get a Chani out with the Fate's Call. Thought he was going to die. Meanwhile, Someday finds Trace in the bot lane, but he's zoned out well enough by the barrels and the tower. That's still up somehow. That Trace will get away.
Yeah, wow. Score just getting exploded right there. I mean, Hachani, or rather, Kuzan is very far ahead. Look at that. Rod of Ages already completed, and Azonia's Hourglass, so he's in a really good position. Someday now pushed back off his split push by the GP ultimate, nearly takes down the turret.
Well, it's just crazy to see Jin Air being so decisive and so successful with these picks. I mean, we know Kuzan is a good Lissandra player. We know we've seen Winged play plenty of Lee Sin in the past, but you just don't see Jin Air playing this aggressively.
Well, it's also a surprise that, of course, Kuzan does have that teleport and he's used it, but this Lissandra has 100% kill contribution in a game against a Twisted Fate, and Fly just hasn't been able to put any of these gangs together. Meanwhile, Kuzan has actually had more of a global presence than this Twisted Fate. Not something you see very often.
No, it's odd. It's odd, but it's good to see Jin Air with a little bit of a different look than the very, very slow scaling team that we're used to. Shea takes out that pink ward. Hey, Trace.
Johnny throws a hook at him, but knows that Che knows that he can just stick around and clear out that ward, considering where the minion
Whoa,
wave is.
flash pulverize. Fly coming in too, and Johnny gets caught anyway. Score there doing a little bit of damage, but not enough. Ult onto Score now. Zoning barrel. KT not able to respond, and yet another really fast, decisive pick for Jin Air, and they're going to go after the mid lane turret now.
Yeah, wow, that another great play, just responding faster, and Kuzan is really having an excellent game.
Yeah, he really is. Well, gets away. I thought it was going to be one of those moments where we say something like that and then the guy dies immediately afterwards, but Kuzan was able to escape.
I mean, he had his claw, he had his Zhonya's.
Yeah, Zhonya's, yeah.
Really unlikely he would die there with all of his allies grouped around him, so KT really struggling, and they had the Graves, they had winning lanes in top and bot, and this TF has been just entirely neutralized.
I'm surprised to see this. I mean, after the promising Game 1 against SK Telecom, they seem to be the better team coming into it, but Game 1 anyway is looking like all Jin Air at this point.
Well, Doa, one of these teams actually beat SK Telecom and the other one didn't.
That's true, but it was big asterisk on that match,
Yeah.
though, right, man? I mean, it was the subs for game number 1. Game 2 was fairly straight up, but still an upset. I feel like if you put SK Telecom against Jin Air right now, it'd be SK Telecom pretty easy.
Sure.
But this Jin Air that we're seeing now in game number 1 is a little bit better.
Well, Jin Air does have a tendency to play to the level of their opponents.
They do, it's true.
They look very decisive in their second game against SKT, but then we see them play teams like Spenu. It becomes a bit of a nail biter for who knows what reason.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the perplexing thing is that it just keeps being like that for Jin Air, The playing to the level of your opponent thing.
Yeah.
It's not something we see a lot in League.
Well, they finally got the turret down on the bottom side, but that's just an equalizer.
Yeah.
On the turret score, so things remain close, but we're going to have another dragon up here. We'll be number 3 for Jin Air, and I mean, KT, I think they just have to fight, because we talk about them going late game. These dragon fights are only going to get harder and harder and harder for them. They have a Quinn who is significantly worse at team fighting than this Gangplank, and the scaling, of course, for Jin Air as well, so they need to figure out what they're going to do, because fighting for Dragons 4 and 5 is just going to get exponentially more difficult for KT unless they can create a pick first, and they have no vision there right now.
Right. I mean, they really have to hope for someday to just kind of go off at this point.
Yeah, or they have to get enough QSSs in the late game that they can just ignore the Lissandra ultimate and dive the back line. But somebody's going to have to play these team fights really well, which is very hard to do on a Quinn, especially when you don't have an advantage.
And it looks like Jin Air is just going to be able to take that third dragon unopposed and then make it right back to mid lane turret. Make sure that doesn't fall.
They're going to try and trade it for tier 2 in the top lane, which is going to be interesting because they don't have much of a minion wave there. And in fact, they're just going to ward up and take the jungle and back off. I think they could have pressured that a little bit harder, actually.
Well, they're looking a little bit scared now, aren't they?
Yeah. I think you don't try and take that mid-tier 1 right there because they were so close with the dragon, but after you get those wards down, you can be a little bit more active. They're going to try and make a play on Winged instead.
Yeah, walks right into that gold card. A little bit of damage from the Thunderlords coming in. Score trying to blow him up. Wing going down. There's the first kill for KT, but answered almost immediately. Oh, Kuzan doesn't kill him. He gets out on the Lantern. Fly dodges the GP ult. And so finally for KT, a little bit of a bright spot as they're able to get a pick. Cost them a lot, but they got it.
Yeah, it did cost them quite a bit. Flash and an Ignite, but they get the kill onto Wing. Wing is really tanky already. The Dead Man's Plate now finishing up his cowl.
Yeah, walked right into that gank. Not a lot he can do there.
KT gets something out of it, but they don't get, well, they may get this objective. We'll see Che wrapping around the side, though. That will discourage any further attempt at autoing this turret. They slowly work their way down to just a sliver of health left on the mid-tier 1.
Yeah, gold's still more or less dead even between these two teams. KT generally having a tiny lead. Looks like they're going to get this turret finally. Somebody coming in, zoning Che out to prevent the engage from Jin Air. Che almost forced to use that ultimate.
That's a really good zone, though.
Yeah.
They got the nice chunk onto Alistair so that he wasn't going to be a threat if they wanted to hard engage with Lysandra. And so they will take the mid turret, and the gold lead goes back their way, but they got to keep this rolling.
Yep, they've got the turret lead, but they need more. They need to do more. And Jin Air just getting some time to clear some of the wards out from their own jungle, too.
Well, it's going to be a little bit of a waiting game right now. Do you see Arrow going for the Bloodthirster third? So trying to get some added protection, and he's going to need it against the Barrel and Mystic Shot poke in the late game. Fly already with that Zhonya's Hourglass, and that's very important because he really needs to be able to port into the back line to deal with Ezreal in particular.
Right.
Of course, GP not so much of an option. Has taken the Essence Reaver, actually, so going for a little bit more cooldown reduction here. Not the average build. Usually we see the Infinity Edge second, but maybe just wanting some more cooldown does give him more opportunities to cleanse a lot of the stuns that might be hitting him in the back line.
Yeah, having that ult a little bit more often is certainly a great thing, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Such a good zoning tool against a relatively fragile team that is KT Rolster. That's the other thing, too, is that these guys are pretty breakable. Oop, no lantern.
So they're trying to initiate this 1-3-1 split push right now, but this is where it does get a little bit dicey. Arrow clearing out the mid-wave with his Ruinance Hurricane. And the ward's not very good right now for KT. They haven't found a way into the jungle to pick up some more vision. You can see Che and Winged are just playing defense around that red buff, so they can't get any deep wards in. And they're just allowing Pilot some time to farm and push his way out.
Right.
The pressure wasn't very well coordinated there because Kalista wasn't actually anywhere near that tier 2, and now they only have 2 lanes pushed up, so they're not. KT is not controlling the minion waves particularly effectively.
Fly running away from that Alistar. Looks like Jin Air wants to take their last outer turret. And they can probably do it. But KT, we'll see if they can maybe trade this for some damage on the mid. They're going to try.
Let's see what they can get for this, if anything.
Yeah, Kuzan could go in. He's got his zones. He's in good shape. A little bit of action on the fly in the mid lane. He's dodged by Che.
Yeah, they really didn't get anything from that. True Shot Barrage going to come through and clear out the wave. Quinn pushed all the way to tier 2, but just going to recall, and I don't know how much damage he managed to get done. It's a very slow-paced game here.
Oh, yes. It certainly is. Except for Someday, who moves very quickly around the map.
Yeah, he's just zipping around. Also with a Bloodthirster, so they're just trying to get these over shields so they can actually team fight against some of this poke.
That makes sense.
Still only 1 QSS though, so Someday not going for that item very quickly, trying to get tankier through the Bloodthirster and Steric's Gauge to survive any burst instead.
And you wonder how much of it is kind of set up for that next dragon, which should be coming pretty soon, because right now Jin Air is sitting on 3. If they get 4 dragons, that is a very, very scary situation for KT to go into for the late game. So it feels like kind of do or die time now for KT around this dragon. Oh, speaking of dying, Someday may do just that, trying to win the duel against Trace. Trace flashes ahead. Someday has no life left. There's one barrel, and there's a kill for Trace, winning the 1v1 against Quinn with GP. That is not something you expect to happen in this matchup.
Well, he just finished his Infinity Edge, so he actually has a hell of a lot of damage on him, and this is getting into the late game now.
The timing could not have been worse for KT.
Yeah, that's a desperation collateral damage. So there's Dragon number 4 going to the Jin Air Green Wings.
And with that, the hope of KT winning this game, I think, is seriously in trouble.
He ambushed him right in the brush there. Nicely played by Trace. Gets the barrel off, and then ults immediately. So Someday running away with that Steric's Gauge, but the barrel chained together, and that's it.
Very nicely played. Wow, another fight in the mid lane already, or in the river rather. Someday, or rather, score taken out. Now it's going to be a Baron immediately for Jin Air.
They got 13 seconds till Someday comes back up. Should be enough time with how much damage is in his composition.
Wing gets grabbed, gets pulled in the box. A lot of damage onto him. Jin Air actually a little bit low, but there just aren't enough members of KT around. Engage now coming in for Jin Air. They do lose Che, but they can back off. It seems like, yep, there goes Fly. Last man standing in that fight, Jin Air. Gives up their support for a Baron. Seems to be pretty worth it. Here comes Someday trying to make a play. Goes in onto Wing right away. There's one kill, but the response immediately from Jin Air. And that gives Kuzan a triple when things are all said and done.
That was terrible from Someday, trying to go in 1v3. I don't care if you kill Winged in that situation. You need to stay alive for your team.
Yeah, I mean, now they've got another full death timer for Someday right when the Baron pressure's coming in. Let's watch that one again.
Yeah. I mean, this is a great call from Jin Air. They had the time to do it. Achani gets ripped out. They don't really use the face call effectively. And, of course, Arrow there all over him. But look how well Kuzan just plays this. I mean, pops his Zonias, has his W back up by the time he's back out, and then locks everybody up and takes him down. And I mean, Kuzan has been so good this game.
Yeah. This is definitely one of the better Lissandra games we've seen in a long time, I think. I mean, just that last fight with the ult, with the Zonias just waiting long enough, that Fly, you could see him waiting to land that gold card, and he finally just gives up and walks forward, puts it on somebody who doesn't really help his team, and gets blown up.
Oh man, KT, their game plan just fell apart because of what happened around that mid lane with Achani and with Fly dying. They couldn't maintain the pressure, and even though they had those winning lanes, they could never find a chance to use.
Oh wow, Kuzan getting really aggressive. The ult on the Score. Che comes in for the headbutt. Score trying to get away, backs off, throws out that collateral damage, and now KT chasing Jin Air. The turret's still there. Che still tanking more damage as his team takes out the turret. They lose Che, but again, they lose him for a tier 2 turret. Not the worst trade ever.
Yeah, they chased that way too deep, though. They got a little too antsy there when the Lantern came in, so Che walked forward so he could actually stand on it and prevent Score from taking the Lantern. But that's one of those situations where you just need to remember what your objective was. Your objective was to zone them off the turret so you could kill it with Baron buff, not to actually kill Score right there. So getting a little bit overeager, they could have done that a couple more times and effectively used this Baron buff, but instead they're not going to have that opportunity. Death timer's getting pretty long, but Che will be back up, and now the game is going to be about that 5th dragon. Jin Air is just sitting on those 4 stacks right now, waiting for their opportunity to go and pick it up.
Should be fairly soon too, maybe just a minute or 2 away for Jin Air to try to look for that 5th. Meanwhile, they can just push these turrets pretty easily. Grab onto Kuzan, and there's a box too. Wow, well, okay, Score is right there. I was going to say, where's the follow-up? Here it comes, Someday and Score right there. Zonia's Fly coming from the side, zoning out Trace. They're going to get Kuzan. He finally falls. Fly with the Zonias. Can Wing take him out? No, he takes a ride on the Lantern. Che there, a bit of a disjointed fight now for Jin Air. And KT, if they can continue this one, if they can close it out, they may be able to grab this next dragon. Wow. We'll see how soon it comes, though.
Jin Air just sort of walking in one by one for that engagement. Very unorganized. Some mechanical mistakes right there. Kuzan actually missed going over the wall with his claw, which proved problematic as they were trying to disengage, so he was forced into that fight.
It was awkward. Doesn't look like it's going to hurt Jin Air too much, though, as we still don't have dragon timers, but we've got probably a little bit of time before it comes back up.
And Kuzan has TP as well, so they will be able to contest that. They didn't lose too much there.
Right.
So opportunities still abound here for Jin Air, and they've made it. They've made it into the late game. They have 6-item carries, very scary Gangplank, extremely scary Ezreal. Che with the Frozen Heart against the 380 carries, so he's going to be extraordinarily tanky and able to deal with this front line.
Yeah.
Or back line, rather. Yeah, everything looking really good for Jin Air right now.
Plenty of time to set up that dragon area.
They have a lot to clear out right here. And KT, this is going to be the make it or break it moment. As everybody hits 6 items, the gold lead at this point in the game, not particularly relevant. It's just the scaling of that Jin Air composition that is really dangerous. QSS finally finished now for Someday, so that's going to be a major completion for him as he looks to deal with the crowd control coming in from Lysandra.
Yeah. You know, with as fragile as KT is, it really puts a lot of pressure on them to really have these team fights go perfectly. And that's been kind of one of the problems, is that the coordination just seems like it hasn't been there all the way.
It's so hard to team fight with Quinn at this late point in the game. You have to find that perfect flank and really just execute one of their carries, because otherwise you have a lot of problems. And we see the TP being set up right now.
Now Che coming in. Where's the rest of Jin Air? The box gets dropped. Dragon is up, and from behind comes Kuzan. Could grab a couple of these guys. Goes right over onto Fly, who zonies immediately. KT chasing Pilot. They're going to throw a Chani in onto him. Pilot really low. Someday getting a double kill already, and KT may have a chance at this one. They're 1 for 2 already. And the rest of Jin Air getting chased away. Here comes Someday. Onto Kuzan, Trace, and Wing. Grab doesn't hit. Arrow and Score. Thinking about coming over the wall. Kuzan threatening with that claw, but they're just going to have to run away. And if you're KT right now, I feel like you should just go and take that dragon.
I really want to know what happened to Pilot in that fight, but we're going to figure it out in just a second.
The fight continues. Yeah, Trace getting jumped on immediately. Kuzan turning around for a little bit of damage, but Score over the wall. Should be able to do enough after the Zonia's Wing, though. Gets the kill onto Someday. Score finishes off Kuzan at the last moment. But the question is, who gets this dragon? Is KT going to be able to handle it? I don't know. Winged and Trace are back up, or Wing was always up, I suppose.
Yeah, but they have to now TP into this if they want Trace to participate in this little skirmish, and they have the advantage of the vision control and the, well, they're not going to finish the Scuttle Crab. That's right, just go for the dragon right now and try and take that away.
Well, with Score there, I think they should be able to get it. They will, yeah. Score, Callista, that is plenty of damage, and KT manages to keep themselves alive in this game by denying that 5th dragon and getting the first one. That's a nice step up.
What happened to Pilot is the question in this little team fight right here, because they have such a good flank. Now watch that. I mean, Kuzan comes in, deals with Fly immediately, and look, they just have 3 people running straight at Pilot.
Yeah.
They didn't do a good job zoning for him, and Pilot honestly messed that up. He should have come down to where Lysandra was. You have all that mobility as Ezreal, so there's not really an excuse there for not forming up with the rest of your team.
Didn't use his flash at all during that fight either, so a resource that probably would have helped him quite a bit if he would have used it.
He may not have seen the Fate's Call, but that's...
Could be.
I mean, that's pretty poor team fighting right there from Pilot. Kuzan definitely made that happen. You noticed Kuzan, too, used the claw in the terrain so that, I mean, Fly couldn't even see him coming into that engagement. Really nice flank play, and that was all nullified by the fact that Pilot got caught out. And if you're a 6-item Ezreal and you've got an Iceborne and a Flash and an Arcane Shift and a Blade of the Ruined King active up, you should not be dying like that.
Yeah, it really just seemed like Pilot thought he had more support than he did at the time, you know?
Well, Che was busy dealing with the brunt of the team fight and trying to track down that Twisted Fate.
Well, for as tanky as Che was, they did kill him pretty quick. And so now this game is still winnable for KT. They got that first dragon. They denied the 5th from Jin Air.
Jin Air increasing their average game time to even longer now.
I guess so. They really are good at finding ways to not win, aren't they?
I had such hope, Doa. They were looking like they were coming out to a nice lead, and then they start misplaying some of these team fights, and now we're in a situation where they got denied their 5th dragon stack. It's going to be about playing around the Baron and the 5th dragon again, which will be coming at about 47 minutes.
Yep. And until then, lanes will be pushed, jungle camps will be farmed, and action will be not had.
Indeed, it will not be had. Well, we have 3 members with QSS and 1 with a Crucible now on the side of KT, so Kuzan should really only be ulting himself from this point forward. He has now hit 6 items, completing his Luden's Echo.
And here comes Jin Air, trying to zone around Baron. Meanwhile, a duel up in top lane. Someday going at it with Trace. Someday with a little bit of an edge for the moment anyway. Trace pops the ult.
Do you like 2 Sterix Gage going at each other?
It's huge.
Everybody's huge.
Yep, GP, time to polish the gun.
I always wanted to watch a giant pirate fight a giant eagle.
That's right. It's good to have dreams, you know?
It's up there on my list of things to see, like a man boxing a kangaroo.
Well, you've seen it now.
I haven't seen that
Not
one.
the man boxing a kangaroo. I mean, you've seen the other thing on your list. The giant pirate fighting the giant eagle. Right. Would you rather fight 40 eagle-sized pirates or one pirate-sized eagle?
I think I'd take the eagle-sized pirates.
That's right. There's 40 of them, though.
Yeah, but they probably all like fit in a pirate ship the size of a minivan.
Some eagles are pretty large, though. You know, they have like those big 6-foot wingspans and stuff.
Okay, I don't like that anymore.
40 of them? That's almost like 40 regular-sized pirates. Yeah, you can't really pick an animal that can be human-sized with that analogy, can you, you know? What's another, like, person-sized animal?
Ostrich. They're bigger than people, though.
Donald Trump, I guess. It's the only one I can
Well
think
played. Well played, sir.
of. Baron being taken by KT. They have to back off of it for the moment. Jinair approaching. We'll build a wall to keep those Donald Trumps out there. Don't worry.
Can't happen soon enough, though.
Woodjin does not formally endorse any presidential candidate.
But I do, so.
There you go. We can. Or formally anti-endorse? Is that a thing?
Condemn.
Should be condemn. Formally condemning. Jinair going for this Baron now. They're going to kill it pretty quick. KT coming in from the side. Twisted Fate ultimate used. Kuzan looking for an angle, trying to be safe. Flying Someday, trying to zone out Kuzan. Someday back into the fight right now. Whoa, they blew up Kuzan real fast. That's a couple kills for KT already. Baron taken by Score. KT got it. Arrow doing lots of damage on the outside of the fight. Wing trying to stop him, but he's going 1v1 versus a Callista. Doesn't work like that. Trace on the run, and KT finding a way to make it work. Looks like it's going to be even in kills, but KT with that Baron steal. Uh-oh, Trace, can he get the kill? He can! Oh, man. Oh, Score.
I don't know why Jinair was trying to do that Baron in the first place. Someday didn't even have to port in order to get to that fight, simply using his ultimate. The Trace is so big right now. Pops out of a brush, and
Hachani.
that's it. He can kill Hachani. Oh,
Yeah, I was going to say,
Never
yeah.
mind.
I thought that was going to be another famous Hachani Bush check moment, but he's learned. He's learned.
Arrow was there that time, but they're able to get out. I mean, they actually trade effectively right there. KT somehow picked up that Baron.
Yeah, Score was able to get in there and
Dragon's
blow it up. Let's watch.
Dragon's about to come up, and so, I mean, Quinn just zips up here, but there's just no setup, and they all get caught in the choke. That was a great engage there from Sunday, and he just finds that flank, and that's what's hard to do on this Quinn in the late game. But yeah, Score.
Jinair going for their 5th Dragon right now as we watch that replay. Dragon's more important, and Jinair gets it. That's all 5 members with that buff, too. So right away, Jinair answer with that 5th Dragon, and we'll see if that's enough for them to close out the game. Or at least get a turret. Who knows?
Who knows, really? I mean, Baron is still on.
Yeah.
Two members of KT, Arrow and Hachani.
It's only game number 1, guys. We're going to be here all night and maybe some of tomorrow. We'll see. Hachani goes for the grab. Doesn't get it. Goes for the hook, rather. I'm still subconsciously missing Blitzcrank, aren't I?
It's also a hook with Blitzcrank.
No, it's not. It's a grab, because he shoots his hand out and it grabs you. Check and mate. Now turret taken out by Jinair. And that minion got hooked. Grabbed by a hook. And if you're KT right now, you're just desperately clinging to life.
Well, Jinair can't really split push either. Their TP was down. It was used on that Baron attempt, and Kuzan is not really going to be a match for anybody on the side of KT when it comes to answering a split push. So they have to group, and this means that actually the KT can use this Baron very efficiently by just keeping their 2-man squad there.
Well, Wing gets hooked. A little bit of damage onto him. You know, Lissandra is fire and ice right now. Wow. Clearly you don't share my amazement.
I'm just amazed she doesn't melt.
I know. She's that cold. Well, Someday has decided it's a great time to take Janair's jungle. He's got a TP to come back in if he needs to. He's recalling at the moment, though. Got that home guard. Pilot gets grabbed. Achani goes in for the flayed. Shay zoning from the back. They're going to bring him back in with the Fate's Call. Score. Trying to do a little bit of damage on the side, but Chase is tracing away. Drops that GP ult onto the rest of the fight. Trace doing a ton of damage here, and Janair seems to be getting the edge onto this one. Arrow low gets back. It's 2 for 2 at the moment, and Someday trying to be a hero in the middle, winged with like 10 health at the moment. But there goes the inhibitor. At the end of the day, Janair coming out ahead on that one.
Yeah, 2 for 2. They finally were able to pull the trigger on that dive. Of course, they... Uh-oh.
TP coming in, and Someday, can he be the hero? He finds him, he goes right past him. He's like, nope. I have never seen someone nope so fast out of a team fight as I just saw Someday right there. He's like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to save the game. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I want to live.
He also took a huge amount of damage just on that little flyby.
I know. Oh, man.
So they finally start playing aggressively on the turret. Someday actually just recalls straight back to base, doesn't even go for it. Kuzan comes in, ults himself, which is really his only option at this late stage of the game, given the itemization. Someday tries to duel with Trace, but Trace much too big and pops that Sterix gauge instead. You see Someday go 1-for-1 with Pilot, one-on-one rather, with Pilot right there, does escape with his life. I think better of it, and instead we see the inhibitor go down, but that is about it, and that's going to be the story of that 5th dragon, as Someday diligently keeps KT in this game.
Yeah, just barely, but they're still in it. I mean, it's at the point where if KT does win a significant team fight and they've got a minion wave pushing in the right lane, they can win the game.
Yep, but Janair, they have the TP advantage right now that they can continue to use, and we're going to see the Baron come back in just a couple of minutes now.
Yeah.
A 5-man push, actually, even though they have TP active.
Interesting.
They're really concerned about Someday now.
I guess so. I mean, this Quinn does do a lot of damage, and it's hard to imagine anyone really going toe-to-toe besides Trace. Trace does even have the Guardian Angel now, so he's extra durable.
Quinn has pushed out this minion wave so far, though, that there's not really a hope of putting pressure onto the top lane turret. Basically, what they should be doing is trying to control vision.
Someday, thinking about coming in from a flank. No, it doesn't look like it. Just watching the minimap there.
They grab a few wards. It's about all they can do for the moment. Yeah. Someday's really been doing a very good job of making sure that they can't take any more objectives in this game. Starting with pushing out that top wave so far, and then doubling back around to the bottom side, and now very easily taking out some of these super minions. And that meant that there wasn't a chance to really deal with the top lane whatsoever. So Janair will be milling around again. Their second 5th dragon should be coming up in about the next minute.
How in the world does Janair practice? I feel like at the Janair house they get up and they play like 3 games, and then it's already midnight and they're like, well, I guess we'll do more tomorrow.
See, that's why they can't get better at closing out games, though.
I guess so. They just don't have enough experience. Every practice game takes 3 hours. Well, that's an easy hook on the Shay, but no real follow-up.
It's pretty tanky Alistar right now.
It certainly is.
You know a game's getting real when your support is at 5 items.
Yeah. Too bad that's not how it is every game.
Oh, really, I didn't know you liked these hour-long games.
Supports still need more gold. That's what I want. Supports need more items, more damage items. Yeah.
Yeah, the income inequality is really disgusting in League of Legends.
It is. It's horrible.
They
We
should
need to feel the burn. Very political today. Janair gets their second 5th dragon, going right in on Achani, gets pulled in by the Fate's Call. Someday coming from behind, takes a lot of damage. He's be careful. There goes Quinn, and Janair with this 5th dragon, poised to clear out this team fight. Hook misses. Being very careful about engaging this one. They know the 4v5 is still dangerous. Pilot coming in. There's some more damage. Achani falls, and Janair ready to try to close this one out. Baron is back. They can just zone KT a little bit more and then go for that. Oh, score! Gets caught. Nice kick by Lee Sin. Arrow comes in, though, to try to be a hero, but he is dead. And Fly is on his own, just going to take his aggression out on the blue buff. Goodbye, Fly.
Trying to chase him down right now, or at least delay his recall enough. They don't have...
Oh, score. Going in
on
onto Wings. It's a duel. Fifth Dragon will it do enough. The jungle duel, and Score is coming out ahead on this one. Winged in trouble. Going to smite the Scuttle Crab. Score chasing, and Wing barely gets out because of that ward. Meanwhile, though, the game is over, and Jin Air takes it. GG. That jungle duel was just too cool. We didn't need to see the end of the game.
Yeah, actually, that little fight right there, Trace and Kuzan teleported straight into the base on the Super Minion Wave in order to take it out. So nice job from them, and they bought time as well using Wing. Wing preserving his KDA in the end. He probably should have died nobly right there, considering what was happening in the base.
I suppose. Well, that only took 55 minutes, so so there you go. It was under an hour. Got that going for us.
And Jin Air extends their average game time yet again. Was it 43 minutes? Now it's going to be even higher. But they win. They win. They get the fifth dragon twice.
Their players may look young now, but at the end of this series, they'll all have full beards and gray hair, I guarantee you. Yep. Well, it's a tough loss for KT, and frankly, it's a little bit surprising, given, again, you know, how they looked against SK Telecom last week, at least in that first game. But they had a plan, and it kind of went off the rails pretty quick, didn't it?
Well, it's, again, because of what happened in that mid lane, they really let Jin Air get their late game plan rolling, and Kuzan played really quite well this game overall.
Oh,
you still see some sort of questionable team fighting or team synergy around some of these objectives in the late game, but they really did well early on.
Yep. Well, when we come back, game 2 between KT and Jin Air. Don't miss it, guys. OG and Champion Spring will be right back after this.
into your life. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you, holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world.
Welcome back to Champion Spring. Kuzan gets a well-deserved MVP for his Lysandra performance here in game number 1. A lot of great picks.
Actually puts him right there in 5th place above Faker.
Yeah.
Another MVP performance, and nice job there coming out of fly. Winged coming in to help too. Nice use of the Gangplank ultimate to help secure that kill, and that was just a great teleport onto Sunday, just abusing his split pushing right after he came back to base.
Wow. It's fade away E. Back into the W for the catch.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It's
Nice
in there on
job
score.
right there.
Yeah.
It's in right on top of him. Get some sick angles. It's actually a little bit of a mistake from Kuzan, I believe.
Well, he comes in from really far away.
We didn't see the actual mistake there. So just taking a look at it, like when that team fight occurred, Kuzan decided to ult Quinn instead of ulting himself, and that was just immediately QSS. So he didn't take into account the items.
Yeah.
That still makes it work, and finally decides to ult himself there towards the end of the game, realizing that with like 3 QSSs in a Crucible, there weren't going to be very many targets for him.
I mean, it was getting to the point, you just cannot kill Kuzan. It takes way too long to wait for those cooldowns between the ult and the Zonias, and at the same time, the rest of your team is taking it to KT Rolster.
Yeah, that was the right way to play the team fight, though, this late in the game on Lysandra. Flash in, use your W, and then force the QSS out of that, and then ult yourself so you have a slow immediately afterwards to keep putting the damage down. So that fight was much better played there by Kuzan, and he made it work in the end.
Whoa, and finally, KT making a substitution that I've been wanting to see for a long time, and you have as well. Guess what, Monte Cristo? Hachani is out, and Ignar is in.
Yep. We've seen him play one game this season on Alistair, so he does have that going for him, but Hachani did struggle a little bit in that game, and Ignar probably is a player with a higher ceiling, but obviously isn't as much of a veteran, and having Hachani come in, he was coaching Anarchy for a while, and probably a pretty major shot caller and vocal presence on that team, which KT probably misses since they don't have Peekaboo any longer.
Well, yeah, I mean, losing Peekaboo is a huge blow to this team that did so well at Worlds last year, and just in general in Korea, I think largely because of Peekaboo. But Ignar, like you said, has that higher skill ceiling. He was a solo queue superstar before he was picked up. A lot of hype about this guy, and he can play well. He just needs a bit more experience, but he's never going to get it if you don't put him in the booth.
That's absolutely true. I mean, he had a lot of games on Incredible Miracle last year, but still he looked like a very promising rookie, and we saw, of course, a lot of Thresh bans go his way. He does have some pretty impressive mechanics, but
yeah.
All right. See what happens in this game. Fiora ban still there for the generic Green Wings, and they're sticking to their guns. Lysandra actually banned this time.
Well, after last game,
KT.
I really can't blame them. Elise banned out against Score. Now, they did give him Graves last game, and it worked out for Jin Air anyway, so looks like they're just more worried about keeping that Elise away from him.
Yeah, it's definitely
Alistar.
a bit interesting. Well, KT really mixing up their bans So the Zillion will be banned. So same bans for Jin Air, but 2 different ones. In the first game, Rise, Lulu, and Corky were banned. Now 2 of those are going to be going through along with Gangplank, interestingly enough. So there's a lot of power picks left on the table thanks to the Elise and the Zillion and the Lissandra bans. Half the bans not being as commonly selected.
What will the 3rd ban be for KT, though?
I mean, what's interesting is that 2 out of the 3 most banned champions this season over 81 games are going to be available.
Yeah.
And it will be Lulu and Rise.
So the Corky first pick for Jin Air. And what do you think? Do you go with the Rise if you're KT?
I don't know. They banned Rise last time, and honestly, Someday has not been the best Rise player that we've seen.
But do you give it to Trace or Kuzan, for that matter?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you want to do that. And picking the Quinn this early might be a little bit problematic too. So
Yeah.
I think you just go ahead and you take Callista here. Take Callista and Lulu, or you could go Lulu Lucian and just avoid that. Take Thresh early, but it's like it'll maybe the Callista, and then do they let the Lulu go through or the Rise? Maybe both.
Well, it's a difficult choice. They may want to prioritize that Gangplank for, not Gangplank, that Graves for score too, but nope, will be Lulu Callisto. Okay.
Makes sense. You can always take the Graves later. They have other AD carry options for the Lulu to buff up. Of course, the Quinn could be played once again in the top lane. They can save that for their last pick.
Even if Wing takes Graves away, you've still got Rek'Sai, you've still got Lee Sin. I mean, Score's got options. Yeah.
Exactly. You take, basically, if they take the Graves, you're actually not that worried because you have a Lulu with the shields and the wild growth to deal with the Graves burst. And at that point, next rotation, you probably take Thresh and Rek'Sai, and then you can just sort of play it by ear on that last pick, and it probably would be a Quinn in this composition.
So maybe Graves Bard. Yeah, okay.
Well,
Graves
Bard.
Cool.
They have to take the Graves, because if you give the Graves over with the Lulu on the other team, you just give them way too many possibilities for that Lulu to work with.
Yeah.
You want to keep them to 2 damage threats right now, really, and that's what they're going to have the option to do.
You know, with the Lulu, I kind of want to see KT pick up Poppy for someday. What do you think?
Maybe a little bit too low damage. That would be my main concern, is that you'd have some very good diving with Poppy Lulu, but I still think Quinn is going to give you more options in the split push and in some of these team fights, because we saw how well Someday was playing that Quinn, and if he had, of course, the Sterix gauge and everything with a wild growth too, that would have been a pretty brutal flank.
Well, the LeBlanc would be an interesting pick for Fly, but Shaco would be a little bit more interesting. Thresh makes sense. Grab that for Ignar. He's a fantastic Thresh player.
Oh, wow.
Okay. We're actually going to see the Rumble. Huh. Did not expect that.
No, and I especially did not expect it when, I mean, the enemy hasn't even picked a top laner yet. They're blind picking a Rumble right here for Someday. Very unusual. We have seen some people play Rumble this season in Champions, but it has been an oddity. So it will be Poppy and Ezreal. Ezreal makes a lot of sense right here, as does the Poppy. I assume the Ezreal was going to be coming in because you already have Corky and Graves with a Bard, so you're looking like you're building a poke composition, and that's what they do. They have Disengage with Bard Ultimate and Poppy Ultimate, and it makes it very hard for the enemy to dash in when you have that Poppy W as well, preventing a lot of forms of engage. So
what do you take for score? Maybe Rek'Sai with that Lulu in the game might be. I mean, I guess Lee Sin can get in there too. One of the two.
It's weird that we've had 2 last pick jungles in both of our games on red side.
It is a bit strange.
Especially when there was no need to prioritize the Rumble. Outside shot, it's a jungle Rumble.
I suppose. I think KT's got something weird planned here.
I think they do too, though.
Yeah. I don't think it's Rammus.
It is Rammus.
Maybe it's Rammus. Okay, it is Rammus. Wow.
Okay.
Whoa. What?
Well, the thing is, Rammus can be very strong with the Bond of Stone Mastery.
And it may be a
top Rammus, and Jungle Rumble I'm really sad that if this is going to be a jungle rumble, I will be so sad if Papa Smithy wasn't here to cast this because
well, he's not.
he loves jungle rumble and knows a lot more about it than I do.
Well, Papa Smithy may be shedding those tears right now. I know he's listening, so sorry, Papa Smithy. Life's tough.
I'm sure you can go to @PapaSmithy right now on Twitter and find a giant tirade about the virtues of Jungle Rumble.
I guess. So it will be a Jungle Rumble. It will be a top Rammus. I have no idea how this one's going to end up for KT.
Well, a lot of more people have been running Rammus in lanes, and I mean, he can do well against some of these melee laners. There's a lot of dive potential on this KT roster.
True.
And if you want to talk about backline threat, say hello to Teleport, Rammus, plus Rumble ulting your backline. And against the poke composition, KT's composition should be actually quite effective.
You ready for home guard Rammus getting in your backlines, man?
I am.
Gotta go fast.
It's a matter of how he can do in the laning phase. Needless to say, I do not know much about the Poppy Rammus matchup, so we'll be learning together today, everybody.
It's a first for me, too, believe it or not. Well, there you have it. KT trying to tie things up with a bit of a wacky composition. Let's get in game and see if they can pull it off.
Will find you acting on your best behavior. Turn your back on mother.
What did Mother say? Don't play top Rammus? Because KT has definitely turned their back on that Mother.
I'm excited now, Doa.
Me too. Jin Green Wings versus KT Rolster, game number 2. Welcome to Summoner's Rift, and welcome to what is sure to be one of the more unique games we've seen in Champion Spring this season.
Well, someday, yeah.
Okay.
Rocking the top Rammus, and it's like that top Rumble pick was just a bait after all, so we will be getting into that melee matchup with Poppy. Meanwhile, Arrow.
Oh, Arrow. Okay, a lot of damage being
Nice.
done already. Pilot's taken some.
There's a Glitter Lance there. There's really not a possibility of
Glitter Lance.
following up on that
Glitter Lance.
little invade there.
Yeah.
That's right. Glitter Lance is the name of the ability, Doa.
I love saying it in a deep and manly voice, you know?
You're like if Lulu was Hodor.
Glitter Lance.
So we are going to see a lane swap here, unsurprisingly.
Dude, we could have a Game of Thrones crossover Mew skin where it's like Hodor carrying Bran around. Marketing opportunities missed yet again.
That'd be great.
That's a cool Bard skin. Alright, well the Krugs will be the first victim of this top Rammus.
So somebody's going to walk into lane right now, and I'm very sad that he is a very poor 2v1 laner.
Yeah.
As soon as we see that Gromp taken. Now they know that the lane swap is coming in. They see it with a ward that they placed on the Gromp, so someday just taking what XP he can get. But this will be a pretty delayed start to this game, actually. As someday not really going to be able to get back down into the bottom side.
I just want to see home guard Rammus flank in.
You are going to see that this game, I guarantee you, Doe.
Oh boy. Exciting times.
All right, so Chick coming down to disrupt us a little bit. Someday still level 1.
Yeah, able to zone Che a little bit there. Allows Someday to take those Raptors. But it costs him a bit.
Well, yeah, Thunderlord's Bard is very strong this early in the game when it comes to those trades.
Oh yeah.
And really only a couple of creeps actually engaged there by Someday, and they're about a camp behind right now. This lane swap. So Jin getting what they want. Some nice early time here. Alone time for Pilot to start stacking up, pick up that tier.
Now, if Jin manages to turn this into a long game, I will be very impressed. Because this, I feel like for KT, this is either going to work really well or it's going to work really not so well.
I mean, they maintain their advantage with this team composition in the late game. They baited out. So Jin I really like this draft from KT. So the Jin over the course of this season has been playing a lot with triple AD carry poke compositions. It's how they beat SKT. They were one of the first teams to really play this style. And as a result, KT has an answer. And why don't we see previously? Why do we not see these huge poke compositions? Because Rumble was in the meta when dragon fighting was so important in the early game.
Yeah. Oh, ganking time on the Kuzan. Maybe. No. Score just poking in there.
So now with these poke compositions coming back,
How did Pilot get that low?
we see the Rumble, and the Rumble is able to lay that equalizer down there, and then he was tanking the turret up top, trying to kill it. But anyway, we see these compositions that have a lot of backline threat. One of Rumble's longtime specialties returning, and of course, Rammus is incredibly difficult for a triple AD carry composition to deal with because they simply won't be able to kill him.
Right. And I mean, when you combine that with the taunt and the disruption that his ultimate causes, the tremors, it's going to be interesting to see how Jin Air handles it.
Yeah. I also didn't see the mastery, the keystone that he had taken, which bums me out a little bit. So I think it was on the screen. I just missed it.
I believe it was Bond of Stone.
It would make a lot of sense because Bond of Stone on Rammus, especially when he's in defensive ball curl, does make people do so much less damage to you as a team.
Right.
So he just absorbs that damage, then with huge defensive stats, pretty much nullifies it immediately.
A little bit of damage to that top lane turret.
So yeah, Jin Air.
Somebody's got a nice CS lead already.
Jin Air's going to have a really hard time. And we also have Lulu to use Whimsy to get someday into the back line. And Jin Air really doesn't have a way to effectively peel this Rammus if Trace and Che miss their ults. And it's going to be really hard to hit a Powerball Rammus with one of those two ultimates.
Yeah.
Probably impossible, actually.
All right, they're going to maybe try to... No, not going to dive someday, I guess. Well, you know, when Season 6 started, Monty, I did not expect that we'd be seeing the Poppy Rammus matchup.
I love it. Well, this may be a one-off, Joe. Let's not get too excited.
I think you're probably right.
But
if it works, it's going to be all over solo queue.
But due to this lane swap that we've seen go down, actually this Rammus has gotten quite a few advantages. And look at that massive wave that's pushed him. So someday really going to take probably a double CS lead, 2x early in this game. Trace is not having that same opportunity to farm out due to the way the waves bounce off the turrets. Score doing a little bit of counter jungling with his jungle rumble right now. Che looking to box him in there.
Ignar is there. Oh, Ignar misses that hook. Magical Journey takes Che to safety.
Had the lantern too, so no point in fighting that. See someday here in the defensive ball curl. He's patiently farming these minions, but nice little early gold lead there for him.
He's just not taking damage from Poppy.
Well, though Rammus doesn't take damage, and Poppy doesn't have the pushing power to really abuse Rammus's lack of wave clear early, because that's going to be that is sort of a big problem in the KT side lanes, is that ordinarily early game, Fly going to take quite a hit right there.
Yeah.
Ordinarily in the KT side lanes, of course, with Kalista and Rammus, you wouldn't see a lot of wave clear, but Ezreal...
Hook onto Wing. Score is right there. They may be able to make something out of this. Nice play. Wing kept in there. Might have to flash. Very low health. Takes the Magical Journey. They're going to follow. Cosmic Binding doesn't hit. They're going to keep chasing. Wing still very low. Used his flash finally. So they get the Summoner anyway. No Summoners used, I believe, on the side of KT. No. But a close call for Wing.
Very close, but still manages to elude death there, at least for a short time.
Oh, if that minion wave would have been in, that would have been such a cool hook onto Pilot.
Yeah, Score dropped his ultimate pretty early there, too.
Yeah.
So won't have that for any possible Rumble ganks coming up.
It's got a pretty low cooldown overall, though, so I feel like it doesn't hurt you too much to use that ultimate a bit more liberally.
Yep, but found an opportunity. I mean, Wing was only level 5 in that gank, and we see Score has done a lot more counter jungling this game, so he's gotten that pretty substantial CS advantage over the opposition. This lane swap really just has played out in KT's favor.
But can they turn it into some real edges in the early mid game?
Well, this very bladed Rammus says yes. There are tons of edges.
He's got a lot of edges built in.
Yeah. He can tank this dragon. He can tank turrets very effectively. I'm just going to TP right back into the mid lane. Not be too worried about this Corki. And here comes the ganks.
Uh-oh. Powerball time. Oh, never mind. Valkyrie time. Whoa, hook time. Ignar goes in, brings in Fly. Nice play there. Kuzan used that flash, but manages to make it out anyway. It's Trace zoning out someday. Trace may be on the run now. He's got his flash. Goes over to Fly. Big melee in mid lane. Wild growth onto Fly, getting a little bit low anyway. Doesn't look like anyone's going to go down, though.
Yeah, Trace using that heroic charge just to escape back to his turret.
Right.
Did end up in range of that wild growth, but still manages to make an exit. But now they can actually make a play for this dragon here, potentially.
Seems that way. Fly is recalling, though. No, canceled it. Yeah, I think the dragon would not be a bad idea, but Jin Air is still there. Maybe a little bit too much pressure for KT at the moment.
Yeah, Kuzan already coming back with full HP. So
they're just going to give this dragon up, I guess.
Well, they don't have to.
Well, they've got Arrow all the way up in top lane, though. Meanwhile, Fly has to dodge away. I guess they're just going to give it up.
They have the Rumble ultimate up, so they probably could have made a bit of a scene in the Dragon Pit, at least prevented Jin Air from taking this, but instead they will just leave it to die. And of course, we look at our first dragon win rates. KT now down to 28.6% when they lose the first dragon.
Jin Air up to 90. So based on statistics alone, there's a 90% chance that Jin Air will win this game.
I wish that's how League of Legends works, but it did prove accurate last game.
It did. So far, so good for the numbers, as far as first dragons go anyway.
But that first dragon did prove very beneficial. I mean, it really did dictate the course of that game, and the fact that KT had to play around the 5th dragon stack constantly, and that's been the story of Jin Air's very long games.
Well, KT is able to respond with a lot of damage onto that top lane turret. Thought for a moment maybe they'd have a chance to take it out, but Jin Air defended it a little bit too well. Cosmic Binding.
Just a little bit of a slow there.
Yep.
Trying to prevent him from getting around.
Oh, hook on the pilot. He's got his flash. He's got his arcane. Whoa, there we go. Okay, Equalizer brought in. Nice Fates call. Nice play. Jin Air in big trouble. 2 kills. Go over to KT really fast. That was a great bit of CS from Arrow and Ignar there.
Yeah, you have to be so careful against this Rammus and this Rumble when it comes to the tower dives, because they can just chase you down. You have to back away from those turrets immediately because they will find you and they will kill you.
Just like Liam Neeson in Taken. They will find you, and they have a unique composition.
I haven't seen Taken, so I don't get the reference. But
oh, really? You don't know the famous, I will find you and kill you phone call thing? Oh, well. Monty's behind the times, guys. Sorry.
I mean, look at this.
Again. It was a great Equalizer.
Someday just rolls in. There you go. Gets the ultimate off. Taunts the Graves. Very easy. And that's the thing about this composition that KT has. It's really difficult to defend turrets, and it is very, very hard to set up effective sieges, because if they group together as 5, there is no running. I love it. It's a great draft against the poke comp.
Yeah. And with the kind of huge amount of poke versus poke comps out there, I'm glad to see something breaking it up. And we have the Thornmail already on Sunday.
That is hilarious. I love it. He's just targeting Winged and Pilot early on.
Yeah. Why not, man?
Let's go for the Thornmail early.
That's right. Get the Ninja Tabby and then the Thornmail. That sounds like a pretty good build against a 3AD comp. It's almost like they definitely baited Jin Air into taking that Graves, I think they came into this one saying, all right, we know they're going to target score.
It was a really cute draft from KT. You show that Rumble early, and it's not like it hasn't been played at all this season, so maybe you think Sunday's just being a little cocky, but they actually just flex it right into the jungle and then get this matchup of Poppy versus Rammus, where even, of course, we had the lane swap early, but I mean, Rammus has been able to get a very significant CS advantage, and there wasn't any pressure on the Rammus lane at any point because it was either Ezreal or Poppy, neither of which has fantastic wave clear early. So Rammus is going to get to the point where he gets really scary, and then this is going to happen.
Run, Graves, run! Here comes Rammus. Equalizer dropped to zone out Winged, and Rammus will kill you slowly.
He has 200 armor already. There's nothing Winged could do.
Death by 1,000 cuts from Rammus. Time to Powerball. All right. Trace is right there. He knocks score all the way over. Nice Q. And Yeah, that's how it's going to go.
This is what it's like to be outdrafted, Noah.
I guess so.
If you have a deep enough champion pool, you can pull off some wild tricks like the ones we're seeing in this game and really bamboozle your opponent. But what great preparation from KT, knowing that Jin Air loves to run these style of compositions and then having something truly bizarre in their pocket to counter it.
Oh, I love it. It's great. This is the kind of League of Legends I like to see, man. What kind of pilot? You knew what was up. It's like the red buff releashes. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of spears in it, but this is getting a little bit too dicey for KT.
Score's there now. It's fine.
Okay, they're going to let it go.
Looks like Graves coming back around.
Yep. Meanwhile, Someday searches for another victim. Not even the mighty Poppy can stand up to Rammus.
Poppy has no damage. Taking the Bomby Cinder, he's just so poor right now. It's the problem compared to Someday, already has
nearly 40 CS up on him.
And 2 kills.
Yeah.
And a turret advantage, so they're doing really well. I don't really see how Jin Air can actually win this game unless KT makes some really huge errors, because it's simply no one can kill Someday. And if they try to group up, KT will group up and then just kill their backline. So not a whole lot Jin Air can actually do.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to see Someday in like a ridiculous 1v5 to maybe see him die.
The thing they could do is try and make picks onto Arrow. It's not going to work onto Lulu with her survivability. It's definitely not going to work onto Rammus. So I suppose that's the one thing that they could work on, is trying to actually deal with Arrow.
Oh. Fly has that Rod of Ages already, so it's going to be a tankier Lulu. And are they going to be able to get this mid lane? Maybe. Arrow's right there. Doesn't look like it.
What's that Hurricane? Yes, this is really slow. But they have to be so careful here.
Oh, binding onto Ignar. Yeah, that was a...
I mean, Rammus is there on their flank already. There's nothing... And as soon as they see Rammus here, they have to back off. There's not another choice. Score with the Rumble and Rammus from Sunday can just lock down this backline so incredibly quickly. It just breaks up, just the threat of it breaks off any siege that they have. I mean, Arrow didn't even have any wave clear right there, and they still ran away.
Yeah. Someday just harassing Trace again.
I love the way he's using his ult.
Yeah. Why not? It's got such a low cooldown.
All right, Jin Air did pink ward their flank, though, so there's not a good TP ward for this Rammus right now. So they feel a little bit more confident in pushing up towards the objective.
Now the dragon is up again. Uh-oh, scores there. Could come from the side. Wing's going to find him. They're going to go on to Wing. That's a ton of damage from that Rumble already. They trade about half health for half health, I suppose. Oh, that looks like a good place to put the equalizer. But no follow-up. Oh, Ignar took a bit too much damage. Uh-oh. Tempered Fate on to score. Gets out on the Lantern. Takes a lot of damage from Pilot, though. Here comes Trace. Someday just going to turn right around on him. Okay.
You really don't want to attack that Thornvale Rumble, but you don't have a choice, do you, Noah?
No, you got to do something.
Why
KT having trouble defending their turret, though.
What does Rammus say that makes people so mad that they want to, like, punch his spiky shell?
I know. You'd think that hurt a lot,
I mean, the only thing he ever says is okay, so what exactly is his taunt?
Maybe they just think of it as really cocky, you know? It's like when you use a Hearthstone emote in a sarcastic way. You're like, well played. Or you're like, hi. Oh, it's Dr. Seven. Hi. See? Maybe it's the same thing. Rammus is like, you're attacking me? Okay. Okay.
Maybe he actually just says okay, except when he's taunting someone. And that's where he saves all of his sick insults.
What he says is just so filthy that they don't even put it in the language pack. It's so vile. It would curl paint.
I love it.
Yeah. Rammus.
The dirty turtle.
You think GP cusses like a sailor? No. No, Rammus is the true perpetrator. R-rated champion. Well, they got that dragon. First one for KT. That slows down Jin Air's plans, obviously. The Rift Herald is going to go over to KT. as well. Give it right over the jungler, as you normally do. That's why people run away from Rammus. Like, I can't believe he said that. That is so offensive, Rammus. Why would you say that?
He'd get fined, though, if it was actually in the game.
That's true. Just find the champion design team. And they're just like, okay.
He's starting to build into actually some form of wave clear, other than his ultimate, of course.
Okay, he's got the Bombi Cinder. Eventually have that. Power ball. No. Oh, well.
Could have been whimsied.
Yep. You don't want that.
The whimsied Rammus.
Yep. You don't want that coming in.
Could have had Zillion if he wasn't banned in this game. Zillion, Lulu, Rammus. The ultimate speed dreams.
That's right. Even Rengar has to take a back seat in that one.
With 5 Phantom Dancers.
Yep. Rengar has apparently just been relegated to the job of making Korean girls really angry in videos on the front page of Reddit. That's the only place I've seen Rengar lately.
He didn't even need nerfing.
I don't know. You know, sometimes you just feel like nerfing Rengar. What can I say? Hi. Okay.
There's no way Trace can out-trade this.
Man. Jeez. That ultimate just brutal, too, in this skin. It looks like that thing Indiana Jones dodged in the third movie. You know?
Last Crusade.
Right, where he was trying to...
Where he wasn't, everyone else wasn't kneeling before God.
No, but Indiana Jones did, so he got through the Rammus ultimate. That's why the Templar at the end was just like, okay. Nice choice. Well, Trace wants to try it again, I guess. No package for Kuzan.
Seriously, though, that was actually the worst riddle of all time. It's like all of the cups are gold except for one. Like, you couldn't just play one of these things is not like the others. Like,
well, that's exactly what Indiana Jones did.
I know, but that's something you learned from Sesame Street.
Yeah, but
I guess the Nazis didn't have Sesame Street.
Well, probably not, but I don't think the ideology was really in line with what they were trying to get across to their young people at the time. But, you know, it's not really about the physical look of the chalice, though. It's about playing off of the greed of evil people, right?
I see. It just
an evil person will go for something that looks all flashy, whereas a good person will just be like, yeah, looks like a simple cup. It's good enough for me.
I'm just saying, if you know anything about the Bible, and you go to that room, you're not going to pick the golden chalice.
Yeah, well, see, there you go. Oh, well. Should have stuck to the Ark of the Covenant stuff. Well, that didn't really work out very well either, though.
No, they melted themselves.
Yeah.
They probably should stay away from arcane biblical artifacts.
You'd think they would learn. Yeah. Oh, well. Oh. I mean, it's a fact that in the end, Indiana Jones doesn't really need to do anything to save the day. Usually the villains just kill themselves off.
That's so true.
I mean, think about every Indiana Jones movie.
That's actually so true. He doesn't even do anything.
Yeah.
In one movie, he's just tied to a pole and closes his eyes.
That's right. I mean, the other one, the bad guy just comes in, drinks from the wrong cup, he's dead. You know? I mean, in the second one, I don't really remember a lot about it, but, Shay's getting roasted. This guy with that cosmic binding. So be careful. Whoa, Ignar comes in with the box, getting aggressive there. And KT on the attack. Here comes the Powerball. All right, on to Che. Arrow taking out Wing. Damage comes in for KT already. Kuzan, not in a place you probably want to be right now. And are they just going to dive Trace here? Maybe. They've got enough pressure to just push the tier 2 down at bottom. Rammus zoning.
I like how Rammus could just waddle after Corki and there's nothing to be done about it.
Yeah.
Well, that was a lot invested, actually. 2 teleports on the side of KT, and they only killed the Bard, so...
They're just kind of like bored, you know? They're just like, we got to get something done here.
They don't have very many tools left. No ultimate there from rumble, so they're not going to be able to push this too heavily. They're good at diving.
Winged found score. But, yeah, you really can't go that far without running into a Rammus.
Yeah, they don't have good wave clear is the problem. They still don't have a Runaan's Hurricane onto Arrow. So they're good at diving, but they're not actually very good at sieging turrets. This is like a counter siege comp that's very ineffective when it comes to siege on its own. So they need to be careful about not overcommitting to some of this. And they didn't right there. They instead just get back, defend their own turret. They pick up the kill. They pick up some pressure there. And they're going to probably pick up the second dragon of the game.
Well, ping on to dragon from Jin Air, too. They wanted each team looking for their second dragon here. KT has the position at the moment, though.
They certainly do. So, yeah, got the opportunity, and they're just going to.
All right, someday the zoning bot, the zoning dragon taken by KT. They're going to go after Trace and Wing now. A little bit of a knock up there. Someday doing some damage. Trace wants to fight. Don't know if that's a great idea. Tempered Fate on the score. Doesn't do a lot. Oh, goodbye. Ignar comes in. There's the equalizer going down. Trace is going to get taken out. Ignar backs away. Gets killed off anyway by score. But Winged may fall. Fly doing some damage. Arrow doing more. There's another kill for Rammus as he just calmly walks away from the turret. That's going to be enough for KT out of that one, I think. 1 for 2. And the dragon. I'd say that's a successful encounter.
There's nothing Jin Air can do about this Rammus pick. They have nothing to deal with it. They don't have enough peel with the Bard and the Poppy, and they have no peel that can effectively hit the Rammus. So basically, he can just run straight at them all day.
Well, he kind of spent a lot of that fight under turret getting hit, and he still came out of it with like half health.
Yeah,
I mean, that again.
Take a look at this. What are they going to do? He just taunts Trace immediately, gets on the side right now, and starts zoning out Winged. The Poppy ult goes on to Arrow just to eliminate some of the damage. That was actually a good Poppy ultimate, eliminating the main source of damage here, but unfortunately, there's nothing that can really stop Someday when he has that ball curl out from just walking under your turrets, and what are they going to do? You can't attack him, you take too much damage.
It's really not much. What they need is full AD Bard now, or full AP Bard, rather.
What they need is some form of peel, but unfortunately, they don't have it in the draft. They thought they were going to be okay with just the Poppy and the Bard, but then all of this backline threat, this speed from the Rammus came in, and now they just have nothing at all to help them.
Yeah. It's tough, man. Better get out of there. It's a dangerous place to be if you're anybody on Jin Air. Yeah, a couple turret hits. No big deal.
Whatever,
he's Rammus.
That Rammus W is pretty good.
Yes, it is. All right, there's another turret for KT Rolster. Really decent lead here.
I mean, it's been a slow game, 27 minutes, and that's finally someone gets the outer ring of turrets down, but this is exactly what you want. They have successfully kept a 380 carry composition from taking more than one turret in 27 minutes in this game. That is really impressive.
Yeah. It's just really scary if you're trying to kill Someday. Because you can't.
No one is killing Someday this game.
Seems that way. I think the only thing that's going to kill Someday is maybe sitting underneath the inhibitor turrets for a little bit too long. And even then, it's going to take a long time.
I don't know if that's going to kill him.
Yeah.
Finishes his Spirit Visage now. So he's in a really good position. Finally, Arrow does get that Hurricane, so they're starting to pick up more wave clear and score. Guess what? More backline threat. Has a Rylai's, able to get a ton of slow off. To set up Arrow just to pop his way to victory.
Take that, minion wave. Ha!
This cracks me up.
Oh, that's great. It's great to see something a bit different, isn't it?
Renus is such a troll champion. Just him like waddling at you.
Yeah.
You can't kill him at all. Trace wants to do something right here, but he's just got this stupid waddling turtle.
Yep. Just so happy. You can tell Rammus just loves life. Some box. Hughes, equalizer, wing flashes out of it. They're going to go over the wall. Fate's call. Hughes, nice combo from Ignar. That's some damage. Okay, zone. Yeah, no, tempered fate to keep Winged alive, but not enough. And that's another kill for KT. Arrow just doing barely enough damage at the end. Shot barrage doesn't hit the score.
Meanwhile, the eternal Rammus Poppy battle continues. He moved up a lane. Moved up a lane during that fight.
Yeah.
Time for some more Earthquake blades.
Run, Poppy. Always spelled with a Y. That's another Indiana Jones puzzle at the end of that movie. Or Jehovah, rather.
Yeah.
Oh, that was the wrong one. Whoops. Oh, well. So many names.
Well, I mean, KT can do the Baron pretty much whatever they want. This boy would be a little bit slow, but they also wouldn't take any damage with this Rammus tanking it. But instead, they're just going to 4-1 split, I guess, forever. They really should just do Baron.
They want to make Jin Air suffer. Yep. That's the answer.
Well, to their credit, they are making Jin Air suffer, Doa.
Yep.
They just need to bait Baron and continuously force Jin Air to fight, because trying to fight at Baron is not the right place for you if you are this kind of composition that they're running. They would much rather just be set up on a turret, happily sieging away, but if they have to get spread out or actually contest one of those river objectives, unless they can get a lot of poke in first, they will have a really tough time.
You know, and maybe with a Baron buff, KT could effectively push down turrets a little bit better.
Well, they could also just dive. I mean, they're going to dive no matter what. They don't need to push down turrets. They just need to dive and kill the enemy.
Well, they're not doing a very good job yet. Only 7 kills in 30 minutes. Come on. Come on, guys.
Well, they got themselves a sizable gold lead. So what do you want from them, Doa?
More kills. I think that's pretty obvious what I want. I'm surprised you needed to ask that.
All right, you have the TP onto the Lulu. Now is the time to take Dragon and then take Baron.
Yep. So third Dragon going over to KT with no trouble at all. And yeah, then you just start to put all the pressure onto Baron.
And you lose your pink wards there, so you have less pressure on Baron.
But then you put some new pink wards there, so you have more pressure on Baron.
Well, they do have 4 pink wards, fortunately for them.
Yep.
Someday is now
on
a Powerball mission.
Oh, TP. Fly is joining the party here. Wing caught up under turret. There's the hook. Oh, hits a minion. Can't go in. Tempered Fate used. Trace zoning a little bit. Pilot has a good angle to do some damage from the outside, but Someday just so tanky.
Che has actually been really good at saving this game.
Yeah, he has.
For Jin Air. He's had some very clutch defensive Tempered Fates, and I like that he's waiting for the Rammus to come in before using it and just trying to save his own teammates with it. He hasn't used it aggressively at all.
Well, they got a lot of damage done to the mid turret at least. So KT poking here and there.
All right, you have bottom tower pushed in. You have top tower pushed in. You have mid tower 2 pushed in. The time for Baron rather is now, Doa.
I would agree.
There are no wards from Jin Air on that Baron. There's a huge ring of pink wards around it. So they can certainly attempt to take this objective. Good. Someday is getting a Sheen, which means he will be going Iceborne Gauntlet as his last item.
Nice.
Getting a little bit more damage there. It'll be a better split pusher and, of course, more slows. More crowd control.
Sheen, Knight of League of Legends, that is currently the most Sheen watched on television.
That's so true. They won't fire the Sheen yet. They haven't removed it from the game.
Not yet. These are my Krugs. They are my cousins. Long lost cousins. Come to the lane with me, Krug. I'll go home.
Well, he kills his cousins. That's pretty dark.
Yeah.
Is that how they do things in Minnesota, though?
That's how they do things in the Game of Thrones.
Oh, okay.
Right. You know, it's kind of a medieval fantasy world. You know, there's a lot of politicking going on in Summoner's Rift. You know, that Krug probably was next in line for the throne.
The king of the Krugs.
He wants to be the king of the Krugs. I thought that was just Ray Liotta in the Dungeon Siege movie, but no. This Krug could be the next king of the Krug. In that movie, Ray Liotta does actually refer to himself as king of the Krug, too. It's a great movie.
I'm glad I will never know that movie.
It's great in its ultimate badness. It's right up there with The Room, man. Which we have learned. Many people have seen. You didn't think they had, but they have.
I underestimated the power of the internet. What can I say?
These are our people. They
I don't want
share
them,
the similar interests.
I don't want them to be my people. So I reject them. I reject my people.
No, you can't do that. Come back. Back to the flock.
Nope. Not going back. I hate my fans.
They may flock your way then. KT with the most elaborate Baron bait of all time. It's very long, very complicated.
And now they will actually start it. Yay.
All right, it's Baron time, and Trace has no teleport, by the way, so he will not be able to get there.
Well, the
Tempered Fate keeps Baron alive for
they really
the
just
moment.
want to fight this, though.
Yeah, it doesn't. I don't think KT's too worried about going in. Here we go. Powerball time. Gets slowed down by that item from Pilot, but Someday still zoning well. Gets it onto Winged and Shay. There's a kill. Arrow able to fill people with spears. Another one comes in, and they're just going to ignore the turret. Flash him score. Trying to catch him with our boot. Whoa, goodbye. Trace eliminates 2 people from the fight for the moment anyway. Goes in onto Arrow. Arrow could be in a bit of trouble. In fact, he's taking turret damage. How is he going to survive this? Fly takes the turret aggro away. Pilot's still alive, doing some. Takes out Someday. KT, though, still with the big team fight win. They nearly get the ace, and they get enough that a Baron should soon follow.
Arrow, I can't believe he stayed alive over the course of that fight. The Lulu shield was really doing a lot of work. So was the Bloodthirster shield in the end as he hopped underneath that turret. Very nicely done. And they'll be rewarded. Someday here is at 20% HP, but has no problem.
Doesn't matter.
Tanking this Baron.
It's okay.
He's got 400 armor in defensive ball curl form.
No,
defensive ball kill.
You were right, man. Well, here's a little bit of defensive ball kill action.
Well, again here, I mean, they know the Tempered Fate is down, so they're just going to try and dive this. Someday comes in, gets the taunt down onto Winged, and Arrow just pursuing this through. So flashes forward onto Kuzan, everybody going through. This is a great Poppy Hammer. He gets rid of Rumble and the Rammus, the most important part, but Arrow just pops his way around, dodging out, and just barely lives. Fly actually takes the turret aggro as Arrow skirts around the edge. Really well done team fight there by KT.
Yeah. Pilot was able to handle the initial Rammus engage with the Iceborne Gauntlet, but we saw then Someday just turn on to Wing and Shay.
He basically saved himself there. He didn't save anybody
like
else.
A true AD carry. And now KT's starting to run away with this one in a big way. Nice 12,000 gold lead. 406 Rammus. He has Flame Horizon Poppy.
He has indeed.
Yep. Well, good luck killing Rammus. Yeah, and they're just going to take out the mid lane turret. Why not just have Rammus put the pressure on the bottom while you take out all the other inhibitors? I'll start with the mid lane. He's going in. 1v4. They're going to just take out another inhibitor turret, another inhibitor. Not too tough to do.
What a great draft from KT.
Oh, yeah, this has been a little bit slow, but a beautiful game nonetheless.
Well,
KT Rolster going after their 4th dragon now.
I mean, they did everything right. You can't fault them. All they had to do was wait until this Rammus got absolutely unkillable, and then they just engaged with Rammus and Equalizer, and that's it.
Right.
There's nothing Jin can do about that. They have no tools to deal with the Rammus in their back line.
Dead Man's plate picked up for Someday now because he didn't have enough armor yet.
It wasn't going fast enough.
Nope. It's a good item. Good item on the Rammus. Well.
Interesting that we see the rapid fire cannon onto Arrow. I thought he would for sure, because these team fights are likely to be pretty dragged out with the Rammus just trying to disrupt and sitting there face tanking everybody or slowing them down with Iceborne. And so I thought we'd see a more extended team fight itemization from Arrow in the form of the Sterix and the Maw of Malmortius, but he's going for a lot of damage instead, really trusting his frontline to peel for him.
Yeah. It's almost like he's got a front line that's unkillable, and he just doesn't care.
He doesn't care, Della.
I don't think so. KT not too caring about the damage that Jin can do as they go in under this turret. Someday, get in the back lines, and he is tanky. There goes the turret. They're going to come in. Arrow in the front lines, turning back around. Someday pops that ultimate. They're going to go after the third inhibitor now. Someday still looking good health-wise. Arrow being a bit cavalier, and there goes inhibitor number 3. And they can just hang out here if they want to. They've got the super minion waves pushing in already. Tempered Fate up for Che. They do need to worry about that a little bit. But this pressure from KT looks pretty unbeatable. Someday, TP's back in. Here comes the Rammus getting in the back lines. Goes after Wing now. They're going to throw the Fate's Call in onto Trace. Someday, just blocking the rest of the team from doing anything. Ignar got a little bit low. Someday still looking unkillable. There go the Nexus turrets. The Nexus going down. I think it's Operation Kill Someday now. Nope, not going to die. 4-0-6, and KT ties up the series with a Game 2 win. GG. Or should I say, okay.
Wow.
Well,
that was a really clever draft from KT. That was most of the game, actually.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest factor, I would say, in how this game went. They read the Ezreal pick from Jin in Game 1 very well. They saw the Corki first picked, and they had an answer to a poke composition. They didn't try and deny it. They just let him have it, and then came out with the Flex Rumble pick and then the Rammus top, and totally caught them off guard. Who would have expected that?
That was a beautiful thing from KT.
And that's why I like best of threes, Doa, because you can make these kind of adjustments. And also I like best of threes because that game, which was a very specific strategy for a very specific side of the map, does not determine who wins or loses this series.
Exactly.
You get your cheese, and then you have to follow it up with something a little bit more standard if, for example, Jin decides to ban the Rammus.
Well, it's scary to make a Jin worry about running a poke comp. It's one of the things they've been doing all season, so Jin is going to need to think about adapting a little bit in the pick ban for Game 3. It should be really interesting.
Should be.
Yeah.
I don't think that KT will do it on blue side, but we'll see.
We'll find out, guys. Game 3 between Jin and KT right after this.
Strong
Well, welcome back to Champion Spring. And of course, who else are you going to give it to someday? Gets that MVP on Rammus, and man, he destroyed people.
That he did.
It was great. Well, they destroyed themselves on him.
More accurate, I would say. And here he comes, TP again.
Hello.
Turning that ultimate on, and then just barreling into somebody, taunting Winged, and here he is, chasing Winged around the jungle a little bit.
Rammus is going to kill you.
Oh, we don't even get to see the great Poppy ultimate.
Got to go fast. Too fast. Too furious. Yep, there you go. That's great.
Here comes again. Around the side, flash taunt onto Che. Nice to pick up that kill, and then here we go again. Just dealing with Poppy this entire time, zoning out Winged.
Yep, got that ult going for a little bit more damage.
So very nice work there. Just nothing can be done. Just keeps on walking straight into you, diving your turrets, tanking everything with 400 armor.
He's in your base, killing your mans.
You killed all their mans.
Yep. Turrets, what are those?
We like 1v4s right here at the end.
Yeah.
He's going to zone them all into the fountain, and they will all be shooting him at the same time.
Yeah, zoning out the team. This is just what Rammus does. And then killing the Nexus. Yep. Some days like, maybe I'll get to do that again in a few years.
Well, I think Janair will not be running any more triple AD compositions tonight unless they really want to ban out that Rammus.
Well, this really does kind of pose a problem for Janair, doesn't it? I mean, they love running these poke comps, especially these 3 AD poke comps, and now that they know KT has a good way to shut him down, they either have to use a ban on Rammus, which is hilarious, or they have to just like not play that style. So
I think they can. I would ban Rammus instead of Elise if I was them, honestly.
I mean, they're not really slowing down score in the jungle at all by banning Elise, are they?
No, I don't think it's been too much of a factor. So why not just go ahead and drop that ban and ban the weird pocket pick so you're not flustered by it again. So they will be changing up their draft, however.
Lysandra the first
on
ban.
the blue side. So that will be, the Lysandra, they're banning that again after game 1. But they did ban Ryze, Lulu, and Corki on blue side. Now they're changing it up to Lysandra GP, so they're just banning out the champions that Janair had an effect with in the first game of the day.
And are they going to ban out the Alistar? Maybe go for a first pick Alistar.
Also, Corki's still up,
Yeah,
and
that's
Lulu. So there are a lot of options right now, depending on what KT wants to do. They could play the Corki instead.
I would ban the Lulu and go for a first pick Alistar. Or maybe a first pick Kalista. I mean, Arrow wasn't a huge factor in that game. But
Yes,
it's good.
I thought he was
Ban the
great.
rest.
He was the main damage source. And,
Well,
on those turret dives, he played very
Yeah.
well.
But he was doing the damage, but he wasn't the guy making things happen.
That's true. He probably could have done just as well on Lucian or another champion.
I don't think Kalista was really the key to it. Janair thinks differently, though. They're going to ban out that Kalista, so the Alistar first pick, does go over to KT.
They give the Corki over. This is interesting. So Janair lost with Corki. There is no Rammus ban, so I figure that they think that they can give over the Corki, and if they try for some Corki Ezreal shenanigans again, that the Rammus will just be brought right back out. And
That's
with
pretty likely.
the Alistar, they do have the ability to dive even stronger than last game where it was banned by them.
Lulu Corki, so will they actually pick both of their solo laners here? I mean, yeah, Corki can be moved to AD, but interesting.
Probably an AD Corki this game, I would assume. Although, yeah, you're right. Trace actually has played more top Lulu than most.
Top Lulu doesn't have a very good win rate right now in Champions, though. It hasn't been too successful, so maybe it will end up in the mid lane. Who knows? KT's got a lot to think about during this round of the draft.
Yeah, but taking the Rammus into a top Lulu would be really painful for the Rammus. So I like the fact that Janair is taking that Lulu early so they can discourage a possible Rammus pick, and they won't have to show that flex. So we're not, unless something's really strange, we're not going to see a Rammus in this game.
What about like Elise Lucian for this this stage?
Yeah.
There's a Lucian. Oh, maybe grabbing the Poppy for someday too. Okay.
Yeah, I think you just take the Poppy right now because,
All right.
like I said, if there's a possibility that the Lulu is going top. You're not going to try and cheese them again with the Rammus pick, and instead you're going to go for something that's a little bit more conventional and reliable, because the harassment that you would experience with a Rammus and the total lack of wave clear would be really problematic for a top lane Rammus.
It makes sense to leave the Lucian out as well. You don't need it absolutely right now.
And I think that KT is pretty confident that Corki is AD carry. Obviously can't be entirely confident. Especially not if they pick Graves right now with Rek'Sai.
Graves picked up. There's a Trundle support for Che. Probably going to support anyway.
Who knows? They may pick their support last, though. We will see. It could be Jungle Graves, AD Corki, top lane Trundle, and mid lane Lulu. This is actually a good draft from Jin. We don't really know what they're going to do at all.
Could be. Now, we are on 6.2 right now, so I think we're going to see a lot of Kog'Maw later, but...
Yeah, next week, not this week.
Yeah, I mean, Arrow's played a lot of Kog'Maw in the past, but I don't think we're going to see it today. I like the Lucian here.
Yeah, I take the Lucian just so you have some better mid-game presence. And you take Victor.
Well, Victor's fine for flying, but will it actually be this Kog'Maw? Getting some practice in before 6.3.
Wow, that would be really surprising.
Well, prepare to be surprised.
I am surprised. So going for that Kog'Maw that hasn't received those changes to his Q and his W yet.
Yeah.
So actually does have to level his Q up in this build to get that attack speed passive, instead of it just being loaded right onto the Bioarcane Barrage. That is really interesting, actually. This is a champion that we never see on 6.2 ever since that Kog'Maw rework, and he's going to be very static. Now, they do have a big front line for him to peel, but extremely low mobility champion. But I guess they're going to be confident in it, despite the fact that they've got a lot of burst damage in the Graves and Corki that will be easy to land on the Kog'Maw. Now, Arrow's always been a big Kog'Maw player.
Right.
This is going to be tough. Going to be tough in terms of positioning. But again, zone control very good. Every single other champion on his roster has some form of crowd control or zone control.
Whoa, and Jin Air goes with the Rumble. Interesting. All right.
So Rumble top this time.
Yeah.
Deciding that that's going to be a good matchup against the Poppy. Could be, it's Graves top.
Could be. I mean, Trace does play Graves top, so this wouldn't be unprecedented.
So trying to take advantage of the better wave clear from Graves and the range in the Poppy matchup to start pushing. So Jin Air, they're going to take the Lulu Rumble jungle this time, and they're pretty heavy on the magic damage, actually, so Graves is going to have to be pretty huge if he wants to actually help carry in the late game, because they've got three forms of primarily magic damage with Corki, Lulu, and Rumble.
I just kind of wonder how much trouble that Trundle Pillar is going to cause for Arrow on Kog'Maw. He's going to need to be really careful with his positioning, because that pillar has a big range.
Yeah.
You can drop it from a long way away. And if you could slow down his Kog'Maw like that, you are in a lot of trouble.
Also, the Rumble's terrific at dealing with Kog'Maw, especially in his current state where he basically can't move if he wants to actually be outputting damage. So I'm a little bit unsure about this Kog'Maw pick. I think Ezreal was probably the right choice here, but we'll see how experienced Arrow is. No doubt he's been practicing it a lot on the next patch, but that's a pretty big change for Kog'Maw. What abilities he's going to have to level up.
Well, we'll see if it works out. KT versus Jin Air, winner takes all here in game number 3. Let's get in the game and see who takes it. Something. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. KT Rolster winning game 2, giving themselves a chance to take down the Jin Air Green Wings. It's a second place versus fourth place battle in the standings right now, and it's been long games, but last game at least was Pretty entertaining.
I think both the games are pretty good, actually.
You would.
There were a lot of kills in that first game. What do you want, Doa? I know, you don't know. You don't know what you want.
Take those kills.
Be decisive,
Take
Doa.
those kills and put them in a game half that long. I'll be happy.
Well, then you, my friend, should go to the LPL.
In Silver League, where I play already. So I can get those games.
You should go to the LPL. That's what I think.
I don't know.
It's time for you to make a career move to
I don't speak Australian,
sunny Sydney.
I'm terrified of drop bears, though. Get you, you know?
Well, though, unfortunately for you, they're fictional. So.
Oh, good. Just like fan death. That doesn't mean people don't believe in it. If you're curious about what fan death is, just Google it. It's hilarious.
It is rather...
And it's relevant to our scene, isn't it?
It is. It's Korea relevant. Well,
yeah.
KT going to try and lane swap here. They don't want to have Kog'Maw in lane because he will be bullied by this Corki. That's not going to be a very good time for them.
Not a good time for Ignar right off the bat, taking a lot of poke. Che and Pilot. And it's tough for oh boy, it's tough for an Alistar to walk up on a Trundle like that.
It's tough for a Kog'Maw living in a Corki world, you know?
That's true. Poor Kog'Maw. It's not even Christmas. He's got the Rudolph skin. It's odd.
Yeah, it's not Christmas time at all.
No. Remake.
We have 10 months. Come on, Kog'Maw. More than 10 months.
It's closer to last Christmas than the coming Christmas.
You know, he tries to be festive, but he just fails.
You know, sometimes Kog'Maws, leave their Christmas decorations up way too long into the new year. We've seen it before. Obviously, Arrow's just one of those guys.
He was just trapped in the void for too long. He was away in the void on business after Christmas.
Maybe it's just always Christmas in the void.
It makes sense.
Cassidon comes back. He's like, guys, it's great. You get like gingerbread cookies and...
But everybody goes crazy because they have to listen to Christmas carols all the time.
That would make you crazy. Maybe it's just like the Backstreet Boys Christmas special from like the 90s or something, and that would drive someone to a life of pure evil, I'm pretty sure.
Is it evil, or do they just go crazy?
Well, it's sort of like an evil craziness. You're saying they can't be responsible for their actions?
That's right. Really,
I think Cassidon knows exactly what he's doing.
Isn't he not crazy, though?
Well, I don't know.
Like, he went to the void and he came back.
Yeah.
To preach against the dangers of the void, right?
Did he? Or is he just like, the void rocks? One of the two. I don't know which. I haven't read the lore in a while. All I know, he's the void dude. But we don't see him very much anyway these days, so it's okay.
Well, Jin really coming out ahead in this early part. They wanted the standard lanes very badly because the way Trace plays this Graves, as you can see right now, he is going to just TP into the bottom lane with an extra Doran's Blade as soon as he can. He just plays it as a bully lane, and all he does is push into turret and deal damage to turret. We saw him take a turret in one of the first games against SKT at 11 minutes. So he's been very effective in the way that he can take down these early objectives and start to develop a gold lead for his team.
That's very fast for a one-on-one turret.
Yeah, and we've seen him get...
Action on the Pilot, using that attack speed. Pilot takes a lot of damage there. So does Che. Gotta be careful if the jungler's not around to help you. That Kog'Maw could do some damage.
Yeah, nice engage. But we see someday he goes back and picks up a chain vest at the same time. So very well aware of how Graves wants to play this. Trace has to be a little bit defensive right now as jungler isn't anywhere near him.
Flash, and Trace trying to dodge a cocoon. He does. Nicely done by Trace to avoid that CC. Arrow and Ignar, meanwhile, pushing up the top lane turret pretty hard.
Yeah, there wasn't really a shot for a kill right there, but at least they got the flash. But here comes Rumble.
Yeah, that's right. Rumble all over Score. Trace is coming in as well. Score still has that flash. Turns around with the cocoon and burns it finally at the very end. Really tried to save that as long as he could. Trace had his ultimate. He could have blown up Score pretty easily, but Luckily for them, didn't quite have it yet.
Just waiting on that right now. Score still checking. Drops a ward in the brush. Does see that the Krugs are being taken by Winged.
Oh, Wing loses aggro though. And what is Score thinking here? He wants a little Krug. Doesn't get it. Oh well. Not even the little Krug. Goes over to Score. And Fly taking a bit of poke damage from Kuzan in the mid lane. Here comes Ignar and Score. They're going to go after Wing. There's the knock-up. There's a headbutt.
Oh, wow.
Wing
Nice
pushed
flash.
back. Yeah, I guess so.
That was a really good flash. So his flash caused Alistair, who had buffered the ability to punt him into a safe direction.
Yep. Very nice, Alistair, to do that. What a pal.
He's a buddy when you make him do it, you know.
There you go. Well, CS pretty even in the mid lane and more or less across the board, except for that little lead from Trace. But again, that's not surprising to see in this matchup early on. And the big question is, what's finally going to break this? What's finally going to break this stalemate that we're seeing in the early game? Maybe an objective. Last week, Monte Cristo, Papa Smithy and I saw a few fights over the Rift Herald.
Yeah, I know.
How about that?
I saw those games. I was very impressed.
And it wasn't really because of the Rift Herald. It was just because people happened to be there and not have a lot of help.
And needed to fight immediately.
Yeah. Rift Herald just wasn't really part of the equation. He was just hanging out.
Did he get killed at any point in those fights?
I don't think so. I think people just kind of ignored him. Maybe after the fight.
He's hard to ignore with that giant eye on his back.
I know. Always staring at you. It's kind of creepy. Well, Arrow slowed down a little bit. But you can tell Pilot and Jay are playing this lane a little bit.
I mean, it's amazing that KT has
softer.
actually been able to go even in this lane. I mean, who knows how much practice Pilot has against Kog'Maw these days, because people have not been playing him on this patch, so up until very recently on 6.3. And it's been banned out a lot ever since then. But Trace here, he's going for his typical get a couple Doran's Blades and then 4 long swords. Top lane Graves build, just trying to stack up that AD early.
A lot of long swords.
Yeah, making sure he gets his flat damage to scale his abilities off of there before he can wave through that much better.
Frozen getting a bit of damage on the fly. Equalizer dropped on the Score. Are they going to really chase? There's a flash from Che. The pillar goes down, and that's enough for first blood. Going over to Winged. Ignar on the run now, taking some poke from Pilot.
And that's why you don't try and fight in the enemy jungle when your bot lane is chunked out, or your lane rather, it doesn't really matter if it's bot or top lane, is chunked out and underneath the turret, because it's too easy for their support to just collapse on you and make a play. So no control over the top side of the jungle from KT, and they take a bit of a risk and are punished for it.
It's also the strength of that Trundle, too, to be able to come in and flash pillar and just get such a massive slow that can't really be dealt with by Score.
Yeah, Score has to play more defensively. He's in a situation where all of his lanes are getting shoved in, so he needs to play in his own jungle and not stray too far into or past the river. So all of the pressure now going over to Jin Air, although do see Fly there. Has upgraded his Hex Core, so he's going to be in a good place to start pushing back against this Lulu. Matchup should start reversing directions in terms of that minion pressure soon.
That's right. Well, they tried to catch Kuzan. Here comes Score, but no luck. No luck just yet. And Jinair already up to a pretty decent lead at 10 minutes.
Yeah, they made it work. They've managed to get the upper edge on the minions. Look at that turret down there, already below 50% health.
The question is, will any of it matter? Because we know that they're oftentimes pretty far ahead in goal at 15, but they still have long games anyway.
I ask myself that question about life every day, Doa.
Here we go. Does it really even matter? Wow, that's really depressing, Monte Cristo. I mean, I didn't know you cared so much about NALCS results.
Score back in the jungle now, finally does have some support, and using this opportunity when mid laner isn't there to get some deep wards in, much more helpful if you don't want to be giving up first blood.
Yeah, I'd say so. Meanwhile, the Rift Herald is back, heralding himself.
Yeah, absolutely nothing. He heralds the Rift, but you know what's weird about that is heralds usually come before things, but actually the Rift comes before he spawns.
Yep.
So I'm not sure what exactly that means.
Yeah.
Called him Baron Herald.
Well, like a herald would like announce, that a king was showing up pretty soon.
Yeah.
You know, let everybody get ready. It's not like the king shows up and halfway through dinner, some guy bursts in the room and is like, "Hey, the king is coming!" And just oh, sorry,
Exactly. He's the Baron Herald. He's not the Rift Herald. Why is he a herald anyway?
I don't know. Everyone knows the Baron's coming. We don't need him to tell us.
I mean, Reddit just makes up all kinds of. They're like, wait, does this sound fantasy-ish? Better just shove it in the game. I don't actually know the definition of this word, but we're just going to put it right in there.
Put it right in. Well, at least he's not the Herald Ninja. He's got that going for him.
Maybe he should be, Doa.
It's true.
Maybe he should
We could
be.
just call him that. The Herald Ninja. I think Rift Squatter is a better name for him, though. Winged. Wants some roast beef. Oh, but the beef is fighting back. There's a head buff. Jinair coming in. Ignar low, but they're not going to be able to kill him. He's got his ult. He's plenty far back. They do get to clear the ward in the Tri-Brush, though.
He gets to kill his ward. That's far more valuable.
Oh, baby. That's right. So, where did those rockets shoot out of? They don't come out of the Gatling gun. Are they like in Earth's mouth? How did those? Where did they come from? I just don't know.
Manatee ate rockets for breakfast.
Yeah. It's kind of like a Dragon Trainer Tristana concept where you just, like, Corki just, like, squeezes his legs around Earth and, like, makes the rocket shoot out. I don't know.
Giddy up.
Maybe, yeah, he's got spurs. That poor Earth.
Why is Corky feeding him rockets?
I don't know, and then, like, poking him in the side with spurs to make them come out. That's horrible. Riot, does your animal cruelty know no bounds?
I mean, clearly, the cruelty to animals is rampant in this game. People
Yeah.
just go killing things
Look at
for
that.
sports or money.
Poor dragon.
They don't even use the parts of the dragon, dude.
No, they don't use any of it. They just kind of leave it there, and it just dissolves away. As Jinair takes the first dragon.
See? Why would you kill a dragon if you could make dragon scale armor out of that? That's what every
Dude.
RPG has ever taught me.
That's true. I mean, you only get like one scale per dragon. That's what every RPG has also taught me, but eventually you can make something out of it. Rift Herald's just too tough for score, I guess. Trace coming in on the fly. They're going to chase him a little bit. Equalizer goes down. They're trying to zone away from that. Trace takes some damage under the Chaos Storm, but the Wild Growth keeps him well and healthy. Meanwhile, Arrow slowed down. There's Che. Flash from Arrow comes in. The exhaust lands. That's going to be a kill for Jinair. And there's not much that Ignar can do.
They actually burned a TP at the same time, so now Trace will have teleport advantage, and here come the turrets. So that bit of aggression in the mid lane from Trace, also mirrored in the bottom side as soon as they get that advantage and start pushing people away from that mid lane turret. And here's the problem with KT's composition, that low wave clear early from Poppy and from Kog'Maw is really just abused by the Corki and Graves in those respective lanes. I think KT was really banking on getting that lane swap, but it was called by Jinair, and now they're put in a situation that is not going to be particularly helpful to keeping all of their turrets alive. And
Yeah.
they get one down right now. That mid lane is getting very low.
It just doesn't seem like it's going to get any easier for this Kog'Maw either, does it?
Well, Kog'Maw can do a lot of damage. It's just a matter of will he be able to stay in one place long enough to deal with it. Again, we talked about how the zoning from KT's composition is pretty good. I mean, you have the Poppy Hammer, you have Victor Gravity Field, Alistair and Elise with crowd control abilities as well, but like you noted, keeping the Trundle Pillar away from this Kog'Maw is really the problem.
Yeah. We've certainly seen that be the case so far. It's been interesting.
But all things considered, that one death, not really that impactful. And it's a Ginsu's Rage Blade here for some more attack speed onto the Kog'Maw. So he's just going to be trying to stand still and stack up that Rage Blade as fast as he can using his W.
Yep. Well, Trundle Pillar used, but Ignar just headbutts Che right back out of there. Nice little CS lead for Trace up in top lane. Still keeping the pressure on with that Graves.
He's just doing his job, Doa. He has TP advantage. That means Janair has so much more flexibility, and they're just going to zone it off. Nicely done. Beautiful zone there. Look at that.
Yeah, keeping two KT members from even making it back in the mid lane to try for anything.
They just used the Rumble ultimate to go ahead and zone Victor off, and then they put the pillar in the choke so that the other two members of KT can't join, so that makes it for an easy turret kill.
Yep. Not bad at all. And now back to standard lanes. Down in bottom, where things are pretty even, CS-wise anyway. And now it is time for the Rift Squadron to die.
This is your favorite time of the game where he's evicted?
That's right. Get out of there. That's Baron's house.
It's been served as eviction notice.
Yep. Okay. Shay coming down with Pilot, but Score is going for this lane game. Oh, not anymore. Nice rocket from Pilot. Knew something was up. Hadn't seen Score for a little while, so might as well check that brush.
Interesting. The Death's Dance actually taken here by Trace. Usually you would see a Graves going for a Yomu's Ghost Blade first, but
yeah. Well, I guess it gives him a little bit more survivability anyway.
Yeah, it does.
From that top lane.
It's also CDR, very useful on Graves. He just wants to continue pushing. So this is a split push Graves build, in effect. Have a large amount of CDR, so you can keep slamming those waves with your Q, and then you have sustain so that you can't be pushed out of lane. It's interesting. But Poppy with the build that just going now, it will be building into the Ice One Gauntlet now, but not early enough to really deal damage, so Trace is just going to pretty easily out-sustain.
Dragon should be back pretty soon, I think. We'll see if Janair can grab the second one. Here we go. The package has come in on the fly. But he's just going to flash the wall, get away. Valkyrie used by Poppy. Trace coming down. Death Ray does a bit of damage. There's a flash from Trace, and the execute comes in from Graves.
Yeah, forced right into that choke point, so the Q just rebounds right on top of him instantaneously, and now winged with that Rift Herald buff. They're trying to get the poke and trying to take this turret.
Yeah.
He's not going to be split pushing top, at least for the moment.
Now everyone grouping up mid.
I mean, they could push up that wave in the top side.
I feel like this is a little bit more of what we saw in game number 1, too. Well, Someday trying to be a hero, going in there, ults, but doesn't really knock anyone away. Ignar comes in for his own CC. They still kill Poppy. It doesn't really stop anything. Nice equalizer coming down from Winged. That's going to secure that turret. And, yep, ping's going down in the Dragon area, and I think Jin Air's going to go grab their second. But as I was saying before that happened, I feel like we're seeing similar stuff to what we saw in Game 1, where Jin Air's being very aggressive, being decisive in these turret takings, but I want to see them finish decisively too, you know?
Well, they're starting to stack up that dragon, so they may just disappoint you, Doa, and get 5 dragons twice. Yet again, not worrying about your desires whatsoever.
They probably don't.
Very interesting game in terms of many things. Champion selection, itemization, Athene's Unholy Grail, an item that we really don't typically see very much any longer, especially with 6.2. Of course, the changes to the Morellonomicon.
Yeah.
But this time actually going for it. So wanting a bit of that MR to deal with the Victor. And the Kog'Maw, I suppose, who's gone for the Rage Blade.
Yeah, makes sense. The utility of Lulu's build is just going to be pretty vital against this KT team. KT, though, what do they do to start coming back in this one?
Well, it may be too late for that, though. It is an 8,000 gold lead in 20 minutes.
That is an enormous lead at 20 minutes.
Yeah, there might be perfect game this time. They still have yet to get a kill or an assist or a dragon or anything.
It'd be hard to believe. I would be pretty surprised if Jin was able to get a perfect game against KT.
Well, SKT was close last week, only one kill on KT in game number 2, so they haven't had the strongest ends to their series.
Sure.
Jin already with the 4 turrets down, feeling very confident and just moving down now to be with Corki.
And Trace is doing a great job against this Poppy in the top lane. There's just not a lot that Someday can do yet.
There's not going to be much I think this game he can do, fortunately. Graves is pretty darn strong at the moment. And very far ahead in terms of gold with the kill and, of course, all the objectives.
Yep. Wow, look at that.
And give him red buff, too, so he's just all over the place, constantly chipping away at Someday.
Yeah, Jin putting pressure on all 3 lanes right now. They've got the Tier 2 turret down in mid. Trey should get the one in top really soon. And the one in bottom in jeopardy as well. Or he's got it. Yep.
Yeah, what's this Poppy going to do? That Death's Dance. I mean, we combined with the sustain. He had that red buff earlier getting the burn, and if Someday attacks him, the Death's Dance just returning a lot of that damage right away, and then the sustain going right back up. So Trace has really modified his build on this top lane Graves, but it seems like it's really working. Someday just hasn't been able to do anything in terms of trading effectively.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Kuzan actually managing to put a lot of pressure on this inhibitor turret.
Getting what he can.
They're going to be careful about Poppy, though. Someday comes in, yeah, there's a wild growth used right away. Still don't want to tank a 1v1 with Poppy if you're Kuzan right now.
Yeah, Victor was there.
Yeah, that too.
So not really worth it in any sense to try and make a play right there.
Pretty much.
So now we're back to split pushing. I know. But Jin is actually really turning the screws right now on KT by threatening this inhibitor turret in the mid lane.
Well, they really seem like they know how big of a lead they have. You know, they're trying to take as much advantage of it as they can. Being 10,000 gold ahead in 22 minutes, 23 minutes.
Yeah, they're still not the best diving team because they do have that 80 carry in the top lane instead of a tank.
And they're probably still going to wait for that 5th dragon anyway.
Wouldn't you, Doa?
Nope. I would just keep pushing. Pushing until it was over.
For you, because you'd lose.
Nope, I wouldn't.
Yeah, they definitely can have the opportunity here to wait for the 5th dragon. They can't dive turrets very well with this composition because of the sort of lack of a tank outside of this Trundle.
Yeah.
Who has to run at you without really any movement abilities, so it does make it more difficult for him to reach the back line, especially with the enormous amount of peel that KT has. So for them, it should just be a game of patience and perhaps baiting out a Baron.
Seems like that's the plan.
If they keep creating picks, they're going to be in a really good situation.
Yeah, and as we've seen, they don't really need a lot of them. Just one on the Kog'Maw every once in a while, and that's
in 24 minutes, they've accrued a 9,000 gold lead with only 4 kills.
Yeah.
That's coming through their lane domination, but KT, they picked this composition, and sometimes KT does weird stuff in the 3rd game of the series. They get too cocky, and I don't know why Arrow wanted to play Kog'Maw on 6-2.
That is weird.
He's got the Ginsus and the Runan's Hurricane now, so that W is going to be really hurting if he can actually stand in place long enough to deliver it well.
I think that's going to be pretty tough with an Equalizer dropping down on top of you, with Trundle running towards you. I don't think that Arrow's going to be able to do a lot of standing in place.
Even with all that PL, yeah, the generic composition does have a lot of tools to make things quite difficult.
pretty much. Top lane's starting to push a little bit back, although I think it's going to... it's tough to say right now which way that one's going to go. Maybe back towards Janair. Either way, it's their least pushed of the lanes, but Dragon is back again. And so Janair will be able to just simply go for the third. 2 away from a game-ending 5th Dragon for Janair.
And a short 42 minutes. So
Yeah,
coming in under their average game time.
Below average, yeah. Way to go, Janair.
That's a fast Janair game, though.
That's if they can close it out right after they take that 5th Dragon, though. That's the question.
Well, they couldn't do it last time. It took them to 6.
Nope. Nope, they couldn't.
Score here really falling behind in the jungle. That Rumble clear speed is no joke. Yeah, so much AoE with the Flame Spitter and the Runic Echoes.
Well, it's neat to see, and it's something that we'll probably see a lot more of. Jade is tanking that turret forever. Long enough for Janair to nearly kill it.
Yeah, I agree. We will be seeing more of the Jungle Rumble. It's funny because I bet both Winged and Score didn't think that either of the other one of them was ready to play Jungle Rumble tonight, and yet they both seem to have it prepared for this evening.
It's a good old, I've got a secret, I'm not left-handed. The other one's like, I'm not left-handed either. I've got a secret, I can play Jungle Rumble. Guess what? Me too.
Is this them playing with their right hands then?
That's right. They've unleashed their true skill.
All the Graves before was just a joke.
That's right. All the Graves and Idolisa Kindreds. It was all just a lead up to the Jungle Rumble.
It is epic. But the real question is why no one's playing the Rumble in the jungle skin.
It's true.
Because then we could have called it Rumble in the jungle.
Yeah, the Rumble in the jungle pick. That's good. Jeez. Trundle really yells. Oh, here we go. Someday coming back in, coming for the flank, gets the ult, knocks up Pilot. Pilot in a little bit of trouble, re-engaged from Ignar. A lot of damage coming in from that Jungle Rumble. Trundle on the run. Arrow gets low already. There's the exhaust on the fly. He's going to get taken out easily. Meanwhile, Kuzan just dueling with Ignar. We know how this one ends up. Yep, that's right. Lulu, you used to be a support.
There's so little you could do in that situation. Like Poppy able to get behind them and then have a very effective TP. You don't have...
Just tank it.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have the tools to get him off after that. Trace now joining his comrades here on the bottom side to try and take out this inhibitor turret once and for all.
Should have no problem doing that. Shay takes a bit of damage. Oh, nice snipe from Arrow, though, but he may pay for it. In fact, he will. There's a kill for Graves. Trace is caught right into the Kog'Maw. Oh, he lives because of the wild growth. Close call. KT on the run now. Flash. Score going for the execute onto Wing. Sends out the Spider. Spider not going to get there quite in time. Cocoon 1 pixel away from catching Wing and giving him a kill.
Yeah, Winged at the end there, just using his smite on the red buff to get a nice big chunk of HP back to make sure that he wasn't going to die.
Smart moves
on his escape. Does take that home with them. They don't actually get the inhibitor in the end. They are successful in cracking the base. That'll just lead to a hasty retreat.
Yep.
Derek's Gage done for Trace. Or Dominic's Regard also finished, so starting to cut through this armor here from Someday wanting to resume that split push.
I don't think I want Lord Dominic's Regard because it seems like it's a crossbow bolt flying towards you. You see Gage. KT tries to go for the flank. I suppose they had to try something on.
Yeah, Someday gets the flank, but it looks like his ultimate didn't go off right there. And then,
well, it did. It just knocked Pilot straight up.
Then the other knock up there was not Alistair, so it was in fact Pilot. But there was just no follow-up there. Someday didn't have any backup from his friends to actually get a good engage down. No one caught up, and that's the thing about KT's composition is that they really have to make sure they're all there because the setup has to be there for Kog'Maw to deal damage. Because if Kog'Maw starts dealing damage too early, he's just a sitting duck. And if your team's not there, you really can't do much, of course, either. But you need that setup. You need the zones already defined before you really start hammering down on people with Kog'Maw with that Bioarcane Barrage.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, hi. Trace has decided to kill your inhibitor. We'll see if he can do it against Fly.
I mean, Graves is really slow at this.
Yeah, looks like he's not going to try it. Meanwhile, the fight by the Baron bit is happening. They're going to grab the blue buff. And Jinair's going to keep chasing here. Oh, Wing may come over the wall. Nope. Thinking about it. Didn't have his flash. Could have dropped his equalizer, but they decided against it.
Yeah, not enough follow-up right now. Trace is still tangling with Fly here in the bottom lane.
Well, Trace, even though he doesn't have his teleport, can kind of keep Fly wrapped up while his team does Baron, potentially. And keeping Victor out of that Baron fight is very, very good for Jinair. Uh-oh, Traceso might be in trouble. Forced to duel someday coming in. Doesn't take too much damage from the Chaos Storm. He's just going to go for the inhibitor. Someday trying to keep him away. And meanwhile, I don't know what's going on, but Jinair not going for that Baron. Someday chasing Trace all the way back. Look at that. There's a knockup finally. Meanwhile, Kuzan gets the kill on the score, and Jinair's going to finally go for this Baron, which I thought they were kind of trying to do earlier, but looks like KT tried to stop them. TP coming in now for Fly. And it was canceled as Jinair turns around. Ignar takes a lot of damage. Equalizer drop. There's the exhaust. They catch Arrow. And now it's time for the Baron.
Yeah, finally getting that kill, but Pilot with that burst damage, they played it out right. We saw that Trace was very busy distracting members of KT at home. That sowed the seeds of confusion. And they get vision control over the Baron and start to do it. They turn at the right time too. Don't overcommit. There it is. First Baron of the game over to the Jinair Green Wings.
Yeah. Let's watch that one again. Just a good catch on the score, it looks like. Yep.
Nice job baiting it out.
Nowhere to repel to.
Was destroyed immediately.
Yep. Pretty much. So, Jinair, powered up by the Baron. They're going to go for their fourth dragon, of course. First things first, Monte Cristo. You got to get that dragon.
Make sure you can lock up all those objectives, Noah.
That's right. Not going to be a perfect game. They lost a couple people, but it's going to be near perfect if KT can't take any turrets at all, which it doesn't look like they're going to.
Well, that's what happens when you put too many eggs in the lane swap basket.
I suppose.
It's very easy to fall behind early and find yourself in a situation where you just can't get the global gold and you just can't get the pressure. You need to mount a comeback that's already this far gone, nearly 15,000 gold.
But will Jinair close out before 40 minutes, even with a gold lead like this? That's the question. They could. They could do it. KT with maybe one last desperate team fight. Trace and Someday are fighting a bit in the mid lane right now.
Yeah, if Jinair wins this too, this is a major affirmation of them. It means that...
Oh, Someday coming in from the side. There's a double knock-up. Equalizer dropped right away to try to split up the team. Jinair backs off, turns around, pretty methodical. Ignar with that ult, pretty tanky. Trace coming from the side now. Wing flashes away. He's low, but it looks like Jinair is doing just fine as they push into the base of KT. Score goes down. Trace there, winged. Able to run his way back or fly his way back, however you want to talk about it, with Rumble.
KT may have lost score, but they certainly won that, taking out the inhibitor, now continuing to siege.
Yep. Sure, Jinair are the ones keeping score this game, and it's looking like a 2-1 victory. As they go in, on to Someday, no ult there. Fly trying to just do as much damage as he can on this Victor. And Arrow just has not had a position to really make this Kog'Maw work this game.
No, and that's not really that surprising. Again,
No.
it's the problem with Kog'Maw right now is that attack speed is on his Q, the passive attack speed, so he just doesn't get as much out of it. You can see he can attack very fast at the moment, but when you fall super behind in the early game as a result of this pick, and you can't lane very well, and you don't have that wave clear, this is kind of what happens.
Watch that fight again. Someday had a pretty good ult. Three people.
Plus, one of them ended up in face call, but Jay just gets ulted and then pops the ult to his own to become giant super troll.
Yep. Well, you notice right after that Poppy ult finish too, Kuzan and Pilot just immediately flashed out of the fight and then re-engaged. So, just pretty calm, well done team fighting for Jinair, it seems like.
Yeah, much better than their team fighting in game number one, but I do also think it's a bit easier for them now.
Seems that way. I mean, for most of that fight, Arrow just danced around the outskirts, dropping his ult on people, which doesn't do a lot of damage.
Also, there's the fact that Kuzan's playing Lulu this time rather than Lissandra. Lissandra is a champion that takes a lot of skill to play in team fights.
Right. And now for the final inhibitor. Trace flanking a little bit. No more Baron buff for Jin Air, but they do have the pressure from the super minion waves. In mid and bottom lane, Fly a little bit caught, takes some serious damage.
Methodically moving up here. They have the 2 inhibitors down, so no need to rush anything right now. Get the wards in and play as patiently as you can. If you have to go for another dragon in 3 minutes, you always have that opportunity. But until then, just keep on sieging.
Yep, why not? And Trace's positioning as well is giving the bottom lane a chance to really push up. Only someday going down to defend that, and that's going to be the Q, I think, for Jin Air to come in. Whoa, Fly caught. There's the equalizer. Exhaust goes down. There goes Fly. Ignar tries to make a play by jumping the back line. It's a nice headbutt on the pilot, but there's no one there to follow up on it. Scorn someday on the run, and with both carries dead, I think this is looking like the game right here for Jin Air.
That
Only
is.
Someday, Arrow and Score left. I guess Arrow's kind of a carry, but you can see that Kog'Maw not working out at all for KT this game. And Jin Air, well-played series, and they will take this one 2-1. There goes the Nexus. GG.
And that game for Jin Air was how KT wanted to win the first game of the series, with just winning lanes and better pressure.
Right.
Abusing the lack of wave clear, but they never got rolling because Kuzan went off in the mid lane on Lissandra. That was very methodical from Jin Air that game. Much better closure than we typically see.
Yep.
And they're able just to translate a wave clear and laning advantage straight into a win. They call the lane swap, and everything just goes their way.
Yeah. And troubling result for KT Rolster. One wonders, where they're going to fit in now in the Korean scene. Certainly, I would say probably a playoff-bound team, but top 3, not so sure anymore. I would say pretty much definitively no.
Well, I mean, now we can have real conversations about Jin Air. They lost to Longshu in their first game of the season, but since then they've taken out KT and SKT.
Yeah.
So they've been impressive, and they've kind of gotten over the toughest parts of their season now, and they've come out with a couple good victories. So Jin Air looking pretty solid. Still the concern of playing to the level of their opponent a little bit, but I think KT, now man, I love that draft in game 2, but that Kog'Maw in that last game, a little bit of a head scratcher. We've seen them play Lucian in particular so well. They could have had a very standard composition with a Lucian instead of the Kog'Maw, and that lane would have gone a lot better for them, most likely.
That's right. When we come back, guys, don't go anywhere. Samsung versus CJ here on OGN Champions Spring. Should be an interesting best of 3 as well, and we'll be doing that one right after this.
Coming up next, Samsung. CJ Entis. Lotte Kokalkon, League of Legends, Champions Korea Spring 2016, Round 1.
단프닝 공개로 더욱더 급상승한 인지도, 넘쳐나는 댓글 때문에 너무나 행복합니다. 안녕하세요. 롤챔스의 발전을 도모하는 건강한 비판 방송 롤챔스의 암행어사, 롤챔스의 파수꾼 위클리 LCK 당군입니다. 반갑습니다. 역시 방송이 잘 나가니까 벌써 대우가 달라졌습니다. 여러분들 이런 소파도 생기고요. 스튜디오가 굉장히 좋아요. 하지만 역시 사람은 잘해주면 더한다고 드디어 높으신 분들의 공격이 들어오기 시작했습니다. 오지엔 e스포츠 팀장님이신가요? 그분이 제 조은정 아나운서 인터뷰하는 거 보고 판 깔아줬더니 이렇게 재미없게 하냐고. 사실입니까? 진짜 이렇게 재미없다고 하셨어요? 여보세요?
여보세요?
예, 안녕하세요. 피디님, 안녕하세요.
누구세요?
예, 여기 위클리 LCK 당군입니다.
예, 안녕하세요.
예, 반갑습니다. 예, 이제 건너 들었는데, 그 위클리 LCK 조은정 아나운서 인터뷰가 재미가 없었다, 이렇게 마음에 안 들어 하셨다고 하는데, 사실입니까?
그렇게 재밌었어.
그렇게 재미없었다고요?
너무 몸살이는 것 같아.
제가 너무 몸살인다고요? 좀 더 질러볼까요?
지점아.
네?
LCK 지점아.
LCK 찢어놓으라고요? 저기요, 팀장님. 본인이 하시는 거 아니세요?
그래야 저희도 더 PD들 같이 열심히 작품해서 더 열심히 만들 거 아니에요.
자극받으라고 더 열심히 해라. 그럼 저 앞으로 좀 믿고 좀 더 과감하게 가도 되겠습니까?
네, 그래요.
알겠습니다. 팀장님 의외로 좀 화끈하시네요. 그러면 새해가 됐는데 덕담 한마디 해주세요.
새해 복 많이 받으시고,
네네.
위클리 LCK가 좀 더 발전할 수 있도록
네네.
지원하겠습니다.
알겠습니다. 아무튼 늦은 시간에 너무 감사합니다.
네, 고생 많으세요.
예, 감사합니다. 엄청 재밌을 줄 알았는데, 예, 팀장님도 뭐 되게 재미있는 분은 아니시네요. 제가 계속 유도를 하는데도 말 되게 못하시네요. 말 더듬으시고, 말도 조리 있게 못하시고, 평생 팀장이나 하세요. 예, 팀장님 하세요. 제가 보기에는 방송 치료 같은 거 하지 마시고, 팀장님으로 머무시길 바라겠습니다. 지난 스베누와 롱주의 경기에서 롱주를 쥐락펴락하던 플로리스의 리신, 결국 마지막 한타에서 임로를 실현했는데요. 갑자기 이즈리얼이 어디서 나타났나 깜짝 놀라신 분들 많으실 거예요. 이런 거 슬로우로 봐야 됩니다. 자, 이제 리신이 음파로 딱 달라붙어서 전멸, 바로 발차기 꽝! 정확한 배달. 역시 배달의 민족 아니겠습니까? 예, 이게 됩니다. 이거야말로 승리보다 기억되는 플로리스의 슈퍼 플레이 아니겠습니까, 여러분들? 이렇게만 하면 또 최종적으로 승리한 우리 롱주 팬들이 굉장히 서운할 거예요. 정정합니다. 1세트만 이긴 스베누의 승리보다 기억되는 플로리스 선수 리신 슈퍼. 이게 뭐야? 개판이 이렇게 길어. 정말. 얼마나 보기 좋습니까, 그래도. 지난번 뱅의 슈퍼플레이도 1세트만 이긴 SKT의 승리라고 해줬으면 오해는 없었을 거예요. 자, 지난주 토요일 엄청난 빅매치가 열렸습니다. 바로 조은정과의 인터뷰를 사수하라! 페이커 아플라의 공식 미드빵! 일명 조은정 더비였습니다.
은정이 누나 오늘 뭐라고? 이겨야겠다.
하지만 진짜 조은정 아나운서와 플라이 선수의 악수에 자극을 받은 걸까요? 페이커 선수 분노의 솔킬, 빈틈없는 무빙과 화려한 스킬샷. 이건 뭐 페이커 매드 무비 찍는 줄 알았습니다. 이쯤이면 MVP 확신하는 거 아닙니까? 그런데 이게 뭡니까? 듀크가 갑자기 솔킬을 내더니 뱅기의 쿼드라킥에 듀크의 화약통으로 재뿌려서 페이커 공로가 다 묻혀버리고 말았습니다. 이렇게 조은정 더비는 듀크가 최종적으로 승리하는 경기로 허무하게 막을 내리고 말았습니다. 자, 위클리 LCK 지난주 이슈는 이게 모두 끝이에요. 사실 지난주에 롤챔스를 2번밖에 안 해서 말할 거리가 그렇게 많지는 않습니다. 이번 주에 제발 빅잼 꿀잼 비판거리 버그 리포트라도 쏟아지기를 바라도록 하겠습니다. 이제 곧 롤챔스 오프닝이 이어지겠죠? 저 때문에 그 멋있던 오프닝이 다 저로 보인다는 댓글이 너무 많이 있습니다. 여러분들 제가 그만큼 임팩트 있고 잘생겼다는 거예요. 다 노린 겁니다. 롤챔스 보면서 늘 자나깨나 제 생각 많이 하시고 저는 다음 시간에 다시 만나도록 하겠습니다. 다음에 또 만나요.
Welcome to your life. the world.
And welcome back to Champion Spring. Looks like Winged gets the MVP for our third game between Jin, Air, and KT. And well played Rumble it was.
This is really the annoying combo that Jin Air had alongside their winning lanes. I mean, the pillar and the equalizer were used so well just to zone KT entirely off of these turrets and make it easy for these objectives to take. There's basically nothing KT can do to contest these objectives.
Yep. Again and again. And this was the worry, right? That you'd have that trundle pillar slowing you down. You'd have the equalizer doing a great job like it did there of splitting up the team fight completely. I mean, Arrow and Fly were more or less just kind of zoned out the whole time there. And there's the pillar going down. And yeah, very well fought by Jin Air. And I believe they even did it in less than 42 minutes. Wow.
They did.
Wow, man. 43 minutes, right?
43 minutes.
Yeah. It's amazing. I mean, game number one makes up for it, right? I mean, they're still going to have a ridiculous average. But they are maybe going to... No, they're not going to bring it down. I don't know. It's going to be long forever, guys. So that leads us into our MVP interview with our victorious Jin Air Green Wings players. And George will be doing some translating for us today. And take it away.
All right, hello Champions fans, this is George. So today's matchup between KT and Jin Air. Jin Air was able to win KT 2-1, and today's MVPs are Kuzen and Winged. Yep, Jin Air is second place now. First of all, for Kuzen, it is your sixth victory. How do you feel? I'm very nervous, so I'm just gonna stutter. It feels good to be in the second place. He's very nervous. With Lissandra in the first set. I know you have 100% winning rate with Lissandra in League of Champions. Is there a reason? Yes, I only play Lissandra in the mid lane. And I know Trace likes to play her too. And I think our whole team likes to play her. So you're in the ban pick, you picked her. Was it planned? I was very confident. Once I pick it, we'll be able to win it, he said. In the early games, you guys were leading, but you guys had your hard time. How did you feel about when you guys weren't able to get the Baron fight? I made a lot of mistakes. Because when we play long games, I can't play her very well. Why do you think is that? Why is that? Because in the early games I really concentrate, but it's really hard to just focus on the game once the game is very long. Is there a way to get your focus back? No, there's no particular method that I use. I know you have 400 MVP points. How do you feel? I know Trace has 700 points. So the MVP points doesn't really matter for me. I know Jin Air is a very strong became a strong team this season. Is there a reason? I know our coaching staffs are really good with ban picks. Pick and ban picks. Or pick ban picks. Do you have any, are you greedy for, becoming one of the star players of your team? Maybe in the second round.
MVP 확정됐을 때 팬분들의 환호성이 대단했어요.
I know fans were cheering a lot
한마디 해주시죠.
once you got the MVP. Thank you for all the fans that cheers for me and our team. Please love me more.
오늘 떨린다고 하면서도 인터뷰 굉장히 잘했죠. 큰 박수 보내주시기 바랍니다.
Alright, round of applause for Suzanne.
자, 이제 윙드 선수 만나보겠습니다.
Next to be Winged.
안녕하세요. 윙드 선수 인터뷰 처음이죠. 지금 기분이
This is your first
어떤가요?
interview, right? How do you feel?
좀 뭐라 해야 되지? 시즌 처음 돌아와서 인터뷰 하는 건데 이제
I know it is my first interview coming back this season, and I'm really nervous.
근데 오늘 사실 KT랑의 상대 전적이 좀 안 좋았기 때문에 걱정도 했을 것
I know you
같아요.
were probably worried because you guys don't play very well against KT.
KT를 만나면 좀 많이 지고
I know we lost a lot against KT last season,
나와서 또 많이 졌는데
and when I played also we lost a lot. I think we lost all of it.
하는 기간이어서
I think we weren't prepared well last season,
좋은 성적을 못 보여드렸지만 오늘은
but today
잘 준비했거든요.
I think I was well prepared. We were all well prepared
이번
too.
시즌에 진에어가 좀 실력이 좋아졌다는 거를 오늘 경기에 있어서
I know Jin-Air has become a very good team.
그동안 이제 연습
this season.
1등 공신이 스틸과 또 강타의 규제 윙드 선수가 아닐까 하는 생각이
I think Winged, you are one of the focus or the main members of the, becoming a good member or good team as Jin-Air.
근데 SKT전은 좀 많이 아쉬웠거든요.
I know again when we played against SKT, I thought I was gonna get the MVP. So,
이제 지금 계속 저희가 계속 이기고
but
그래서
I'm
점점 하면서 욕심은 좀 많이 줄어든 것 같아요.
but as I play more, I don't have much of a greed for getting MVP.
선수가 하는 거를 보고 자극을 받아서 픽한 건가요?
Did you pick Rumble because the second set score played
그래서
Rumble?
세트 때
I actually practiced it a lot,
했는데
so I picked it.
제가 좀 많이 못해서 팀원들한테 많이 미안했거든요.
I was really sorry because when I played Graves on the second set, I didn't play well.
할 수 있었던 거죠.
네, 그쵸.
You practiced a lot with Rumble, right? Yes.
진에어가 첫 용을 가져가면 승리할 확률이 83.3%.
I know once Jin-Air takes the first dragon, your winning rate is about 83.3%.
치중을 많이 하는 특별한 이유라도 있나요?
Is there a reason why you guys focus on taking the first dragon?
한타 이제 한타 페이지에서 좀 강력한 그런
Because when our comp is focused mainly on the team fights.
위치가 오브젝트
So, and usually team fights occur in front of objects. So,
나 다운에서 더 많이 싸우려고 하는
and we always try to, take the team fight in front of objects.
하게 되는 거군요. 기존에 체이소 선수가 있을 때와
I know.
없었을 때 좀 부담감이 크다고
Do you have more
했는데
pressure that you don't have Chasers doesn't play for your team anymore?
잘된 것 같아요 이제는.
Now it feels like I'm more prepared. I know Chaser was one of our main members.
확실히 주전으로 자 좋은 모습 보여주고 있는 것 같아요.
I feel like I'm playing very well as a starting role.
다음 경기가 현존 최강팀이죠. 락스와의
Next game,
경기입니다.
you guys play against Rocks, who is the best team in the league. How do you feel?
몇 명이랑 좀 친분이 있는데
I am actually close with a couple of the Rocks Tigers members,
제가 깨주겠다.
and I just told them, we're just gonna beat you.
네, 그래도 저희도 꼭 이제 전승팀이고 잘하는 팀이라 강팀이라서 꼭 이기고 싶어요.
I really wanna win against them because they're undefeated and they're a really good team.
멋지게 뽑아
Please say something to the Rocks Tigers then.
나 보고 있지.
Hey, you guys are watching this, right?
연습 안 깨지려면 열심히 준비.
If you don't wanna, if you wanna keep your undefeated score, you better practice more. All right, that was MVP interviews for both. Take it away, guys.
All right, thank you for the translating, George. And so, there you have it. If you want to keep your winning score, you better practice more. There you go. A nice rhyme, straight from the lips of the one and only Winged, Jin-Air.
The new rap god, apparently.
That's right.
He can even rap in translation. That's
Yep.
impressive, actually.
He's not afraid to rumble in the jungle.
That's right.
Yeah.
That would be impressive if somebody could rap in translation, knowing which words were going to be translated and then rhyme them.
You'd have to kind of coordinate that
Yeah.
with the translator. I think it'd be kind of tough, but we'll work on it. Maybe we'll get Chober back here. He was the resident OGN rap god, so
He's more
maybe.
of a beatbox god than a rap god, right?
I heard he had pretty good flow though.
Oh.
Didn't you hear about his flow?
I did not. I don't know about the flow.
The Cho flow? Now you know, bro. Well, on that note, it's time to move on to our second best of three of the night. It's a very serious best of three, too. It is Samsung versus CJ. There is Samsung.
It's a best of three, also not a best of 32, just so you guys were not confused about his little intro there.
A serious best of 3-2. Well, no, I don't say 32-3-2 though. Who does that?
Rappers.
Oh, okay.
They're trying to make a rhyme.
The big 3-2. Yep, with Samsung and you.
That's how old you are, right?
Yeah, for a little while. Yeah. Nothing wrong with that.
Doa's got the big 3-2 on lockdown.
I've got the gaming reflexes of a Hearthstone pro. Oh yeah. Well, there's CJ, and things have been looking a little bit up lately. Oh, I'm sorry. There's see, I got thrown off by Ambition. There's Samsung. Ambition Y.
Ah, the old Ambition switcheroo.
I know. The old roster switcheroo got me again. Oh, Ambition. Well, here's the team he used to be on over on the other side of the arena. There is CJ Entis, a combination of Entertain and Us. And we'll see if they do just that.
CJ's been a really weird team this season. They're coming off their 2-1 win over Africa. And surprisingly, Kramer has been the star of this team coming back from the LMS. He's actually third in damage per minute at 634. But the most interesting statistic is he is number one out of all players in Korea in percent of damage of his team. He deals 35% of his team's damage. To put that in perspective, that's nearly 4% more than any other player. So when they win because of Kramer. They play him with blue build. Ezreal, they play him on these late game carries. And they're very, very reliant on Madlife, who is number one in starters in terms of kill participation at 81.6%. So they make plays around Madlife, and Kramer does all the damage. And that is how CJ wins games. That is the only way they win games.
Pretty much. And let's take a look at some of the stats. It's a 6th versus 7th place matchup right now. And there's Samsung's results so far, 4 wins, including one against Jin Air, interestingly enough.
Yeah, they've had some impressive wins coming right off that Jin Air win. They've also beat Longshu. And sure, they have 3 losses, but look at who those 3 losses were to. KT, SKT, and the Rocks Tigers. So they've beaten a couple of teams like Longshu that were competitive matches, and now they're going into the easier part of the round robin.
Absolutely, and I think you could say CJ would quite possibly be an easier opponent for Samsung. Wins for CJ over not the greatest teams in the league.
Yeah, we are going to see Stitch play tonight, our only pentakiller of the season.
Yeah. So far.
And of course, Crowd will be there in the mid lane, and we'll have to see how they do. Interestingly enough, we'll take a look at Kramer and Madlife, and yeah, these are some of the statistics I was pointing to. Also, Kramer is first in kill contribution as an AD carry, and Madlife is first overall out of everyone in the league except for Scout, who's played like 1 game.
Yeah, so that we would not count. But I mean, these guys are really the glue that keeps CJ together. Without Kramer and Madlife, they would not win a single game.
Which is exciting, because when we think about CJ Entis, sure, they have Ghost coming up as a new AD carry player, but honestly, Kramer's been playing so well that we may not even see Ghost. And of course, Madlife has been having an outstanding season on a team that is 50% in best of 3s, but 3 below 50% when it comes to games.
Yeah.
And now they've got Daydream back. They're going to have VDD in early March for the start of the second round robin. And that is going to add up to a possible, honestly, playoff run for CJ. They've made it over. They've made it at 50% through the toughest part of the season so far. If they could come out at 4-5 or even 5-4 heading into the second round robin, they may be a very powerful team come playoff time in April.
Well, they're definitely a team to watch. That's for sure. Samsung, though, wants us to focus on them. Let's go into picks and bans for Samsung versus CJ. Bard is going to be the first ban. A Bard ban against Madlife. Well, Madlife has been making incredible plays this season. Honestly, I think this is one of Madlife's best seasons in terms of just purely what he's been doing for his team.
Yeah,
it's
really,
been really impressive.
Really hard carrying, especially when he doesn't really have a very good jungler in bubbling. The fact that he's able to get all of these plays is very impressive. So interesting that they banned Bard. We'll see what kind of composition they want to go for here. Samsung Probably will first pick Alistair, you would think, because otherwise they're just giving it to Mad Life, and that's been his most dominant champion this season.
You know, why would you ban only one of Mad Life's support picks? I mean, obviously they're just worried about the Bard in particular, but I think he's just as deadly on the Thresh as well.
Well, we've seen people try and ban Alistair and Thresh against him in the past, and he does just pick the Bard. So
yeah,
he's got these picks that he will go for. They don't have to take the Thresh. There's no priority on that right now, but I assume that is what we are going to see.
I suppose there's an outside chance it could end up being a Braum, but probably the Thresh. We'll see. Lucian Graves seems reasonable. Some strong picks still available. Poppy, Lissandra.
Yeah, Untora is still having some champion pool issues. He's looked most impressive on Maokai, which is a little bit of a weird pick in this meta. But it's been all about that bottom lane. The way CJ plays is everybody teleports into the bottom lane with Twisted Fate or a mid TP champion, and then they get kills onto Kramer, and they snowball the game off of that.
And it may just be this Lucian Graves duo. Yep, it will. All right.
It's pretty standard here, putting the emphasis on Kramer once again, getting him on a lane dominant pick.
Yeah.
Something that can deal a lot of damage in the late game, ensuring that he will get an advantage right off the bat.
Now, if Samsung takes a Nidalee for Ambition rather than something like an Elise, doesn't that kind of betray a bit of a poke comp with a Fiora split push here?
Yeah, could be. Of course,
all right.
We could see that Siege coming through. The Ezreal is still available. One of the interesting things about Samsung is they've had a really lackluster early game, but their late game is actually very good. So I think that's one of the reasons why against Jin Air stylistically didn't have the best matchup, because in the current meta in the late game, when Samsung plays that well late, they can just take a team fight and win it late off of death timers. So Jin Air, a team that doesn't have as well coordinated team fighting as Samsung does, comes into some of those issues. So we'll see. CJ doesn't have the strongest early game either.
Not exactly. They usually rely on Mad Life to kind of go around saving people more than anything.
Yeah, Nar pick here makes sense. I mean, CJ doesn't have a lot of strategic versatility right now. It's basically just set up Kramer and hope they win the game. So
right. Nar Thresh, saving that mid pick until last.
Interesting that Sky is held off on the pick this long. He's been a pretty big weak point on CJ. Had mixed results with the Twisted Fate, which was banned this game, and otherwise kind of gone for Victor. But Samsung could just take the Victor here, which has been a huge pick for them.
That could be Tristana Victor, I suppose.
Yeah, Samsung, a team that really likes to take the Tristana. They just take the LeBlanc as an all-purpose mid lane pick there without a whole lot of downside. But I think going for the Victor and the wave clear would be a stronger choice.
We've seen in the past that teams that lack wave clear tend to end up hurting quite a bit.
Yeah, they have Nidalee Spears. They have the Tristana explosive shot too, so they're not entirely devoid of wave clear. But I think picking Victor here would be strong, but they are just going to go with LeBlanc instead.
Yep, along with that Tristana presumably. Yep, there it is, locked in. All right, so final pick comes down to CJ. Who are they going to put Fly on? Does picking the LeBlanc make them a little bit more wary about grabbing the Victor for themselves?
No, it shouldn't. I mean, if LeBlanc tries to stay too close to you, you just put down your gravity field. She can't land her chain, so...
Yeah, or just put it down where her distortion would go back to, I suppose. Victor would be the logical choice here.
Plus, when she comes in, you can just Q her and then get the shield off. So
yeah.
I don't really understand the non-Victor pick for Samsung. It seems to me that you'd be able to push all three lanes quite effectively with Tristana, Victor, and Fiora in the mid-game, but it's not going to be the way forward. And instead, they give Sky a pick that he's quite comfortable on, actually.
And Lissandra falling all the way through picks and bans here in game number 1.
Which is extra surprising because it's Samsung and because Kuve is such a good Lissandra player.
Yeah.
And we've seen him really command late-game team fights on that champion. But instead, they're just going to pick up the Fiora. So we'll see what Kuve can do with that pickup. CJ picking an extremely standard composition these days.
Yeah. Well, I think that's good for them, though, you know? Pick a standard composition, focus on just getting Kramer ahead, Mad Life making plays, saving people with that lantern.
Yeah, excellent late game team fighting too. So they'll have a lot of opportunities in the late game to set up with a big wombo combo. Samsung is going to have to be much more pick oriented. They've got to get some kills early or get the Fiora rolling and just wave clear late, which is why I'm surprised about the lack of the Victor, because now I feel like they have to make plays with Nidalee and LeBlanc early. They have to get these roams in. They have to get these turret dives in so that they can really be efficient. And instead of just taking the Victor and playing for the long game in a 4-1 split, wave clear is harder now because Tristana will need some auto attacks in there, and if she gets zoned off the turret, simply not going to get that. And that's zoning off the turret is something that champions like Gnar and Victor can do.
Well, we will see what happens. Both of these teams, Samsung and CJ, looking to set up a possible playoff run in the second round of Champions Spring. And right now, this match, my money's on Samsung, but we've seen stranger things, so who knows?
That we have. We have seen stranger things, but I'm intrigued by this. Samsung needs to have a stronger early game than usual.
We'll see if they can do it. Game number 1, CJ versus Samsung. Let's get in the game. All right, welcome to Summoner's Rift. Samsung taking on CJ Entus. CJ fans always loud, always here. It's a organization in Korea with quite the history. A lot of good finishes. Not a lot of championships, though.
They got 2.
Yeah. It's been a while, though, hasn't it?
And never actually gotten by CJ. Just Blaze and Frost before pre-CJ times.
Yeah. No championship wins for CJ yet. And probably not going to be this season either.
We'll see. BDD is so damn good, Doa, that I think you're probably right, but considering we have a big roster shakeup coming for CJ, where they're going to be changing 2, if not 3 players, see how well their synergy develops. No doubt that all of these guys are currently scrimming together, and I have no idea how they're doing in the scrim environment.
Should be interesting. Well, looks like the lane swap is going to be executed by both teams.
That should be advantageous for CJ. Carry on. Now we got Lucian Thresh combo, and then, of course, having the range advantage over Fiora, at least early, might be able to slow the Fiora down just a little bit.
That Tristana skin, man. That is disturbing.
Squeezing her dragon.
Yeah. That's a living creature. It's not a pair of bagpipes or something. What do you call bagpipes? You call it a pair of bagpipes? Just a bagpipes?
A bagpipe?
It's not bagpipes.
I think you call it a bag of pipes.
Bagpipes. A bag o' pipes. I don't know. I mean, it's a very descriptive name of what it actually is, but we're seeing the pretty typical Thresh zoning that we see in these lanes.
Yeah, really level 2.
Yep.
Mess with that. Actually, Wraith gets hooked right there. That's not good.
Oh, that's a lot of damage on the Wraith. They pop the Ignite, too.
They're really just trying to bully him out of lane early.
Yeah, well, they do a good job of that. That's going to make it even tougher for Stitch and Wraith to get any sort of strong start already. So limited 2 CS.
This guy's already taken a lot of damage in this lane and not done much in return, so nice early trading here from Crown. We didn't get to see that, but he's really having a lot of success using his W to harass.
I guess so.
There we go.
There's some more return damage. Oh, wow. Wow, the flash, and Crown goes in, gets the first blood. The Ignite did the job.
Wow.
That is a tough 1v1 to lose, man, at just 3 minutes into the game. Ouch.
Well, that's exactly what they need to do, though. I mean, Crown blind picked this matchup and was so confident he gets the solo kill. I was a little bit worried there when I saw Sky just, like, trading so poorly early. But now, man, that is huge.
Man, you almost never see a 1v1 duel like that so early in the game in League of Legends right now.
Yeah, 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And have that turn into a win. Oh, very rare. Sky must have. We didn't get to see why he got out traded so badly, but something certainly went wrong there, and Crowd takes that opportunity for the all-in with the Ignite. And this is perfect for them because, as we were discussing, Samsung's plan here, they have to get rolling with this Nidalee and this LeBlanc early. The Alistair and the Tristana, too, they've got an excellent composition for dives in the laning phase if they can get some roaming done. But if they can't work with that, CJ's composition is just going to be brutal in late-game team fights. So Snowball has to start early for Samsung if they want to actually make use of this LeBlanc in Italy.
Right. Here comes Bubbling. Going to try to make a play up in top lane. Wraith and Stitch are pushed pretty far forward, but there is a ward there, so he should know when he steps in the lane. Or in the river, anyway.
He knows there's a ward there, too, though.
He should. Doesn't matter. Going in anyway. Mad Life bringing in Wraith. And they still do have the summoners up. Let's see if they can get a couple. There's the flash from Wraith. Oh, Hook just barely misses Stitch. So they get one summoner at least.
A nice little win, to be sure.
Yep.
Certainly this LeBlanc is going to need very little help in this laning phase. Going for the Frost Queen's claim first here. Ambition has total reign over the jungle right now. On the bottom side, even though Cuvée is pushed in, Victor is playing very close to his turret, and that means nice counter jungling here.
Yeah. Well, Crown's going to be able to keep that lane pushed in quite a bit now. He's already got the Frostfang. He's got an amplifying tome on top of that to just a couple rings for Sky. Here comes Ambition. Just passing by.
Bubbling has something to take now. Jungle cleared out. So he's gone on a long roam here, but there's no Scuttlecry. He's actually going to beat Ambition here, and he's a level down.
Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble. Ambition chasing. Here comes Crown to help out Sky, making a motion over. Alistar coming in, flash is used. Can Wraith pick it up? Doesn't look like it. Goes for the pulverize. All right,
he was trying to hit his headbutt.
I guess so,
didn't get it. So can't quite make it work, but Ambition chasing him around, and a true shame Wraith had already burned his flash right there, because that would have been a...
Oh boy. Well, no Ignite, so Crown can't go too far all in, but that's already a lot of damage on the Sky. And it's not going to get much easier until Victor picks up another item.
Yeah, Mad Life actually just forced flashes, or Stitch's flash right there too, with the flash Ignite of his own.
Yeah, he did.
So taking advantage of the fact that Alistair wasn't in lane, Sky having to play so far back.
Yeah, Crown threatening that dive. Here comes Graves, though. Bubbling is there. Wow, Crown being very threatening.
Huge problems, though. Already 10 CS back. Had to pick up a second Doran's ring just to help himself survive the first. Oh, my.
Whoa, okay, there we go. Crown just taking Sky out.
Crown's just styling on him now. Two solo kills pre 7 minutes. That is just this is brutal. At this point, CJ is going to have a really hard time actually winning this game because LeBlanc is so big. And LeBlanc in the current time is such... She's always been a snowballing champion, but she's...
Tara taking a lot of damage. Throws Cuvée against the wall there. Still has to retreat. Doesn't need to use that flash. Peter comes Ambition. They could dive this. Easy spear to hit. You can see him. Nope, can't quite. Never mind. It's ground time.
No, lane is pushed too far back for the dive right there. The minion wave is very close to the Fiora's turret. Ambition doing the smart thing and just taking out the enemy jungle instead. Trying to steal away this blue buff, and he's going to get it.
Yeah, he's got the smite. Bubbling not even checking. They had the ward, though, so I think they saw Ambition go for that blue.
Why is Bubbling showing in lane right now?
I think this CJ game has completely gone off the rails. They're going to need a miracle from Kramer and Mad Life to win this one.
Well, I mean, they did know, I think why they're doing this is they did know that Ambition was in their jungle, and so they're just trying to get deep wards so he doesn't care about showing himself because they're trying to control this game.
I suppose.
And he goes to the other side. So, but he's given them a lot of information to work around. And because of that, now we see that Utar has to play pretty far back. I mean, Crown is a level up right now. Has the Frost Queen's claim already. So they're going to take away the blue buff and actually give it to Kramer. So they're trying to snowball their advantage that they have built up at top.
Yeah, it's the only edge they've got at the moment. They need to make it work.
I mean, it's not much of one either. It's like a 10 CS lead.
Yep, that's right. Ambition.
Bubbly
for
got
some
that.
boards, yeah.
Actually, he had his smite available.
Crown over the wall onto Sky, a little bit more damage there. But, and Crown hasn't been back to buy. Oh, no, he has. He got the Frost Queen's Vein. Never mind.
Yep.
Never mind, he has. Skyforce soon to really early Negatron Cloak.
Yeah, he's going to have to go Abyssal, especially against Italy. I mean, it's a good item against Italy LeBlanc, so it's not the end of the world. But
do you think he would have liked to upgrade his Hex Core at least once or twice by now?
Yes, so he actually had wave clear. That's usually pretty important for Victor to have the second tap on his E there so he can actually clear these waves, because the problem is that now Crown owns this lane, and Crown is just going to be able to push him out pretty much whenever he wants. He has to back off every time that Frost Queens is used, because otherwise it makes the chains too easy to hit.
Such as... Yeah, no Ignite yet for Crown, so it's probably going to be a little while until the all-in, and Sky is taking noticeably less damage now that he has that Negatron Cloak.
Yeah, the Frost Queen's Claim first isn't going to provide you the most burst, but
No.
it does allow you to play very aggressively. You can just pop it every time you start to push forward in lane and figure out if the jungler's there or not. And
whoa, okay. Yeah. Ignite's getting pretty close to coming off cooldown here.
and he's just prepping for it right now, but he doesn't
Yes, he
have as
is.
much mana.
Not a lot. And because Kramer ended up getting that blue buff too, Crown's going to be a bit slow in terms of building up the mana to do anything.
The other scary thing is that Fiora Cuvée has actually been playing very far back in his lane for a lot of this time, so that's forced Intara to overextend and miss some CS due to having to play cautiously, and that means, of course, that he hasn't been able to pick up all the CS he would like because Bubbling has been focusing on that top side of the map.
Yeah. A little bit of a heal on the Crown, that certainly does help. Ignite's back up. We'll have to see if he decides to go for another all-in.
Probably need some help with him from Ambition on this one.
Probably.
Without more AP or any magic penetration or anything like that.
It'd be tough to get through the defenses of Sky at the moment. And like Kramer just walking up, forcing that rocket jump out of Stitch. Sky going back to buy, maybe finishing that Abyssal. Nope, decides not to.
Finds Bubbling though.
Yeah. Mad Life just only takes Thunderlords. You notice that? No matter what he's on. I like it. It's bloodthirsty.
Well, he doesn't take it on Alistar, I'm pretty sure, but...
Oh, no.
Dresh and Bard.
Hey.
Dresh and Bard, certainly really, really good.
You talk about, man, with Alistar, you just headbutt pulverize auto attack. There's your Thunderlord's proc right there.
Maybe if the headbutt still gave you the auto at the end of it.
You just wait and then auto normally. Oh, Stitch caught. There's a box going down. Stitch trying to rocket jump away, but the culling will get the kill for Kramer. CJ needed that one.
Ambition on all the way on the opposite side of the map, and Stitch used his flash and his heal right there, but a great play from Mad Life just keeps him in the box.
Man, the ability that Mad Life has had to make plays this season has really been something to watch.
I mean, and now Bubbling is just going to come here and just blast down this turret, so CJ decided to put the emphasis on that top lane. It ends up paying off in that 2v2 kill as Stitch unable to get away in time, but now CJ somehow going to be back into this game as they are going to take a turret lead and just about even up the gold. So he's just like, CJ can't do anything unless it's their duo lane doing something, but they still don't have an answer to this Fiora that's, you know, unfortunately for them, gone even in this bottom side. They don't have a way to stop that split push, and Sky is far behind. Finally gets a Hex Core upgrade right there so he can clear the minion wave and keep Crown in lane. But it's still going to be quite tough for them. Mad Life going to check out the blue buff right now, find that.
Samsung's going to take
he took it!
Mad Life got the blue buff. Flash anyway, though. Wraith, there's the headbutt. Mad Life's going to give that blue buff right back. Goes over to Crown, actually. And now Wraith on the run. CJ looking for a little bit of revenge.
Fiora's waiting to
Tara's
TP.
not giving up. Yeah, Bubbling Sky coming in too. Here comes a teleport from Samsung. They may turn this one around. Spear onto Bubbling. Cuvée coming in. Gas Storm down onto Wraith.
Wow, Cuvée waited a really long time. He really wanted them to commit on that. And Mad Life goes in, gets a fantasy auto attack on the blue buff, but then Samsung gets it onto the person they wanted it on the whole time.
Crown's like, nope, that's mine. I'll be taking it.
And they give Crown another kill, which is pretty bad.
Yeah, I would say so. He's going for his own Abyssal Scepter now.
Meanwhile, because they moved Antara down there with the TP, Tristana got a whole lot of time with this turret, and that means they're going to even up the turrets for free. So that was actually a really poor play from CJ on the map, committing to a blue buff like that when they could have just walked over and taken the enemy blue instead and not lost their turret and not gotten killed. So bad call right there. It could have gone worse for them if Cuvée had decided not to TP at all. Which would have been the correct play right there. He was being patient with it and made the wrong decision in the end, but I understand just waiting for them to commit in the river. But now they have a whole host of problems.
Crown. Well, he's got a ward, though.
Including this LeBlanc, who is very scary right now.
Yep. Somewhere there's a terrified Zyra. I know she hasn't been in pro play for a while, but was always, seemed like always the victim of LeBlanc back in the day.
Faker's preferred target.
Yep. LeBlanc and Ari just one-shotting Cyrus all day, every day.
I miss Deathfire Grasp too, though.
Yep. Good times. Except for Zyra. Well, this is an interesting one now. Samsung still with the edge, but I mean, you just can't underestimate Mad Life and Kramer's ability to turn games around.
Wow, nice calling.
Yeah, really nice. A lot of damage. Crown wants another kill. Will he get it, though?
Well, I think the better question is, what's going to be done about Cuvée, who is now racing out to a large CS advantage?
Oh, here we go. Crown going in on the Sky. Gets caught a little bit in that cast storm. Here comes Ambition, though. Flash. Where's the spear? Gets dodged. And LeBlanc going in anyway. Crown can't quite get the kill, though.
Didn't have
what?
Ignite there.
Oh.
That was the only thing. But they did use 2 flashes to try and pin him down. Got both summoners from Sky in response. So a little bit better trade there, but they push Sky out of lane again and are going to ram this minion wave into his turret. So.
Well, it's just another big CS lead coming for Crown. You know, he's already about 30 up, and it's going to grow.
That it will. And the Sterix gauge on Antara, we've seen more Nars do this and try and scrap it out in the laning phase. Some of these carry top laners, but it's just not going to be enough against Fiora in the late game. You know, the problem, too, with playing Nara into Fiora is that you really can't alter or try and stun her in any way because Nar's auto, or his CC animations are so obvious that they're super easy to parry, and you can't Nar ult her because if she parries the Nar ult, you basically are useless in a team fight.
Pretty much. Kramer gets a ride up to the turret for a little bit more CSing. Still does have a little bit of a lead over his AD carry opponent. But it really has been pick on Sky day.
Most CJ games are pick on Sky day.
Yeah, I suppose. Sometimes it's pick on Utara day. Oh, speaking of picking on Sky, there's the Ignite. Easy kill for Crown.
Crown has played with LeBlanc super well mechanically. I mean, the way he even played that last fight, just playing around the gravity field was really impressive.
Yeah.
And there again, just knowing the exact times on that gravity field and then being able to get out of there while maximizing his damage.
All 4 kills CJ has are on Crown, and that LeBlanc keeps getting bigger and bigger. Now with that needlessly large rod, there goes mid lane turret for Samsung.
Nothing is stopping this LeBlanc now. There's nobody that can deal with this.
Yeah. It's looking like it's going to be pretty tough.
Even Untara, he just doesn't have any MR yet, and he has to build some form of armor or HP just to deal with the Fiora in lane. And so having this LeBlanc roam up to him is just a death sentence.
Oh, that culling did not do a lot to Wraith, did it? Easy turret kill for Samsung. They're up 3-1 now. Dragon's back.
Well, they should not try and take that.
That's Crown's blue buff. Pretty much every blue buff is Crown's blue buff now.
Look at the burst on that blue buff, too.
Yeah. DFG needs it. Maybe other champions, but not LeBlanc right now, apparently.
Just Brazilian night here at the champions. Former Brazilian players, Winged and Crown, both looking like they will have MVP performances tonight.
Yeah. It's really the solo kills in lane that are so impressive by Crown. There's Dragon number 2 for Samsung. But again, just that one at level, early on, 3 minutes in, Crown 1v2 distorts his way out again. But you just don't see 1v1s like we've seen in this game.
Yeah, very
Not
true.
anymore. Used to.
I think we should send more Korean amateur players to Brazil for a while, because they all come back way better than when they left. Unlike players that go to China.
That's true. That is true. China will wreck you if you're Korean and pro, apparently, but Brazil's good for you. Who knew?
Brazil really works for these guys.
I guess so.
And we get another one too, Daydream. We get to see how good he is now.
Yeah, that's true. We'll see if they put him in game number 2. I don't know if
he's probably not eligible until the second round.
Oh, yeah, you're
robin.
right. Yeah, you're right. So we won't see how he is in game 2 then.
You're right, Doe. We won't.
I'm still wondering if we're going to see Fury at all, because he should be eligible for Samsung. But Stitch is not really having any problems doing well this game anyway. Doing a job on Tristana. Red buff goes over to Ambition. Mad Life can't quite hook his former teammate. It'd be funny if Mad Life just reflexively tossed him the lantern. It's force a habit, Ambition. It's like the good old days.
If they win, I hope he Manor tosses him a lantern in the fountain.
Oh, that would be beautiful. It's like, here, you could use this. But they're probably not going to win, so we don't need to worry about that.
Yeah, 6,000 gold down in 20 minutes, and a super fed LeBlanc.
Oh, yeah.
With a Fiora that is up and has not been stopped. So they're just going to do a 20-minute Baron, whatever.
I guess so. Okay, well, Crown can find Bubbling. And that's going to be, almost one kill. Bubbling survives, but CJ, or Samsung rather, turning off of that Baron right away. They smell blood in the water, and they're going to try to get some kills onto CJ players. No such luck, though. I'm kind of surprised they turned off of that Baron, honestly.
Me too. That is...
Crown was holding his own just fine. Huh. Because I don't think they can get any turrets right now. Well,
I mean, they're trying to force a fight and then play with their big composition.
Okay, then. Crown does a lot of damage. Teleport coming in for CJ, and Tara's like, did I miss anything? No Gnar anytime soon. Why would you do that? He doesn't have Mega Gnar. There's Flash. Nice headbutt pulverize. Oh boy, Untara's in big trouble now. There's Mega Gnar. Will he get over the wall? I don't think so. Fiora, not so grand of a challenge. Not really a challenge at all to get that one. What was Untara thinking, man? I mean, yeah, he got Mega Gnar fairly quick, but when he got there, it was still a long way away.
And also, there was no reason to do that.
Yeah, mostly there was no reason to do that. But since he did it, we got to break it down a little bit more, Monte Cristo.
Luton's Echo now done for Crown, so he is basically balling out of control right now.
Yep.
And all they have to do is, I mean, it's 22 minutes in this game, but just keep vision around Baron. Just keep baiting Baron. They don't have to do anything else. And they eventually, CJ will have to face check it.
Yeah.
Oops. Gave up the blue buff.
Ambition.
Steals it with the spear.
That was totally intentional. You can't tell me Ambition didn't try to do that. It's like, yeah, I'm going to take this one. We don't need you to get kills, don't worry. Whoops. Classic Ambition. Well, you better throw a lot of spears then, all right? Whoops. Thought Templar's like, I would have never done that to my teammates. Mostly because I would have been playing champions like Amumu that don't do damage.
Or Shen, Jungle Shen.
Yeah, or Jungle Shen, Skarner.
It's really hard to just take blue buff with that.
Yeah, that's right. Well, it's really been the Crown show.
Yes, it is. It's a Crown Fiesta.
I was trying to set you up for that one. There you go. We worked it in there.
Did it.
Crown Fiesta.
It's a party for Crown.
It is. Utara. Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
Kramer got that one. Kramer, master of all blue buffs. Man, Crown is just, he's destined to get a lot of kills, but not a lot of blue buffs. Ambition just going ham right now. So aggressive. Jumps over the gravity field. Wraith trying to zone a little bit. This is getting a little bit messy. Crown really can't come in and do much at the moment. There's the knock-up. Fiora gets a turret somewhere in the meantime, but CJ's winning a team fight here.
Well, they were winning at 3v5.
Okay, well, yeah. Well, it is a fight with the team, so it is a team fight. Kuve takes the tier 2 up in top lane, going to go after the inhibitor turret now, and he's going to do most of the damage to it. Now, they ended up trading 1 for 1 in that skirmish. All right. I guess CJ's going to give up their inhibitor turret.
And their tier 2.
Oh, boy.
Oh, not quite.
Almost.
Couldn't get enough time on that one with the Tristana to take it down. But
Ambition basically just, like, got his team into a really bad fight there.
No, it was a great fight.
Was it really? I mean, yeah, I got them the turret, but he went so ham, though.
But they traded 1 for 1 on a 3-on-5 and took 2 turrets.
I suppose. You're thinking the worth was typed?
It was. The worth was definitely typed.
Or whatever worth is in Korean, I don't know. I don't know what it was. Spooky ghosts. Hello.
Well,
Crown has found you.
He just found, he didn't even know he was there.
Nope.
There was no ward in that brush. There was just a pink ward from CJ, so he accidentally finds a Graves. Doesn't matter though, still chunks him down for most of his HP.
Yeah. Sky finally has a kill, but just doesn't have a ton of damage yet. Dragon's up, and Samsung's going to try to take their 3rd in a row. Shouldn't have any problem doing that with Wraith and Ambition.
Ambition built Lich Bait on mid lane. That is curious.
You know, it's for the turret pushing?
It's for the sweet all-ins.
That's right.
In Cougar form.
Well, I guess we just saw him try that in the jungle, didn't we? Worth. Said it yourself. They may lose their mid lane turret here, though. Oh, Wraith coming in for the headbutt. Pulverize onto Bubbling. Bubbling taking a lot of damage. Ooh. Gotta be careful.
He gets hysterics popped right there. Healy has to back off. Yeah, they don't have anybody to deal with Cuvée, and they also can't siege, so...
They can't handle Cuvée. They can't handle Crown.
They're
CJ...
12,000 gold behind.
Yeah.
I think they're dead, though.
I think CJ is going to lose this game. I think it's very likely. It's my official prediction.
They're doing a really good job of split pushing, though.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this Samsung team, I feel like every time we see them, they just get a little bit better, you know?
Well, thanks to Crown's performance, it would be hard for anybody to lose this game.
Yeah, I suppose. But if you think about their win over Jinair last week, and you look at how Jinair, looked today, and then Ambition went in. Got the box out of Mad Life. There's a hook. Onto Ambition. Wraith just walking into one of the walls, because you're Alistar. You can. Why not? But yeah, I mean, honestly, the Samsung team is looking good. We're starting to see, I would say like a 3rd through like 6th tighten up a lot in the league right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's very cool to see. Right now, Rockets, Tigers, and SK Telecom seemingly in a league of their own. But below that, KT, Jinair, Samsung. I feel like it's a bit of a contest right now.
Well, I think SK Telecom has been helped out quite a bit by the Kindred bans.
Could be.
Because that is a champion they no longer have to worry about in the jungle that they can't really play themselves. I mean, even Venki's Jungle Graves was quite ward happy.
That Lee Sin, though.
Yeah, it was good.
That was great. I want to see more Lee Sin. We know he's got it in him. He can do it.
All right. Samsung really, at this point in time, they really should just sit there and bait the Baron, get topside control with their vision, and then split push with Fiora, and just threaten Baron constantly, and just, they don't even have to do it. They just have to sit this LeBlanc in the enemy jungle and kill whoever walks up with Ambition.
Yeah. More damage onto the turret. Oh, Crown. Ha! Nearly takes out Bubbling again.
Bubbling is a Maw now, so he's going to be a little bit more challenging to kill than before, but they still just don't even have anybody to build an Aegis this game. And no Aegis, I mean, Mad Life has been building up to that face of the mountain, he's going for a Crucible next, but the Aegis is going to be pretty poor against this.
And here comes Crown. There goes the turret. Yep. Ambition's got a fun job of just throwing spears at people over and over again.
I wish I had that job. That sounds like a fun job.
Well, if you were born like a couple thousand years ago, you could have definitely gotten a job where your whole purpose was to throw spears at people.
I would even, make a sick addle to make it easier to throw spears at people. Yeah. Cool.
That's true. You can really propel the spears there. So you would have had to been born in like South America. Yeah. Couple inhibitors in trouble. Sky in trouble as well. Yeah, all the zoning right now. Like, whoa! Stitch wants a kill, doesn't get it. Stitch wants a piece of the action.
Flash ult, people.
Yeah, I guess so. Doesn't even get the kill though. It's kind of sad.
Well, Steric's gauge, doesn't make that hard. He's actually have to use his heal.
Oh, Tara, flash ult, Stitch is there. He may have bit off more than he could chew. Was the flash worth it? I don't know.
No, it wasn't.
Wraith gets out. Oh, Crown making a play, takes down Mad Life. Meanwhile, Kuve and Ambition just pushing through the Nexus turrets. All right, this game's gotten a bit silly at the end here. Kramer going in onto Wraith and Crown. He may live to regret it though. Wow,
nice flash.
Dodges it. Yeah, dodges a pulverize. Really nice for the kill onto Wraith. You don't want to mess with Kramer in the end.
Ambition, why are you still here?
I don't know. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, Bubbling. Oh, they're too scared of each other.
Didn't want to go for pounce round 2 right there. Guess
so.
Steric's. Oh, he doesn't have Steric's. He has the Maw, excuse me. But yes, his Maw is still on cooldown, and he wasn't going to get that shield. Yeah.
Ambition's heal must have been on cooldown.
Ambition has 4,000 gold right now. He really should go back and shop. We see this huge lead, but there's not a lot of that money that's actually been spent. Ambition, go spend your money.
Maybe Ambition would have done that, but Hambition is going to stay and fight. Fight until he's dead. It's ARAM time. ARAMbition? I like Hambition.
Hambition's much better.
He's going Ambition this game.
Now has his death cap.
Yep. Needs a bit more damage, I would say. And the full press continues from Samsung, and there's really not much CJ can do to stop it at this point.
Not with
enormous gold lead.
3 inhibs down and 1 Nexus turret remaining. There's literally nothing they can do.
Culling takes out 1 super minion. All right. That's your ultimate right there. Oh, Crown wants to kill in the fountain. Can't quite do it. Mutara with a big ult in the back line, but no follow-up. They're going to go after Kuve now. Ambition still there. Thinking about coming in. There's a kill for Crown. He wants more. Ambition goes to the fountain. Gets 1 for Stitch. There goes the Nexus. I think they just want more kills. Yeah, Nexus going up pretty slow, guys. Oh, Kuve riposte the damage, and there goes the Nexus. He lives. And that's game 1. Samsung taking it with style.
Wow, just really winning that out of the laning phase. We saw the strengths of CJ right there, where Kramer and Mad Life were able to turn around that lane and get the 2v2 kill onto Stitch, but just wasn't enough as Sky just couldn't hold it together in mid. 1-5-1 on that Victor, and Crown just went nuts. 27,000 damage to champions that game, well above everybody else.
Yeah.
10,000 more than Kramer on CJ, so
Ambition did a decent amount too, actually.
Yep.
He was only 4,000 behind LeBlanc, actually.
The Ambition was there, and finally we get to see some more Nidalee from Ambition.
Yeah.
One of his all-time great champions.
It is. In mid and in jungle. Ambition is real.
Wow. Well,
taking it to his former team in a big way.
The wait for BDD continues,
I guess so. Well, we'll see what CJ 2.0 can do in the second round robin, right?
Yeah, sorry to say it, but Sky has not been a strong point on this CJ roster.
No. When you say the sky's the limit, it means the limit on what CJ can do in a game.
Well put. Really, well put.
For CJ right now, sky's the limit. You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
Only a couple more weeks, Noah. Only a couple more weeks.
That's right. But game 2 is coming up right after this.
Took away the prophet's dream for a prophet on the street. She's stronger than you know. Still starts to grow. All his life he's been told. He's nothing when he's old. All the kicks and all the blows won't ever be sure. She's stronger than you know. The heart of steel starts to grow. When you've been fighting for a
And we are back on Champion Spring. Crown gets the MVP for game number 1. I feel like it's been really easy to predict the MVPs tonight. I don't know about you, but
the Crown Fiesta continues.
Yeah, well,
in the mid lane.
The party started at level 3, which is pretty amazing. We don't see things like this very often. Goodbye, Sky. You're gonna die.
Die he did.
And again.
Over and over.
It was a tough day to be Sky. Mad Life is like, sweet, I got the blue buff. And then he gives it right back to Crown. Crown's like, thank you.
Got the kill and the blue buff now.
Yeah. Crown prefers to get his blue buffs from the bodies of his enemies. Who wouldn't really?
I prefer to get most things from the bodies of my enemies, Doa.
I bet. But not your fashion decisions.
Depends on who I kill, really.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. I feel like I'm pretty safe then at this point.
You're very safe.
All right, good. That's good to know. Who's in danger? Well, you better warn him.
I'm coming for you, Tommy Hilfiger.
Wow. You've been warned.
And Crown's coming for you, Sky.
No kidding. He already came. He saw. He conquered.
He did. Benny, VD, Vici. You know, it
Benny,
doesn't...
VD,
Vici. You know what's funny is if you actually say it is the way the Roman people said it, it doesn't sound as good.
No?
Because it
What does it
pronounce
sound like?
V as W, so it's
Yeah.
Wenny, Weedy, Wiki, which does not sound as good in English.
No, that doesn't sound like you're conquering anyone. That sounds like you're trying to comfort an infant. Doesn't work quite as well. And Reach is like, I left Najin for this. But we'll see what happens with CJ in the future. And no roster changes, so we will move right into pick and ban for CJ versus Samsung. Game number 2. Rise and Lulu, the first bans.
And there's the Nidalee ban, actually. Respecting Ambition's Nidalee.
You don't want to mess with the Ambition.
Just play Graves instead, it's okay.
Unless they first pick it. No, they won't. The Ambition could go for Graves. See what he decides to pick. Alistar, the second ban coming out of Samsung.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Actually, Cuvée still starting. They do have Helper on their roster as a substitute. Might as well let him get some revenge on CJ while he's there. I have no idea why they cut Helper for Untara. I thought Helper was actually pretty good.
Yeah, he was definitely better than Untara has seemed to be so far this season, that's for sure. And the Kalista ban as well, so that will be a first pick Corki then, maybe.
Samsung had that priority on Bard.
Yeah.
But they're just going to take Fiora and Graves almost certainly in that first, and no bones about it. They will just immediately lock those in.
Yeah. Bubbling may just grab that Rek'Sai, and they're going to try to take the Bard for Mad Life. Not a bad idea. Mad Life's Bard has been really, really good.
Also, Wraith has been pretty decent on it too, so there's another reason to remove it from the pool early in the draft. I think Samsung's just going to play standard here. They could play the LeBlanc again if they want to. They could grab the Victor in this round of the draft and deny that from Sky also, and just set themselves up for a very similar team composition to the one they ran in the last game.
Yeah. Thinking long and hard about it. And there it is. Bard and Rek'Sai locked in.
So will be Lucian Victor, or are we going to see a support here? Lucian Thresh still available, still a very strong laning combo. They could also just take Lucian Braum and then deny a poke composition from CJ if they want to go Corki Ezreal.
It's probably a good idea. It does seem like CJ just likes to grind it out, if things start to go badly.
I think the Braum might actually be a very good pick here for Samsung. Gives you that strong Lucian Braum lane, but they actually may just go for the Lissandra straight up instead. blind picking into that mid lane because they don't know for sure that the Corki is in mid.
They don't seem too worried about Sky, that's for sure.
Interestingly, Samsung usually plays Lissandra in the top lane. So making a change this game. And we can blame them. Crown had a really good success blind picking in the last one. Why not try it again if he's as confident on his Lissandra as he is on that LeBlanc? Huge amount of burst too. If they really want to focus on Sky here, having Lissandra and Graves is a very deadly gank combination.
Yeah. Yeah, and when all the attention is on mid lane, Cuvée just farms up and gets ready to destroy people in late game.
As expected here, we will see the Ezreal come in. Montara going to try his hand at the Poppy.
Okay, so Ezreal is locked in. And will it be the Poppy? Probably. It's taking a little bit of time. And it will be. Okay.
We've actually seen Poppy do well into the Fiora if you build Steric's Gauge quickly.
It's true. Do you think Samsung's going to want to try to lane swap this?
No. They want to get the Ezreal 1v1 for sure.
I'll assume it's going to be Thresh here.
Or 2v2 rather. Could be Thresh, could be Braum. Braum would be a very strong pick here still.
Right. I don't know, man. We've seen some Soraka lately in other regions.
Could be a support Lissandra.
That would be pretty awesome.
Spender's done that. It will be.
All right. Cool.
I was actually very impressed by Secret's individual play on support Lissandra. And it's so much lockdown potential and kill potential in the lane now. I mean, a Graves ganking for a post-6 Lissandra is really brutal.
Yeah,
Plus,
you will just get completely blown up.
Plus, I mean, it's not actually that different from a mid lane Lissandra because you still build a Frost Queen's claim pretty early on.
That's a good point.
So in the early stages of the game, it basically is a mid lane Lissandra. Obviously, with a little bit less gold, a little bit delayed, but it still sets up those kills so well.
Yeah, well, as any support knows, you can usually finish that Frost Queen's claim pretty quick down in bot lane.
Wow, it's going to be a very impressive all-in lane if Samsung can get the 2v2. And Lissandra will be dangerous on the roam in the early game too. Corki's going to have to stay very well protected because the ganking power of that Lissandra at level 2 with the Claw and the Ring of Frost, or W, is that what it's called?
I believe so, but I'm not 100% sure.
Frost Nova, whatever it's called.
Frost Nova, Ring of Frost. I think you're naming abilities from World of Warcraft now, Monte Cristo.
Well, that's a game that I never really played, so I wouldn't know that.
There's still abilities from there. I think Monty's a closet WoW player.
It's actually from Warcraft 3 where the Lich had Ring of Frost.
That's true too, actually. Frost Nova as well. Well, it's going to get frosty here in game number 2. We'll see if CJ can tie it up. Let's get in the game. And welcome to Summoner's Rift. CJ Entis versus Samsung. CJ trying to tie things up. And I know you, Monte Cristo. I know you go home after League and you boot up WoW and play your Night Elf Rogue. You would. You would be a Night Elf Rogue player.
I played like...
You disgust me.
I played like one character to level 40 in Burning Crusade and decided that...
Was it a Night Elf Rogue?
It was not.
Okay. Well, we've got to pause, so we've got time to talk about it. What was it?
It was a Blood Elf Paladin, because my friends played Horde, and I wanted to play Paladin. I could only play Blood Elf.
You wanted to be pretty, too. I see how it is. It's the only pretty race on the Horde, isn't it?
Would have rather played a Tauren Paladin, but those don't exist.
Well, they do actually now.
Oh, now they may. But they
do.
didn't at the time.
Oh, sure, that's your excuse. Oh, I just didn't play it because it didn't exist. Oh. Well, they do now.
Do they?
Join us. You know Achilleos is going to put pressure on you, too, when you...
I don't care. I'm immune to your crap game pressure. Riot paid me to say that.
Give those sweet Rito dollars. That's right. Good job.
Don't play WoW. It's a bad game.
Boy, is Riot lucky they've got you in their corner. You sure have supported them so staunchly over the years. Nothing but good things about them coming out of your mouth.
I'm just selling out now, Noah.
Well, we all knew it was going to happen eventually, so I suppose it's kind of time, isn't it? Should I sell it too? Yeah, I suppose I could. Buy skins, everyone. Buy a lot of skins. Chroma. It's different colors for your champion. I think that's worth a lot of money.
Probably your entire paycheck.
Yeah, so buy them all. Thrill your friends with your green. I don't know what champions have green ones.
Did you know, Doa, that if you buy every skin in the game, you unlock the secret skin, Walker Texas Rengar?
Do you? Are we announcing this right now? Wow. I thought we were going to wait, but no, it's time. Cat's out of the bag now. The Rengar's out of the bush, I guess you could say. Yeah. Well, it's going to be a Krug start for Mad Life and Kramer. And we will have the lane swap, so Kramer Mad Life not wanting to go up against the Stitch, Wraith, Lucian, Lissandra lane.
Yeah, I think that this was Samsung trying to call the lane swap and then making that mistake, but it won't matter. He'll be able to start jungling just a little bit, and we will get those lanes matched up eventually. Mad Life now with his Thunderlord's Bard looking to be as irritating as possible. But just checking on their jungle route, does see that Ambition already has completed the Gromp and the blue buff. There will be nothing really worth taking here. And double jungling also happening on the other side. So some time for some turret kills in about 45 seconds.
All right, I'm looking forward to it. Exciting stuff. We probably won't see the 1v1s in mid, though, this game, sadly.
Well, you never know. Crown has exhaust, so...
Yeah, I mean, if he can get Sky to somehow use his Valkyrie in a really bad way, he might be able to do it.
Time to bait out the package.
I guess so. Bait the package. Oh, that's some damage onto Sky right there. That works. Interesting. And just like you predicted, the turrets are going down. Wow.
3.5, pretty standard for first turret.
You're an amazing analyst.
A base or a lane swap scenario these days, if nothing too untoward happens to the junglers or the top laners.
Yeah. This guy needs to be, or Crown rather, needs to be a little bit careful that his turret doesn't take too much damage in mid. Don't want to lose that. So, with mid, here's something we can talk about. With mid turret, so important in terms of dragon control, map pressure in general. Why don't we see more of what we saw a long time ago, where you send the duo into mid and you try to push down mid turret quickly? Why don't we see that anymore?
Well, I mean, like the wave clear in mid is usually pretty good these days, so that would be probably pretty hard to do. And also, you don't have the long lane to stack up like huge waves of minions, so that you actually get a lot of time on the mid turret.
So it's not that teams don't want to; it's just too hard.
Yeah, it would be really tough with the shorter lane in mid to get a nice big fat stack of minions going, being contested immediately by the enemy mid laner.
Makes
like
sense.
Victor has a nice death ray to take things out. The dual lane in mid, though, I'm sure we'll see it again at some point.
Yeah, if Caitlyn ever comes back into the meta in a big way.
Caitlyn Sona back in the mid lane.
Caitlyn Nami back again.
Here to take your turrets.
Yep. That was a good old SKT fast push meta. Caitlyn Nami with Piglet and Pumandu.
Do you miss those days?
Yes and no. I miss that SK Telecom team, but I don't necessarily miss the fast push.
I like fast push. It was fun.
Yeah. Got a bunch of balance levers pulled on turrets.
All those
they pulled
levers.
all the levers for that one.
Found some new levers I didn't even know existed. Pulled those too.
They like ripped open the control panel and like pulled out the wires below all the levers even.
Those changes were reversed.
Oh yeah. And more turrets fall.
Swapping right back. I mean, this is going great for CJ. Kramer's sitting here, stacking up his tier, not getting shot in the face by Lucian or frozen by Lissandra.
That does sound good.
It's going great for CJ. This is the time they need to really scale up, get their items, and hit their double 80 carry power spike where they can start sieging up. And there's not good flank here, of course, with Cuvée on Fiora does make flanking difficult without crowd control, and Lissandra's going to have to not use TP to get into the fight, so Wraith's going to have to find his way around the enemy team.
Yep. Cuvée trying to be a little bit annoying. So the outer turrets are down.
Yeah, they gave over the solo gold, though, to Antara on that push, and had Cuvée instead try and catch the wave in the top lane and be annoying right as the turret went down to try and reverse it. So, does have more combat items coming into this lane as opposed to Antara just with those boots of swiftness. And they've given a lot of extra farm over here to Stitch in the bottom side. Has this minion wave reversing slowly towards him, so
yeah,
he'll get a little bit of a farm edge once it moves all the way back down.
Well, the question too is how much of an impact can Wraith have on this roaming Lissandra, you know? Didn't go for the Frost Queen's claim early on, just rush that Sightstone like you would on most supports these days.
Oh yeah, he did that. He did what Secret did again, which is go for the shield first. It's still a little bit of an odd build. Maybe you just want the extra tankiness.
I guess.
Early on.
Going for the Relic Shield first. Into the Sightstone.
I don't really get that, but that's okay. It's the second time we've seen it.
Oh, Ambition might be in a little bit of trouble. There's a flash knock up. Ambition flashing out of it, trying to get back to the turret. He does. Yeah. But they're going to give up their blue buff.
I mean, they should have expected that with the wave coming towards Stitch there, that was going to be an unsafe place for Ambition to be in the jungle. Much better off on the top side where Fiora is starting to push up, and they have wards already on that blue.
Yeah. So you just don't do much damage with this Lissandra when you start Sightstone, and I think that's causing some trouble for Samsung right now. They really just don't need to be afraid of this Lissandra.
Yep, Ambition too. Just going ahead and taking that blue buff, covering for this Fiora, but Antara has been very patient. Got a massive minion wave there to eat safely underneath this turret. And they did a good job of harassing, so actually Kramer comes out even in CS, even though we pushed that wave all the way forward. So things looking pretty decent for CJ so far. Everything just about even across the board, and Antara, of course, will be getting a lot more CS at the present time, so he'll just about catch up too.
Yep. Yeah, Kramer just waiting now for that minion wave to push back.
Surprise Mystic shot. Yeah, they're looking to see if they can make a play onto Stitch here, who doesn't have too much in the way of items, but he's not going to take any risks. He knows that's been heavily warded.
Yeah, doesn't have a lot of vision either, so whoa, here we go. Onto Wraith goes Sky. Manages to get out. Mad Life coming through. Nice Cosmic Binding onto Wraith and Crown, but not enough to get any kills there. They didn't even get the flash out of Wraith, actually.
Very poised play with the E, just juking forward and traveling back to it. And Crown was right there to make sure that they got zoned out. Really too surprising yet. It's mostly just that farm game, and probably both teams happy to play this because Samsung has that Fiora who's not being shut down, and CJ, their main star player in terms of damage, has been Kramer, and he's getting a chance to build up a lot of stacks and scale into his blue Ezreal, which pretty much has been his signature champion this season, and the champion that CJ's pulled out some of their more impressive wins on.
Right. Cuvée falling a little bit behind here in this top lane.
Well, once he gets that minion wave, it won't be.
He's going to have to wait a little while.
That is something he will have to do, yes. So Ambition now is trying to play safe at this point. Now he's playing around the pressure instead of against it, like he was when he had to blow his flash. Get out of a sticky situation.
Yeah, with those forward wards now for Samsung, I wonder if maybe they can make a go at the dragon. Need to clear out another ward or two, but could maybe try it out.
Need to gain control of that mid lane, though, before they make a serious attempt. And
I suppose.
Ambition now back up on the top side. See if he can get a gank off here. Fiora is going all in right now.
Yeah, that's right. Tara just knocks him away.
What?
Wow.
How did that work?
I mean, he channeled it long enough that it turned into the knockback, I guess.
I mean, it did, but Cube was on the other side. It didn't look like that should have hit both of them, but anyway. Does manage to hit a nice one there, so he denies the Fiora ult and the gank from Graves.
I think if you hit them with the side of it, they just bounce off to the side like that. Even if you're standing directly next to Poppy. It's interesting.
By coming from opposite angles like that shouldn't work, but I guess the hitbox is big enough that it does.
Guess so. Hello. Bubbling finds Ambition. Here comes Madlife. Going to try to make a play. There's the slow with the Cosmic Binding. Ambition still low. True Shot Barrage comes through. Doesn't do a whole lot. First Blood goes over to Bubbling. CJ looking for more now. And they found Crown. There's a bit of revenge as they're going to finally finish him off. Sky gets the kill. CJ fans like that. And now they're going to go right for that first dragon.
Yeah, no TPs out of the top laners either in that engagement to try and come in. Ambition again. Playing when the minion waves were pushed up in mid and bottom, so didn't really have control over that. Did have wards, but caught out.
Yeah. Well, that worked for CJ. And that brings him to a little bit of a goal lead, too. Wraith is going to try to... Nope, doesn't get the grab.
Hasn't been doing that much. I mean, we take a look at this right here. It just face checks the brush. Madlife is already there, and so he tries to get out by using the knockback from his own ultimate. They attempt to. I mean, what happened to Crown right here? I mean, Untaro's just already there is the problem.
Yeah, he would have had the jump on the Sky, but Untaro really kind of trimmed things around.
Yeah, just wandered down because they had no pressure on the map. You can't be making forward plays when you have zero pressure. As we saw from Samsung, all three of their waves to their disadvantage when it came to walking into the river, and Ambition just a little bit clueless still about when he can and can't do things in the enemy jungle. Just not safe right there. Bubbling now, looking for another kill. Madlife is going to join him. They know exactly where he is, so make a play right here with the magical journey. Hold off for the moment. It's getting dangerous. CJ now in a place where they can really start to push their advantage with the Iceborne down onto the Ezreal and the Trinity Force complete Sky.
Samsung's really going to need to make something happen here in the next minute or two.
Well, Cube can still be the hero that his team needs.
Well, that's what they're hoping. He's staying close to Untaro at least. And, I mean, obviously that Victor-Lucian combo is going to put out a lot of damage in the late game. Wraith is going to have a lot of CC. So if it does go late, it could still end up pretty even.
Yeah, they're just going to play super far back. Cube still just wants to farm up right now, close to his own turret, and try and play safely. The rest of Samsung, particularly Ambition, doesn't seem to want to just sit at the tier 2 turrets right now and farm up.
This guy's gotten a good amount of damage onto that mid turret too.
Yeah, in spite of there being a Victor in the mid lane, the poke doing its work, and coming out with a nice little edge. Here comes that turret damage.
Magical journey right onto Wraith and Stitch. Wraith pops that W, gets out on the E though. It wasn't so magical with the journey after all. It was a pretty normal journey. Oh, but it may be a gank in the mid lane. Would have been.
Tara's just looking for something to do right now because we're in that situation where the lanes have gotten so long thanks to all the outer turrets going down in the side lanes that it basically is the milling around mid lane while you don't have a minion wave to farm because you can't do it safely due to the constraints on your vision and your fear of overextending and giving up kills.
Pretty much.
And Tara just trying to make whatever plays he can and slowly chip down the mid lane turret. And guess what, Doha? We're about to see Cube do the same thing.
Fun times. Oh boy. Looks like Cube and Ambition decide to go for the Rift Herald instead.
The one objective on the map they can actually take right now.
That's right. Ambition knows. Hit that Rift Herald from behind. Right in the eye. It's back eye. Because that does extra damage.
Its back eye is on top, though.
It's top back eye. Back top. It kind of extends down a bit. I don't know. I'm not an expert.
I just want to know
Herald physiology.
Who at Riot was designing that Rift Herald was like, you know, it'd be awesome if we put a giant eye on the Rift Herald's back. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's kind of.
Then it got approved.
It's kind of a bit, Evangelion-esque, isn't it? To just put eyes on random parts of your monster. It's true.
More eyes.
Yeah.
But those are like a lot of small eyes usually, not.
Yeah, I suppose. You know who I feel bad for is the dude in Pan's Labyrinth that had eyeballs on his palms. Like, what happens when he claps? That would be really uncomfortable, wouldn't it? Man. He could never clap for anything. He gets excited. He's like, I can't do it.
I scratched my cornea.
That's right. He gets excited and he just realizes he's looking at the other hand with each eye. That's got to be kind of weird. No high fives for him either.
He's still fist bumped though, so it's okay.
Yeah, I guess. You just got to be careful how tightly you close your hand. You can poke yourself in the eye that way.
Boxing would be really exciting.
That's really the worst place to have eyeballs is on your palms. Yeah. Didn't think that one through. Rift Herald's starting to make a lot more sense now.
I bet they hired that guy.
That's right. Yeah, give me that guy who put the eyeballs in the palms, the dude in Pan's Labyrinth. Yeah. Bring me in. We need a monster with eyes in unfortunate places.
Like staring straight at the sun all the time.
That's right. Maybe there is no sun. Summoner's Rift. Artificial lighting, maybe?
Just played in a giant dome.
Looks a bit fluorescent. It's actually AstroTurf. It's not real glass or grass. Yeah, maybe. Wouldn't want an eye on the bottom of my chin either. Just gotta look straight down all the time. That doesn't help.
It'd be easy to go to the bathroom.
I guess. You know, I appreciate you're looking for that silver lining.
That's me. They call me the optimist, though. Now, there's some, people accuse me of many things on the internet. Never once have I been called an optimist.
No, that's true, yeah. That's what I really like about you, is your optimistic, carefree attitude towards everything, Nothing really gets under your skin. Always a positive spin from Monte Cristo. Whether it's a spin of a Riot design decision or the spin of a wheel to decide a team strategy. It's always positive with you.
Spinning everywhere.
Yeah, spin to win, right?
Rotating, if you will.
Leak spins once in a while, even.
Wow, there is really nothing happening in this game.
No, there's a lot of farming. Sometimes wards die. And sometimes people recall right next to other people on the other team.
But it's okay because they weren't caught out.
Hey man, Dragon's back though.
Oh boy.
So maybe people will try to get it, but most likely some of the farming is going to gravitate to one side of the map and then the other team takes a free dragon.
Yep.
Yeah.
I see your prediction skills are
I've
finely tuned.
This is I can be an analyst in this meta.
Yes.
Pretty much. Well, what does Earth shoot for the rockets in this skin, by the way? Do you know? What are those?
Fish?
I don't think you'd want to give fish away.
Well, a fish at high velocity would be quite painful.
It's true. No one wants to be struck by a high velocity fish. It's not as bad as like those armor-piercing hollow-tipped fish, but it's still pretty painful. Fishing can't save his ward. Hey, there we go. Oh. People are close enough. We could see a... No, we won't. No fight. Wow. Sky able to get a lot of damage onto Ambition. That will secure an easy dragon for CJ. That'll be their second of the game. Gold Daddy, the true shot barrage. Not hitting. Go red buff. Oh.
Actually just leashing there for Ambition in the end.
Thanks.
Giving him a helping hand.
Thanks, Kramer.
You never hear that said on Seinfeld.
I'm sure they said it at least once. He had to do something useful from time to time, right?
Well, I don't think he did.
Maybe it's like, hey, my door was stuck. Thanks for opening it really fast. So you fixed it. Thanks, Kramer.
In fact, I don't understand why they keep being friends with him with how much trouble he causes.
I don't know. I mean, a lot could be said about the neighbor character in sitcoms, right? I mean, you got your Steve Urkels, you got your Kimmy Gibblers, you know, you have your Kramers.
Why do they talk to these people?
I don't know. See, Boy Meets World had it right. The neighbor was the wise teacher, right? Home improvement, I suppose, too. Oh, TP coming in. Untara wants to make a play. Going in under Wraith. They've got Kramer right there, too. Knockup coming in. Rest of CJ there. Ult's not going to save him. Kill for Untara. A lot used for just that pick on the support, but we'll see if they can turn it into a turret here.
Well, they're losing their tier 2, so...
Yeah. I don't know if that was really worth it. Okay, well, it looks like they're going to trade tier 2s.
And the wave clear is actually in the mid lane right now, so they are going to trade tier 2s, but still... Now they find themselves at a teleport advantage, and for the next few minutes, we're going to see what exactly Samsung can do with the TP advantage on this Fiora. I mean, burning TP against a Fiora in the mid game is for a kill, and then an even turret trade is not really going to be to your advantage if Fiora can just simply move into the bottom side of the map and make that play again, or they can force a fight later on with a TP.
Sure enough. One can only wonder at the mind of Lollipoppy.
I mean, she did decide to dress herself like that, so I suppose that's true.
Or did her summon her? That's the question.
Nope, Doa summoners are dead because they needed to give agency to their characters instead of creating mindless automatons for other people to pilot.
Yeah, I suppose. So really, when you're playing Rumble back then, you were playing a mindless automaton piloting a mindless automaton.
That's right, it was getting really meta.
Yeah. Wow. CJ putting some pressure up on the top lane now. And they should be able to just zone them off from the turret pretty easily. Kube coming in. Crown may want to fight this. But thinking about it, 2v4 right now. Bubbling caught up, goes into the gravity shield, gets caught. That's a lot of damage. Nice catch on the Wraith, though. Madlife really making the plays there. That was dangerous for a moment, but Madlife hit that nice cosmic binding. Meanwhile, Stitch going after the turret at bot lane, so it looks like they will trade again.
Yeah, but at this stage, CJ trading evenly is just not very efficient for them.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at gold, it's dead even right now. Samsung staying in there. Wow, nice catch on the Ambition, though. Oh, gets away. Oh, there's a tempered fate. Wraith trying to save his jungler, and he does it. May get hit with the rocket here. I think Ambition's sticking around a little bit too long. Okay,
wow.
He will live with like no health.
Wraith played that really well.
Yeah, he did.
Got the ult on himself today.
Two-shot barrage! Oh! Ambition dodges. Wraith has enough health, and somehow, some way, Samsung comes out of that without losing anybody. Man, that was about as close as it gets.
Yeah, Kramer already with the QSS, respecting the support Lysandra in this game. Not wanting to be hit by that ultimate, but Wraith coming through. The big play to keep Ambition alive, keep them zoned out. And Madlife here, great flash. Cosmic binding in order to try and get the kill. Ambition, though, already has that maw, so...
How did he live?
Well, that's a great ult. So Sky just gets frozen right there, and then he wanders into the black and manages to dodge back and forth, gets hit by a rocket, but the maw saves him.
Amazing stuff. Shot barrage, checks the blue. And we have pretty much a dead even game. Slight gold lead for CJ, but it's getting to the point where the gold lead doesn't really matter. I mean, when it's 43 to 42, as far as thousands of gold goes, it doesn't make a big difference. Dragon should be back pretty soon. CJ will be looking for the third.
Yeah, looks like Samsung not going to do anything with that TP advantage that they had either.
Yeah. Ambition just looks disgusted. He's like, I flashed for that. I know how you feel, man. If only Riot let us supports do a little bit more damage, you would have had that kill. So I'll blame Riot. Supports need to do more damage.
They should just get double efficiency from Thunderlords, right?
That's a great idea.
No, it's a terrible idea, Noah.
No, it's a great idea. Yeah.
Supports get double damage from Thunderlords.
I'm going to go back to any support now. Even Nami support. Oh, Culling does some damage to Sky. Nice burst coming out of the Corki as well. But now Samsung putting the pressure on Ambition, caught by that Cosmic Binding again. Wraith threatening to come in, not going to happen though. Oh, Tempered Fate misses. Wraith still takes a lot of damage. Here comes Utara over the wall. Ambition with a lot of damage onto him. Stitch and Crown in a good spot. Sky trying to force him away. Utara not able to do a whole lot. Kuve gets so low, taken out when he tries to complete the challenge, and in the end, CJ wins that fight big time. What a turnaround.
Gets away somehow. Now Stitch and Crown don't have ultimates, and Bubbling is going to be able to ult right back into this, so we may see a Baron attempt here in 26 minutes. They didn't actually get a kill. Members of CJ getting low, but man, they tried to save Wraith right there. It just didn't work. 27 seconds now in QV. He doesn't even have TP'd into that fight, so it's like CJ's just going to get an uncontested Baron while Samsung just pushes out the waves.
And I really thought in that last fight, Stitch and Crown had a good angle on the team fight at the top, but Sky zoned well. Let's watch that again.
Well, I mean, Wraith nearly dies here before anything even happens.
Sure.
Has to use his ultimate on himself. Ambition is in the middle, trying to get the damage down, and they drop the Chaos Storm too, but too tanky, that Rek'Sai, and Cube just gets pinned against the wall and then locked down with the Iceborne Gauntlet immediately afterwards. So a bit of an unfortunate TP into the melee.
CJ's going to take that Baron and go right over to claim the third dragon.
Well, CJ only has a 3k gold lead though, so in spite of that, they still have to make this Baron buff worth something, but with Ezreal and Corki, they probably can make that happen.
Yeah, it's looking good for CJ at the moment anyway.
They still have the Fiora split pushing problem though, and they have to play respectfully around that. Wave clear here is going to be pretty good from Samsung.
Yeah. Samsung's been able to stay even on turrets the entire game, up until now. Life taking a big hit. I mean, Wraith on this Lissandra just has not done a lot this game. But that doesn't mean he can't come in and make one big play to win a team fight.
Yeah, and it also doesn't mean that this Fiora has been shut down whatsoever. Like,
for Fate on the ground, Utara getting in position.
Just to zone it out, take the turret right there, nicely done. And most of this Baron power play Ambition just
got to be careful there.
Playing around the base gate, denying as many wards inside the base as he can. So they got one turret out of it so far, that is all.
Pretty much.
There we
looks
go.
Like they're going to get another one. It looks like they're going to get an inhibitor too, unless CJ can turn it around, but Ambition's just too low. I don't think they can fight this. Two-shot barrage used to try to soften up the members of Samsung. They don't even need it. CJ takes their first inhibitor of the game. And Samsung is really on the ropes.
And they are going to have to keep on trying to press out right here and survive as long as they can. But they're still only about 5,000 gold down, even after that big Baron play, even after they lose their inhibitor. So they're not entirely out of this game yet. They still have some nice scaling to this composition. Fiora will have TP soon, and they will have the opportunity just to push out against the Super Minions on the bottom side with this Fiora, especially with how much damage she already has. So it's going to be tough for Samsung, but certainly not the end of the world.
Well, the dudes with the end is coming signs are starting to come out in force, though, on the Samsung side, I think.
No, they can still win this. They have so much damage that CJ, if they get caught with their somewhat squishy composition.
Oh, there you go. Gravity Field used to try to keep people in. Tempered Fate hits nobody. This is their opportunity, maybe. Wraith doesn't go in. They lose that inhibitor turret anyway. Vision coming from the side. I don't know. Samsung just seems a little bit too afraid to go in. I think they think they're farther behind than they really are.
I agree with you, Doa.
They could fight this.
Not going to. They're actually just playing right into CJ's hand, just repeatedly getting poked.
I don't know what you really gain from just letting them have your inhibitors. I mean, when are you going to find a better chance to make that team fight?
Well, we've discussed this in the Big Band, but one of the issues with their composition is that they don't have a reliable flank engage. Of course, Fiora has to come in, doesn't have much crowd control to speak of, and then you either have to find a way to get Wraith around the side of the enemy team, or you have to engage head-on with Lysandra, which is difficult. So, you know, this composition isn't really dealt or intended to deal with these poke comps. It can't really break it. So once they fall behind and they can't fight around objectives anymore, like Baron and Dragon, then it's not the easiest.
DB coming in, they're going to make a play. Utara goes on to Kube here. Throws him against the wall. The rest of Samsung backing up to their base. That was an interesting teleport. Wow, Wraith uses that ultimate onto Bubbling, but no follow-up. Stitch gets really low. That looked defensive. I think he had to do that to keep Stitch alive.
Yes, he did. So now they are without the frozen tomb there from this Lysandra.
Yeah, that really hurts. I mean, because a support Lysandra without the ultimate is not going to really do anything.
Nope, and it didn't do anything in the early game because of the lane swap, so
yeah.
CJ got their way this time, just waiting and scaling ever so patiently.
Pretty much.
And Cube just hasn't been able to do enough, rather.
Yeah, he's been way too easily focused when he's tried to get into the back lines. CJ just recalling.
Frozen hard on Mad Life too, just to make it even harder for this Fiora to do damage.
Yeah. Well, it's a good idea. Bubling's just gonna ward over the wall here, probably.
Yep.
Gonna go way in.
Going back.
Yep, I suppose.
But well, he can. It's basically just going to be a waiting game now until we'll see another possible Barret attempt here by CJ. They also can go for that fourth dragon and just scale into 5, so they're quite comfortable in this current situation. It's going to be up to Samsung to get one of those big flanks. I mean, again, they're only 4,000 gold down. It's not an unwinnable situation when we talk about items. It's just that they lack an ability to execute the proper kind of team fight that they need to win.
Well, it seems like even if they could, they just seem so reluctant to even try. I mean, we've watched them just kind of stand around while their inhibitor gets taken out.
I do agree with you that they probably think they are more behind than they actually are in this one.
Yeah. At that point, it's probably better to just try something and lose faster, you know?
I agree.
Yeah. I mean, it's not going to get any better than it is now. Dragon time, it looks like, for CJ. Yep, it is up right now. It's going to be their 4th dragon.
Why not go for number 4 while you're waiting? Baron will be up very shortly.
Yep. You can't win a game in League of Legends without getting 5 dragons, you know.
Not in Korea, at any rate.
No.
I mean, it is definitely the safest way to play. You want to control the tempo of a game. It's a great way to do it.
Yep. Samsung, another opportunity to go in. Will they do it? No. Not quite. Culling used. Ambition on the side. Shooting it into Taro. Won't do any damage. Wraith has his ultimate. I think you group up and you go. We'll see if they do. Wraith thinking about going in. He goes in, pops that W, gets jumped on right away. Ults himself. They get the slow. Utara trying to zone out Kube. Does it quite well. That Fiora just did no damage, did not survive. They need the Victor to do more. Utara getting low. There's a flash. Crowd flashing ahead. Goes for the kill. Nice sidestep from Utara to stay alive. Wraith threatening to come in with the E. Doesn't do it.
Wow, that
Samsung
was so close. Samsung again getting a little bit of an unlucky break because everybody was incredibly low in that engagement. They nearly picked up 3 kills. Same thing happened earlier in their little skirmish where they couldn't actually finish anyone off, which led to CJ's first Baron of the game. Baron back up right now.
I mean, Crown's not going to get back to base, heal up, and then get to Baron in time to make a difference unless CJ waits. They don't really have a ton of wards here, so maybe they will.
That inhibitor is going to be up really soon.
Should be.
For Samsung, and then they may have stabilized enough to
It's back.
take a win in this game. So
I mean,
they
I
have
suppose
2 more super minion waves left, and that is it.
I mean, that is the big win for Samsung in that last skirmish, is that they managed to keep their inhibitor alive. Now they've got a chance to actually contest this Baron.
Samsung no stranger to playing from behind either. And
True.
they've been slowly inching their way forward in this game, thanks to CJ constantly pushing the minion waves into them.
Wraith drops a ward into the Baron pit. They know this is going on. And we got to see the engage. Samsung getting ready. CJ disengages, teleport coming in. They're going to try to flank with Untara right away. The ultimate pop by Kuve. Going to go in. Crown getting low. Gets taken out. Kills on each side. Stitch gets a good angle on this one. Bubbling taken out as well. Wraith gets out of the fight. And now this Fiora is starting to go off a bit. Samsung backs away. They've gotten a 1 for 3. They've been winning the fight. Kramer running for his life. Kuve gets caught by that Cosmic Binding. And Samsung takes the fight. They may take the mid lane turret too.
Oh, they will take that mid lane turret though. They're going to take it.
Can they turn onto Baron here? They're probably a little bit too low for that. No crown.
Now, this is the danger though of Samsung. They still have a ton of damage, and there's no true tank on CJ. Well, we have Rek'Sai, I suppose. But anyway, Crown going to get ulted right there by Mad Life, and then just jammed into the wall. Does manage to get some damage down before he died. But Stitch and Ambition playing aggressively right here. Stitch deciding, hell, I could duel this Ezreal, and Wraith has his back if somebody moves forward and gets towards him.
You know, I feel like that the fight where they held the inhibitor really gave Samsung a lot of confidence back. They looked much more willing to fight in that battle around the Baron, and now that they won that fight, I think mentally they're going to be back in it a lot more too.
Yep, and now we have the conundrum of what do you take, that Dragon or that Baron? Dragon coming up in about a minute now.
Yeah.
And so how does CJ want to play this? They already have great wards around the Baron pit, so they could just trade the first Dragon of the game for Samsung for their second Baron. And try and just force them out or force them to make a play on the Dragon for fear of getting that 5th stack.
I don't think Samsung wants him to get that Baron. They're going for it. There we go. Smite's not up for Ambition right now, by the way. He's probably going to have it soon, but not soon enough to steal this one. Teleport coming in for Samsung. CJ breaks off of the Baron. Kuve in there.
Yeah, if you're Samsung right now, you just want to keep dancing around this objective, because if CJ doesn't poke you first and actually commit to that Baron, then you've got him right where you want him. You finally get that flank that you've been
Wraith tries to go in
for a lot of this game.
Yeah, Samsung putting some pressure onto this mid lane tier 2 now.
And they're just going to try and back out and get this next Dragon. Yeah, should be the strategy. Clear out any pink wards that exist around there. Instead, Wraith going to...
I think it's tried to set up a turnaround, but got caught. And now CJ,
I mean, CJ
right
has
back
to do something
Baron.
about these side waves. They can't just sit here and deal with it.
Well, right now they're going to just put more pressure onto Baron instead.
Dragon is really close to being up.
Should be. Samsung's doing a good job of keeping the lanes pushed. Sky finally pushing back that top lane in favor of CJ.
I think this is an opportunity to recall, actually.
Yeah, recalls across the board. And if Samsung sees this, do you think they can rush the Baron?
Already have some people heading back there, so...
Okay, recall from Ambition, so no, they won't. Huh.
He wants to go for it.
A gentleman's recall. They're like, all right, let's both recall. We'll reconvene in mid in 1 minute when everyone has their new items. It's good for Samsung, though. Pulled back to within 1,000 gold down.
This CJ Blue Ezreal is getting really terrifying, especially when Kramer's playing it. We've seen his performance on that pick this season. It has been very good.
CJ going for that 5th Dragon. It's do or die time for Samsung. They need to stop this. Wraith coming in. That's a good culling on the Mad Life. Takes a lot of damage. Untara trying to zone for his team. That Dragon still has half health right now. Kuve looking for an angle to come in. And Wraith maybe from the side. This could be it. Comes in with the E. There we go. W into the self-ult. And now Samsung comes in with all this damage. They get the pop on the ultimate for Kube. That's a lot of healing for Samsung too. They've got CJ on the run. Sky goes down, and CJ has lost another fight. Kramer can still do damage though. Maybe they can turn it around. Maybe he can steal this dragon. Samsung needs this dragon so badly. Ambition, somebody needs to block the damage from Kramer coming in. Good positioning by Ambition, and that dragon goes to Samsung. That was so crucial. And with the death timers, they can just run over to that Baron if they want to. They're a little bit low, though, maybe.
Yeah, they're a little bit low. Well, we'll see if they do it. TP is up for Untara, so maybe a risk.
It's now or never. I think it's a little bit too late. Ping's going down for Samsung. They may try it. And they may lose the game. Okay, Ward was there, I believe. They saw it.
14 seconds till Bubbly's coming up. Bubbly does not have a tunnel close to this Baron.
They're going for it. Kube trying to zone. Baron going down very quickly. Ambition low already. Untara, Kramer coming in. Can they possibly seal it? Ambition
they knocked the
knocked
jungler
away.
out.
That's true. Oh! Bad Life with the ult onto the Baron. Do they get it? It does go over to Samsung anyway. They're going to turn it around. Kube low, but that's 3 kills already in the favor of Samsung. Here comes Bubbling, though, trying to turn it. Mad Life still up, but it's only Sky and Mad Life. Double kill for Crown. The recall. Can they move fast enough to maybe win this one?
Wow, Bubbling should not have gone in there at the end. I don't know what he was thinking going in alone. Sky was still in the base.
Okay, so they can probably take the mid inhibitor maybe with this, you think?
Yeah, they just healed up, got the recalls in.
Yeah, Sky is going to be
got 40
poking the
seconds
entire
to
way.
work with.
Use the package. That's going to be annoying to deal with. They do have the Baron-powered minions anyway. They've still got the tier 2 in mid. They may not. I don't know.
Yeah, I think they get the mid in him.
Okay, yeah. That died pretty quick. Ambition. Ooh, boy. Going a bit ambition there. And here comes the inhibitor turret. And there's still 15 seconds left. I don't know if you try to end it here. They can kill things really fast. They've got the wave coming in. They may be trying to end it. This may be an apocalyptic fight. Oh, yeah, not now. Not now.
Nice play
Not
on
after that
Life.
Tempered Fate, yeah.
Second really good Tempered Fate. He did Tempered Fate the Baron earlier after they punted Ambition out. He was just trying to buy time. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough.
Untara coming from the side. They may actually be trying to flank this. Here comes Samsung. Tosses that ult. It's going to throw Ambition back, I suppose. Wow, they're trying to make a play with Wraith again. CJ trying to do it. Yeah, Ambition. Oh, no. Wow, look at that play from Sky. Managed to take out Kube, and with 2 carries out of commission, CJ may be able to turn this one around now. I think Samsung's in big trouble. Minion waves onto the Nexus turrets. I think they pushed that one a bit too far.
Well, they do have to take out super minions, though, at the Nexus. Baron empowered, which may be a bit too much for them to finish the game right now.
We will see. There's a lot of time before Kube and Stitch come back.
Yeah, they're too low. Untara and Mad Life are way too low. So is Bubbling. They can't deal with these
Here
super
comes
minions.
Ambition. Wraith could try to go in on this, actually.
No, they don't have the other damage there, so they're going to...
Crown's back.
They're going to stop this.
He's going to go. He's going in. There's a W on the Bubbling. A little bit low. Tempered Fate happens. True Shot Barrage, not the greatest synergy there. Nice Cosmic Binding, though. Crown really low. A kill for Sky. CJ may have it right here. Sky so low, though. Gets killed off by Ambition. What a brawl. CJ barely ahead here. Wraith alive, but he's the only one. CJ is going to win this game.
Nope. Stitch is up at 5.
Yeah. You sure?
I'm sure he's up at 5.
I'm sure he's up at 5. Not sure that they're going to win. Wraith coming in, trying to be the support carry. Here comes Stitch, trying to do the damage. Drops the culling, drops Mad Life, drops Untara. And they're going to keep chasing. Kramer not able to get the turret. Wow. Crown Fiesta indeed.
Well, this has been an interesting end to this one.
It's been a bit sloppy from both sides, no doubt. I think Dragon's going to be up pretty soon here, too.
Yeah, that was a crazy rush in there by CJ. They're going to try and end this, actually.
They are, yeah.
I mean, this is the smart thing to do. You've got 4 people on the death timer. You have the super minions in the mid lane, and Kramer is not recalling yet, so I totally agree with this. If they can get a super minion wave there.
I suppose. 9 seconds till Sky comes back, though. This may still be tough to pull off.
Man, this is a wild ending.
I can't believe they're going for it again. True Shot Barrage through the middle of the wave.
Not to.
Yeah, it's a little bit too risky. A little bit too much. With both of your Nexus turrets down, I don't think you tried this one.
Where does this leave us, Doa?
I do not know. This leaves us to a situation where whoever wins the next team fight wins the game. That's where it leaves us. CJ might be in a position to grab that 5th dragon, I suppose.
That's where I think we're going to be heading. I mean, there's not really a way that Samsung can leave their base right now.
They're trying to push their lanes up as much as they can. They can leave it, but not for long.
Kube burned his TP right there, too, which really limits their options when it comes to base defense. It'll be interesting to see how this pans out.
Yeah. Well, I have no idea who's going to take it. Edge goes to CJ right now. But Samsung with the gold lead, funny enough.
Okay, so they're just going to give up Dragon number 5, it looks like.
Seems like a risky proposition. I think they're going to fight it.
Well,
Kube can't TP down, though.
Yeah, Kube's not there.
I guess you're right. He's
Okay,
coming down.
He's going to walk down after pushing out, so they really don't want to give up Dragon number 5.
Can't blame him.
Wraith is a giant Lysandra.
I think the thing is I think Samsung realizes that they can win these team fights. They have the edge.
Yeah, they definitely can, but if you're CJ, you just try and poke right here until the Dragon comes up.
Yeah.
And then take the Dragon for free. But you're also wary about them just rushing your Nexus.
I suppose that would happen, and that's the position that Samsung's put themselves in. Kind of saying, if you go for that Dragon, we're going to go for the base race. But there's no turrets protecting. Ooh, Wraith fighting this one. Going in, alt use, they knock Wraith away, and that means Untara's going to go into Ambition. Jeez, this game.
All right, they can't fight that Dragon. Samsung has to give it up now. They took too much poke damage.
Yeah, Ambition a little bit too low. CJ grabs that 5th Dragon. Can they end the game, though?
No. Not immediately, at the very least.
Recalls coming in. Another Baron within a minute or two, probably.
Yeah, crucially, that mid lane inhibitor is about to come back up.
Yeah.
So they may have an advantage when it comes to actually dealing with this.
Oh, I think CJ is holding all the cards at the moment. Even a team fight win would be tough for Samsung now.
We have no idea where they are, though, so Samsung could just set up an ambush here.
Stitch is right there. Needs to be careful about getting caught. Crown showing too, so they know the other members of Samsung must be close by.
Trying to keep this very low mid lane turret up.
Spooky ghosts. Yep. Lost Queen's Claim will definitely show you the way.
By the way, if CJ wins this, Mad Life has totally won this game for them. His ults on guard have been ridiculous.
Absolutely. The Tempered Fates, man, on the 2 Nexus turrets on the Baron.
In these team fights, that made a huge difference to them. Okay, one inhibitor's back up now. Second one will be coming back up really soon.
Mid inhibitor up for CJ as well.
Oh my.
Such a close game. One of the closest we've seen in a while. It hasn't exactly been the cleanest game, but
it's been a dirty game, Noah.
It has, but
it's been professional mud wrestling.
Makes it exciting sometimes, though, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. And they're just going to ditch it and try and go for this Baron.
Wow, and Baron plus 5th Dragon would be almost impossible for Samsung to stop. They're going to get the Baron, too. CJ gets it. Can Samsung win a team fight? Tempered Fate catches Wraith. Samsung really disorganized. Wraith trying to get over the wall. Ambition was recalling at the time. Samsung on the run. Untara not able to use that ult on anybody. Meanwhile, there's a lot of minions coming into the base.
Now, what is CJ going to do? Are they going to try and play the patient game and poke their way to success on this inhibitor, or are they going to just rush the Nexus? I don't know what the right call is, Noah.
Well, I think we're going to find out what the call is, even if it isn't the right one. Public recalling right now. He can come right back again, I suppose.
It's the last turret.
It's a 4v5. Okay, they're coming in right now. Inhibitor, here comes Wraith. Goes in. W on Untara. Kube thinking about coming in. They don't really pull the trigger on that one. They just saved their mid inhibitor. All 3 of their inhibitors up, in fact. CJ recalling. Wow, so with 5th Dragon and Baron, they can't push for the inhibitors.
I don't know what they want right now, or what they're expecting, or what they think they can get. I guess that's the only answer, is that they want to buy a bunch of elixirs and they come back into this fight.
This game is insane right now. 12-12 as far as kills go. Slight gold lead for Samsung. It's been pretty even all game long, though. The big story is that there are no turrets left on the game for Samsung.
Well, there's also no more 5th Dragon. So that's going to be problematic for CJ. They lost one of their advantages, and now they're going to try and fight without it, or they're going to wait for the 5th Dragon again.
True Shot Barrage does a lot of work on that minion wave, though. That helps. And Samsung, they know Wraith is engaged. They need to respect that Lissandra E coming in. Have the Ice or Frost or whatever, and will he go in? No. Samsung, though, confident in their ability to fight this. I think they're going to try something before too long. Wraith's E cooldown should be up by now. Still threatening. Gotta go. Gotta do it sometime. Your inhibitor's just gonna get poked out. Utara takes a lot of damage from Crown. Ambition slightly low himself, though. Mad Life needs a good tempered fate if they want to try to fight this, I think.
Just trying to use the Baron as best they can to slowly poke people down. Ambition is low. There's a TP coming in from Utara. He did get chunked out and went back to base.
Right.
But are they gonna get anything out of it? I don't.
Red buff. They're getting the red buff.
Wow, using that TP is so bad too, Doa, because if there was a chance that Utara could just backdoor the Nexus, right?
Yeah.
And so now they don't even have that opportunity. Like, if they could draw Samsung out of the base to fight at a 5th Dragon, Utara could theoretically just have TP'd in and ended the game.
Yeah, Culling did some damage to
There's
Sky
just no point for him to get back any faster than he would have with Home Guards, because they didn't do anything with it at all.
Right.
Now Baron buff is down, and CJ is now burned through a 5th Dragon and a Baron buff.
What a hold. What an absolutely amazing hold for Samsung to stay alive through a team with Baron and 5th Dragon at the same time. Crazy.
Well, it's also that CJ really has been unwilling to pull a trigger, but they also have been shown that in the late game they haven't been winning these team fights. I mean, Samsung has been coming back from a pretty large early game advantage from CJ in this game.
Yeah.
And it takes that perfect opportunity to hit the tempered fate, like you're saying, to make it work. And I really wish Utara had not used that TP.
Mad Life has a better KDA than his AD carry. Oh yeah. I like it. Yeah, and if CJ wins this game, you're absolutely right. It is the Mad Life show as usual. Oh, Wraith.
Trying to make this fight out. They
This
want
could
this.
be it. Utara goes in onto Crown. Crown in big trouble, gets out. He made it out. And now Wraith coming in. Will be able to get it. There's the W. Where's the out? Oh! Kuve got his ult. The heal comes in for Samsung. CJ on the run. They lost bubbling. Samsung holding all the cards now. It was only the jungler that went down. Samsung missing some health. Crown in trouble. They need to respect the poke. But Samsung has a chance. Ambition's low, though. What do you do? What in the world do you do if you're Samsung right now? Go for the dragon, I guess.
Take 5th Dragon away from them because you're too low to actually fight.
Crown, he's got to be careful. He's so low. I can't believe they're even thinking of turning out to this one. And now they got to be really careful here. CJ could fight this 4v5. There's a lot of low health members of Samsung.
Yeah, they just need to take this and back out.
Two-shot barrage comes through. They get the dragon. They need to back away. CJ. Okay, they're going to see him coming through the jungle. This is a dangerous moment for Samsung. You can't recall because CJ can just rush through.
Nice play there by Wraith. Just making sure he got the claw through the wall. He can W anybody else
There's
out. Crown and
recalls.
Ambition.
Okay.
Going to recall and heal up, and they're going to go after this inhibitor.
They're going to lose their mid inhibitor. Samsung can still fight this, though.
They will not lose this. It's a 5v4. CJ can't press this too hard.
Okay. Stitch's a little bit low. Kube coming from the side.
He used his TP. Oh, no.
Yeah, it's going to make it kind of tough. Utara can backdoor now. If they ever get minions in the base again, that is. Bubbling back.
They just need a ward. They just need a ward in the base, though.
Yeah.
Oh, the TP usage in the late game here has been pretty bad from both sides.
This game is close, though. All right. Let's check this one out. Watch Bubbling getting caught here. Tara tries to make a play. How did Crown survive that?
They made a flash, and so he came over the side, had a summoner heal there to help him out as well.
Yeah.
And then
great play by Wraith, too.
Moving on through, so Crown reacts. I think that you do set that up. Utara tried to get the heroic charge stun into the knockup from Rek'Sai, but it was just barely not enough to get the kill. To get that kill, that goes entirely differently.
Ambition. Well, I was going to say Samsung, actually, and Ambition. Have the lanes pushing right now. They've got the map pressure for the moment, anyway.
Well, Stitch has sold his boots now, and so has Kramer.
Okay, ADCs without boots. Pure damage. Obviously, both of these AD carries pretty mobile, so it's not the biggest deal. Juve has that Guardian Angel now. Shabraj going for the wave again. Baron should be back very soon.
Ooh, that's not going to be enough actually for that wave.
I guess
This
not.
is a really good situation for Samsung if that Baron spawns soon because they have total control of the side waves, and someone from CJ is going to have to go deal with that because those minions are so strong at this point in the game that you will just lose an inhibitor.
Samsung grouped up in the river, and Wraith keeps throwing out those E's. It's so scary for CJ to see that come in.
I mean,
thinking about it. Samsung may have the flank. They could come from the side here.
Uh-oh. CJ is just trying to threaten right now. They're really scared about this Baron.
Yes, they are. They should be. Baron is up. CJ just thinking about rushing it. They're
going to go for the base race here.
Yeah.
They're just going to go straight for the Nexus.
Magical Journey, and they may be able to catch him too. I don't think Samsung can get there in time. Tempered Fate used. They stop right. They're going for the Nexus. They're going to get it. CJ just rushes it down for the win. Oh, man. What an end to that game.
Mad Life again with the Tempered Fate. And they let CJ have the angle in, and the Magical Journey plus the Tempered Fate was enough, stopping the recall of Wraith, who could have, he was so close, because if he had been able to recall right there, then he would have gotten in and used his W on the team to stop them before they could kill the Nexus.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, Samsung trying to press that advantage onto the Baron, and in the end, CJ just realizes, hey, you've got no turrets. We can just go kill your Nexus.
Great call, and that's such a minor mistake from Samsung, too, because you normally want to hold that angle on the Baron, but in that particular moment, they had such huge waves in the side lane. All they had to do was sit in mid and clear that wave, and eventually CJ would have had to have left to defend their inhibitors. They could have taken the Baron or just rushed mid themselves. So slight misposition there from Samsung, and it costs them the game.
That's a tough one to lose, though. Ambition obviously not looking too happy. I mean, they were winning all of the late game team fights, too.
Well,
so they could just never win it quite hard enough.
To credit CJ's credit, they realized that, and they just refused to fight them ever again.
Yep. And that means we actually have one more game between Samsung and CJ. We're going to all 6 games tonight, Monty. Oh boy.
Yep.
But Mad Life, what an absolute hero.
Yep.
CJ is a Mad Life show, and we come back. Game number 3, guys. Don't miss it. And we are back on Champion Spring. Mad Life gets the MVP. Another easy to predict one. He was really on fire with those Tempered Fates.
Well, justifying that
things.
Bard ban in the first game of the series.
Yeah.
Let them have it in game number 2, and they regretted that one a little bit. I mean, starting here with the kill onto Ambition.
Yep. And it didn't end there. I mean, it really is incredible just how good this guy is on Bard.
Yeah, just his cosmic bindings, his ults were all quite fantastic.
Somehow Ambition survived this one, but that was just because of some epic play from Wraith.
Yeah, Wraith doing a very good job there to save the jungler, and I mean, it didn't hit, but it also zoned everybody out, got Wraith Chunk trying to dodge that, and then ended up in a team fight win there for CJ.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you ban the Bard. I think it's certainly a good idea. Probably just knocked straight back into a better position, actually, in that one. That ended up being the fight that won CJ the game. Or at least eventually did, I suppose. But, I mean, this wasn't a backdoor. This was a wide open front door, guys.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, nothing backdoor about this. It was just Samsung thinking they could pressure play around the Baron, and CJ going, well, what's stopping us from just walking in and killing your base? And the answer was nothing.
Well, right, and you know, as I said, what Samsung was doing in like 99% of cases was exactly the right thing to do. You want that angle onto Baron so you can threaten it, but under those particular circumstances where they had no more turrets left, and they had those 2 side waves pushing, all they had to do was sit in mid lane and continue to clear that wave until CJ had to leave to kill the giant minion waves in the side lanes.
Right.
So it was a misplay under those specific conditions, but normally you just want to be able to threaten that Baron. Unfortunately, also because Mad Life had that magical journey, which speeds up their rush on the base there, made all the difference. And of course, stopping Wraith was sort of the nail in the coffin there with the ultimate. It's really well played. And there we go. Back to banning Bard.
Yes, probably a good idea. Bard banned out right away by Samsung. Callista Lulu will be the next 2 bans.
So same ban so far from Samsung. We'll see if they ban the Twisted Fate.
Rise.
So same bans as game 1 from CJ. So it'll be a Corki ban this time around, and they will be leaving the Twisted Fate up. And that is going to be difficult to deal with considering that CJ is on the red side. And we've seen a lot of TF bans aimed at Sky.
It's looking like a first pick Alistar for Samsung.
I would wager you are correct.
And I'm sure CJ is just thinking about banning it and giving them the Callista. Or not the Callista. They will take it, yeah, Italy.
So they banned the Corki. In the first game, CJ banned the Corki on the red side. But they just take it themselves to make sure they get that Alistair pick. Or the Italy, I suppose, depending on what they were gunning for. But Samsung, once again, blue side, first pick, Alistair.
Well, if our last series showed us anything, it's time to pick Jungle Rumble, and Rammus.
That's right. Yeah, we learned that from Katie.
That's right. We're going into our 6th hour of casting, guys. So if things start getting a little bit loopy, don't worry about it.
I'm also
body's really
super jet lagged, and I haven't slept for more than 3 hours in like 2 days. So
it's okay.
I'm sorry if I fall asleep in the middle of this cast.
Well, in the early stages of this meta, I can't blame you. Might take a nap too. So maybe Fiora Lucian for CJ.
Yeah, taking the Fiora away this game.
Yeah.
Samsung has had it both games so far in this best of 3, and Fiora Lucian will be the pickups.
Thinking about Graves, I think Samsung will be happy to take that though.
Yep. Ambition did lose with it in the last game, but
only barely.
Can't take the Nidalee like he did in game number 1. So Graves Victor here, definitely a possibility for Samsung. The Twisted Fate available though, and they are going to be concerned about that. The question is whether they blind pick the TF or not.
What about a LeBlanc? Maybe not in this phase, but they might be thinking about it at least.
Yeah, I could take Graves Lysandra here.
Okay.
And because they showed Lysandra from Crown in the last game, that is going to be a flex pick for them. I would imagine in Well, it's hard to say because, of course, that matchup is Fiora favored in the top lane, which might make it difficult for QV to be up to his normal Lissandra tricks.
Could be. Wraith had a slow start on that Lissandra last game, but ended up making a lot of great plays towards the end.
Certainly wasn't as explosive as his LeBlanc game, but...
Would you be kind of surprised to see Braum rather than Thresh?
Depends on what they're going for. If they're going to pick something more poke-oriented in the mid lane, if they're gunning for the Twisted Fate, still, I don't know if Sky can play Jace, but there's that possibility too. Set up a big, nice front line for a 4-1 split.
All right, Braum and Rek'Sai. Does help mitigate some of the damage coming in from the Graves and the Ezreal. You think it'd be wise to pick Ezreal into the Braum?
This would be a little bit weird, but I mean, the thing about Ezreal is that his Q is so spammable that you can always just work it in around Braum's shield.
True.
The only thing you're really going to be blocking is True Shot Barrage. And it would give them a lot of kiting ability and also some nice engage there with Lissandra, Poppy, and Alistar.
I suppose. Poppy Lissandra would be a pretty powerful combination.
The only thing about whether they want to blind pick this, if they do pick Twisted Fate, they have to be very worried about the Lissandra Graves ganks on TF because those would be absolutely brutal.
Yeah. Oh,
LeBlanc, okay.
LeBlanc, a last-minute switch.
So Samsung definitely wants the lane swap this time because they're going to have 2 losing lanes. So that will be interesting if they can get it and replicate what CJ did in the last game by avoiding any kind of laning phase for a while, taking down all the outer side lane turrets.
Oh, good.
Just like last game.
Yeah.
I mean, that's definitely what they're going to want to do, Doa.
Sure. That's what we want to. Not.
There's a lot of problems, though, with the Fiora Lissandra matchup, and I would imagine that will be a Twisted Fate. That is a pretty big risk, though. Crowd will run Ignite, and that combined with the Graves Burst could be very deadly for Sky.
Yeah,
If the Lissandra gets into the lane, and they still have the setup there from the LeBlanc too.
Okay. What do you think about a Lux instead?
We've seen it work before. That seems mostly like a skill matchup because a lot of players have picked into it both ways. And if you can land the light binding onto the Lux, you can do onto the LeBlanc, you can do a tremendous amount of damage. So Sky will be going for the Lux, and they've got all the makings of a nice 4-1 split composition coming for CJ. Very good wave clear in the mid lane. Very good kiting with the Rek'Sai and the Braum, and it's going to be up to Untara to really do well, but there are tools that Samsung has to deal with a Fiora, not 1v1. Lissandra does very poorly against Fiora in the late game, so split pushing not really an option. Crown will be taking the cleanse this game on LeBlanc to avoid that light binding scenario. Sky will be taking barrier to make sure that he doesn't get 100-0, and so
good ideas on both sides.
Grabbing that over shield just to make it a little bit easier to survive. I like Crown taking the cleanse, though. That's not something we see, but typically when the LeBlanc-Lux matchup has gone Lux's way, it's because that full combo can really just wreck a LeBlanc if you manage to hit her with that Q.
Yeah. Cleanse has a long cooldown, though, so you might be able to get out of one of them, but you're going to have to be a careful game coming in from Crown.
Yeah, that said, you do get a lot of kill pressure, though, onto Lux later on if you can get rolling.
Yep, very true. Well, here we go. Samsung versus CJ Entis. Game number 3. Let's do it.
Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you, holding hands.
All right. Welcome to Summoner's Rift for the last time tonight. Samsung taking on CJ Entis and their legion of screaming, energetic fans and they should be after that last game. It was pretty exciting towards the end, despite being a little bit messy throughout.
Really questionable use of teleport at the end of that game, and pretty big mistake from Samsung by letting CJ into that mid lane track, but in the end, CJ does come out victorious. Samsung fought back well there for a while, but couldn't close the game.
They had the stronger team fight, but it seems like once they realized that, it was already too late. They'd lost too many turrets. There are Keystone Masteries.
Yeah, pretty much what you'd expect.
미니언들이 산성되었습니다.
Nothing too out of the ordinary. And we are going to see an attempt here, just like last game, where the team with the stronger duo lane attempts to call that lane swap, but they are not going to find it. So Samsung is going to get what they want this game, which is pretty huge.
Man, Life and Kramer just starting with the Krugs. It's a Krug start for both sides.
Everybody loves the Krugs.
No, they don't. They're killing them. They don't. It's the opposite of loving the Krugs.
They love killing the Krugs.
That's more like it. It's a Krug extermination. They just keep coming back.
Yeah, they're really pesky vermin in the jungle.
Yeah.
I'd be annoyed if I tried to kill something and it came back every 5 minutes.
It would be annoying. Sounds like mosquitoes in my apartment in summertime.
Yeah, there's a real brambleback infestation, you know?
Yeah, and same with these rock dudes, too.
Constantly killing rocks only to have them come back and terrorize you once again.
Yep. Oh, Wraith. Wow, Wraith really harassing at these wolves. Hardcore, man. All right. Take some damage. Saunters out. You know, if I was trying to prevent rock monsters from coming back, I would just take the rocks of the ones I killed earlier, and I would build like a horrific sculpture of it dying right where they usually show up. So that if one decides to, they're like, oh, whoa, that's creepy, man. I'm out of here. Scare them away. You know?
Where would they go to? I mean,
I don't know. Back into the mountains from whence they came.
Back into the ground from whence they arose. Summoner's Rift is a self-contained environment, though. It has walls on every side. There's nowhere to run. It's just a brutal killing field.
Doesn't mean you can't go through the ground if you're one of these blue buff things. I mean, Rek'Sai can almost do it.
Rek'Sai, the worst tunneler in existence.
Can't even get all the way underground.
She basically just digs a trench wherever she goes.
Pretty much. Not very impressive. Turrets going down on both sides, as we often see in these lane swap scenarios.
It's your favorite part of League of Legends, Noah.
Oh, I know it's your favorite part too. It'll be our favorite part together. Isn't that nice?
There's help coming in here, actually. Ambition. Yeah, a little bit slower on that swap. So we already see the duo lane here from CJ going to be arriving just a little bit faster at this turret, and they are not going to be able to bounce this properly.
That doesn't look like enough minions are going to go down, yeah. Oh, meanwhile, Sky tries to come in on the Crown here. Crown on the run, taking the long way around. Can they possibly catch him? He's still got Flash, he's still got Cleanse. Meanwhile, people coming up from Samsung to support him. There's the Flash, Mad Life right there, though. Q hits Wraith. Dragon thinking about attacking, but not quite activated.
But this has left a really nice opportunity for Rintara to really start farming in the top lane. It's a big distraction down there, and it slowed down Samsung's ability to swap into the lane. So good play there.
Yeah, well, getting Crown's Flash early on is a pretty big deal.
Big bonus all around. This Rintara gets a wave that's pushing back towards him, and he has a chance to just carefully prune it. Meanwhile, we see the dual lane here from CJ pushing very hard. And Cuvee left by himself. Meanwhile, Alistar is heading up towards that mid lane. And how exactly is Samsung going to respond to this? They're not going to be there for the push. So it looks like Ambition is just going to have to go down into the bottom lane to clear the wave to make sure that this turret doesn't die. So things have gone a little bit awry here for Samsung early. Looks like they're not going to push it. Mad Life senses that the time is now to recall, considering he doesn't see Alistar in the top side.
I suppose chance to go back and pick up some boots. But I'm really wondering how aggressive they're going to try to be on Crown. I mean, even without Flash, it's hard to catch a LeBlanc. He's still got that cleanse. Maybe a gank here. There's Wraith. All right. Now we might see a play here on the Wraith and Stitch.
Combo's down for Alistair.
Yeah, I think if you're going to go, now's the time. Wraith's coming back to Ward right now. Towards Tribrush. There's a Ward. They're going to find him anyway. There's a knock-up. Wraith trying to get a position of Flash over the wall. Can they do it? Wraith with the Pulverize should be able to make it, and they're not going to follow. Pretty tanky, even without that level 6. Meanwhile, Sky really harassing Crown here in the mid lane. And why not? You know, I mean, if you know where, if you know there's things going on up in top lane, put the pressure on, I guess. Whoa, that was an attempt. Oops. Oh, here comes Bubbling. They're still going to try to make a play. There's a Flash knock up on the Crown. Got to pick the right one, though. Maybe they can turn this on to Ambition, but no, Ambition doing a lot of damage on that Graves. And with Kube coming up, CJ can't really make it work.
Yeah, they did get the TP, but with the TP already used on Antara, that's not going to mean too much. And now that you see Samsung able to catch both of the waves in the side lanes, they head back. Not too much gain from that. Sky using it, Light Binding and the final spark early meant that there was a lot of opportunity for counterplay right there. And
he's lucky he got out of that without having to burn his summoner.
piece something together, but look at that damage coming in from Kramer.
It's high.
It's high. He's got a cull too. He's getting it. He's doing it.
Wow. All right.
Well, it's an interesting buy because you can stack it up pretty well now. Of course, if you're going to be in this lane swap situation without a lot of pressure, and if you are playing against an Ezreal who doesn't really have much in the way of combat stats, it does scale nicely. So I like that decision in this particular game.
He's working on it.
Yeah, 400 gold up. Healthy CS lead.
Yep.
Big advantage when it comes to trading. Seems like a perfect time to grab a cull if there ever was one.
Grab a cull. That sounds like Lucian, something Lucian wants to do.
He's got his cull for the culling.
Yeah.
Right, ran out of words.
Culling. Just make a new champion and call him Cull.
Well, they already have an ability, Cull the Meat. And they have the culling. And now they have Cull the item.
Yeah. New game mode coming. The culling. Blue buff for Crown. Jeez, Lysandra, are you okay?
No, we know that she's not okay. QA definitely not okay. Hasn't even had a chance to recall yet. Has no items.
Yeah, just Sidoran's ringing a pot.
Having to spend all his teleports running around the map, and that makes this even harder. Okay, Antara, you know, is level 6, has a pickaxe, a longsword, and a corrupting potion already, so QA not really in a position to deal with this.
I mean, it's Lysandra has those CC options, I suppose. Can pop that E to get away. Can't really trade quite as well. Now left Kramer coming down.
Yeah, they really just want this turret right now. They see that there aren't any items on Lysandra, so knowing that she is in a rather vulnerable place, they're just going to try and push this wave instead. And they also see that Stitch is just trying to freeze the wave for as long as possible on the top side.
I think CJ's just going to try to freeze it too.
Ooh, I don't know about this. Maybe. Bubbling is there. Uh-oh.
Now they find Ambition. Ambition, some damage onto Mad Life. Mad Life in a little bit of trouble here. He's going to be able to make it out, though.
Yeah, Lux is fainting over to that side, but doesn't have the control over mid to actually get into the river.
Yeah.
So it looks like this will be successful as Samsung moves a couple players over into the enemy jungle to push this all the way back to the turret. It's a good reaction because had Kramer and Mad Life been able to get there, they may have been successful in dealing some damage at the very least, if not taking out that tier 1 on the bottom side.
This guy's still farming his best. No opportunities for Dragon just yet. Wow, what an ult.
The pink beam was real.
Yep. What lane clear. Very ult.
It was very ult.
Yeah.
So Fiora, though, really starting to cause problems with the CS advantage. I mean, 400 gold about the edge right now for CJ. About 300. Just due to the extra farm they've been able to get.
Yep. Everyone's content to farm.
Well, Doe, we didn't get both turrets taken down. We have to wait longer for that this game.
Yep. Oh, Ambition a little bit caught here. Trying to back away. Ah, they missed light binding. That might have been a kill. But, well, Sky didn't have his ult, so no, I don't think so.
And didn't have his ult, and also didn't have the vision to pursue that. That time Ambition was in the right place, considering where his teammates were. They were able to respond to it faster, so it takes a little bit of damage, but gets the wards in nonetheless. Unlike last game where he died in that exact same place, but because he was there under the wrong circumstances.
Well, that happens to Ambition, doesn't it? Oh, he just took the Gromp with his smoke bomb. Smoke grenade.
Smoke bomb steal.
Smoke grenade, smoke bomb, smoke something, I don't know.
No, that's not what you
Graves
should
used
be
to
telling.
smoke. No, I mean, it's the name of it is to smoke something.
Uh-huh. Don't say that to our impressionable viewers, though, huh?
It's okay. I know they'll only indulge in anything that is legal in their state.
I'm from Colorado.
Yeah, that's nice.
Relevant in this conversation.
You know, ironically, Graves can't smoke anything anymore. It's banned on Summoner's Rift.
Graves must live in Singapore.
He actually has to light people on fire to have anything with smoke going on. Or throw a grenade, I guess. Now he sadly just activates a grenade underneath himself and breathes deeply. It's like I used to be able to smoke cigars, but now I only have my grenades. You know, that's really a double standard, because what produces more dangerous smoke, right? A smoke grenade or cigar? Really? Really, what's more of a risk?
I think they should just give him a vape.
He just takes a puff on the e-cig now.
Just
What
harmless water vapor.
We need like, I don't know, hipster Graves or something? Has his patchy beard and his Doctor Who scarf and vapes.
I don't even know what the word hipster means anymore, Noah.
I don't know. It's just a generic thing at this point, you know.
Because people use that word to mean literally anything now.
Yeah, it works. Why not, you know? Jungle fight.
No. Dragon retreat.
The dragon retreat. Oh, well.
How dare you besmirch the name fighting with running away?
I know. There's nothing going on in this game.
Sure isn't. Ambition tried to be clever and come over the back of the dragon wall.
This is the worst meta ever, isn't it?
I don't know. There have been quite a few bad ones.
For me, this one kind of takes the cake. The bad cake that nobody wants to eat, that is.
The fruit cake?
Yeah.
Nobody likes fruit cake.
It's true. It's because you have candied fruit in it, which is just an abomination, man.
That's so true.
Candied fruit is truly an offense to nature. I mean, it's not really candy, and it's not really fruit.
I mean, you could just use dried fruit to be a lot better.
Oh!
Nope.
Doesn't get the blue buff. Nice try. Yeah. Dried fruit is better. Real fruit is better. An attack on Kube. Riposte works. Bubbling trying to head him off with the pass. Fight happening. Kube will just self-ult. Crown comes in looking for the kill. Bubbling in trouble. Sky throws out the shield, but it's not going to save his jungler. First blood finally goes over to Ambition.
Yeah, they were playing like Ambition wasn't there when he popped over the wall.
Yep.
Plus, they had the ability for that LeBlanc to roam, so getting an assist early It's not as much, obviously, as he had in that 3-minute solo kill in game number 1, but we saw what Crown can do on that LeBlanc, and it was very impressive.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Sky? It's going to be just fine. Look out, he's fine. Minions aren't fine, though. Pretty even game, as you might expect. Nothing to add to that over there, Monte Cristo? No?
As you would expect.
Yeah, pretty much.
And now it's Dragon time.
All right. Samsung takes it. The end.
It was a good story.
Yep. Not for the Dragon. For Samsung.
It never ends well for the Dragon in League of Legends. If he's lucky, he kills like one person. They send the puniest dragons to Summoner's Rift. They are really just not terrifying.
Yeah, man. You need some serious dragons in the Rift.
Even Baron's not that scary. He never actually kills anybody.
Well, not anymore. Well, not in pro play anyway.
He just causes people to be killed. Yeah. Does some damage, groups them up for other people.
He's just kind of flattered. He's like, oh, you guys, you don't need to fight over me. A fight over little old me? In my pit? There's no need. I'll give my buff to anyone.
You will. He's giving it away for free, man.
It is. Well, almost free. I would say at a steep discount. You know, Monty, I gotta be honest with you. In the intro, every time you say the name of the tournament, Coca-Cola, League of Legends, I can't keep a straight face.
No, I can't either, so there you go.
Yeah. It's just funny hearing you say the name of that snack. Oh, W. Kuvan Ambition trying to work on this turret.
They really want it.
Oh, not enough, though. If they really wanted it, they would have dove for that.
They're grunting for turrets, Noah.
Grunting for turrets. I'm grunting for turrets. That's a t-shirt that's going to show up at the LCS sometime.
With a picture of Lysandra on it.
That's right. Have to say green. Hey, they got that turret. Grunting successful.
Oh, there we go. Tower up for Samsung.
Sure are. A little bit of a gold lead, too, even. Nobody really wanting to fight over any of these objectives, though. Just kind of have it, you know? It's like, I can see you're maybe a little bit stronger than I am right now, so you can have that turret. You can have that dragon. It's kind of how it is right now. I mean, with the longer death timers, it's like, well, do I really want to fight over this turret? I might die. That might be worse than losing the turret, so no.
Especially when you have that Ezreal that you're trying to propel into the late game as best you can.
Yeah, exactly. It's not about the early game. It's about the late game.
Come over walls with your LeBlanc and your Ezreal and your Lysandra and kill that pesky Lux.
Yep.
Or maybe you and Tara will get a giant CS advantage and be an unstoppable split pusher.
You know what we need?
We will find out in 20 minutes.
We need like maybe a 30-minute, 35-minute cap on game time. Kind of like fighting games have, where at the end of the game, whoever's just like done more damage wins. So then it's just like a mad race to kill as many objectives as you can. Get as many kills as you can, you know? There's like a little bar. Whoa. Goodbye, Rift Herald. Meanwhile, fight in the mid lane. Results in nothing. No summoners used. No real damage done. The Rift Herald has gone to a better place.
Hell?
Hey, maybe heaven. Maybe Rift Herald heaven.
I don't think
all
so.
Rift Heralds go to heaven.
I don't think they do. He's just squatting there. We discussed this.
I suppose. He had no other choice. He had nowhere else to go, man. He was thinking about going over to Dominion. Nope, that's not going to happen now.
Maybe the Crystal Scar. Man, Skarner must be super sad now that they deleted the Crystal Scar from existence.
I guess, yeah.
Isn't that all he talks about is like going home to the Crystal Scar or whatever?
Him and Tarek really love gems and crystals. It's true.
Do you think Tarek killed a Skarner
Just
to make
put a
his
bunch
armor?
Yeah, I think so. Whoa, there's a lore interaction we haven't seen yet.
That's why he misses his kind, because Tarek has been assassinating him for fashion.
That's right. Well, Wraith doesn't take a lot of damage. He does use his ultimate, though.
He's like Cruella de Vil.
That's true. 101 crystal scorpions. I need them for my outfit. I can see Tarek driving that car, too. Yep.
Wow, that's one of our best discoveries about League of Legends ever.
I think so. Tarek is basically Cruella de Vil only for Skarner species.
That explains where they all went.
Yeah. Into Tarek's armor. I don't even remember any of Tarek's quotes anymore. Well, Samsung takes a tier 2 already. Tara's like, there was something here I was supposed to protect. I don't remember what it was, though. I'll just kill these minions.
Well, using that range advantage on the viewer early to
Works out.
punish her while they still can. Oh, man.
Oh, wow. Over the wall. Big dive onto Sky. Bubbling trying to save his mid laner. And Bishan comes in for the execute. He's going to be fine. Now Bubbling may be in a little bit of trouble. Kube taking a lot of turret hits, so it's time to get out. Yeah.
It does get some damage done on the Bubbling, though, so Kramer has to come.
Not bad.
And now we see Ezreal moving up into this top side. There's the culling to take out the cannon minion wave.
Yeah, the siege begins. Well, as soon as the minions come back anyway.
Nice post there, actually.
Not bad. Dragon should be up in just a second. Samsung's going right towards it. Yep, there it is. And with Sky out of the way, I think this one's going to go to Samsung. This will be their second Dragon now.
Nice little dive there.
Yeah.
We call it a skydive.
It was a skydive. There was no parachute for him.
It was fatal.
Yep.
The skydive tragically ended in death.
That's right. Lux ult doesn't really do anything. Turret still goes down. Bubbling gonna chase. Here comes the teleport to try to come in and make a play here. Shara all over Crown. A kill comes in right away.
Splash from Bubbling there, unburrowing, so he couldn't take the second part of his E to safety. And now the reversal of this play.
Yeah, they're gonna give a look at the middle turret. Ooh, Wraith coming in with a big engage. Gets ulted though. Tara looking for that heal. He's going to be able to get it. There it is, flashing over the wall, stays away from the turret. Aggro riposte onto Stitch. Makes it out. CJ coming alive. What a play.
Wow, well, I mean, that was a 5-on-4, but
still a nice play from Utara, though.
Yeah, questionable engage there from Wraith, and Utara making it all the way through the turret on that Fiora.
Yeah.
Getting the riposte off at the end to deal with that damage, like you said, from Stitch. So they thought they might have had to play 3-man pulled into True Shot Barrage, but the damage just isn't there yet from Ezreal.
And they're going to get the mid lane turret for it. Maybe.
Maybe they will. TP.
Oh, TP coming in for Kube. TP wars. Kube goes in for the W for the ult. Sky hits nothing with his ultimate. Only Sky, hee. Gets killed, though. And now maybe a Baron for Samsung right off of that. Wow, this has been just like TP play after TP play here. This game has been kind of weird.
Mad Life just blocked a True Shot Barrage with his Unbreakable, and now a 24-minute Baron, and not much that's going to stop them. All the carries are gone, and Tara isn't there. Mad Life is too low, so free Baron for Samsung as they overstay, not paying attention to the death timer from Juve, and that is going to cost them dearly.
Bubbling thinks about trying to go after this mid lane turret, but he just doesn't have the damage to do it.
Great play from Juve, and that's been one of his strengths, is finding those flanks on Lysandra, but this is just an error. I mean, the Iceborne Gauntlet is there too, so there's just no way you're getting away from this.
Yeah.
Great E flash there. Gets the double W, also known as the Quadra U.
Gets the Quadra U. Yep. That's really what it's all about. Quadra U.
You're really looking for the Deca U, though, for the ultimate play.
That's right. Wouldn't you be, after the Quadra U, wouldn't you be going for the Octa U first?
You mean the Hexa U, but yes.
Wouldn't... Wait. Isn't Octa 8, though? We're doubling it each time. 2, 4, 8.
Well, you'd have to hit 4 people with that, though. That's the thing.
It's doable. It's not impossible. Baron push coming in. Crown looking for some damage on the Sky. Finds Mad Life instead. Tier 2 looks like Samsung's closing this one out a bit quicker. That chain of events, though, before the Baron was just so bizarre. It was like, I'm going to TP behind you. Now I'm going to TP behind you. One more TP. Yep, minion wave doesn't go down. That's a Baron powered minion wave. Tier 2 turret taken out.
So Samsung very quickly accelerating this game and managing to make the most out of this Baron. They now have all the outer turrets down. Very nice 7K gold lead. So just bouncing right back after that tough loss and looking like they'll be firmly in control of this one, just like they were in game 1 of this series.
Yep. So far, so good for Samsung. A little bit of Baron buff remaining. Actually, about a third remaining. That's not bad at all. They have gotten a lot done with this. Going for the inhibitor turret up in top lane now. CJ's going to engage. This is going to be the time to do it. Culling used Wraith, kicked into the back lines. Lux ultimate does some damage onto Stitch. They still can't save their turret. Wow. Kube going in. Ult onto Madlife now, looking for a kill. Madlife throws up that unbreakable. Not quite such. Untara comes in, tries to make a play. Taken out by Crown right away, though. Bubbling on his own. You know what? Fighting 1v4 repeatedly for CJ just hasn't worked out. Are we actually going to see the end of the game right here?
Yeah, looks like we might. They're just going to press in and take it. They have 2 cannon minions, so plenty of tankiness.
The carries are alive, though. Sky trying to make a play. Whoa, there goes Kramer. Crown's got enough damage for it. Sky taken out. There's the ace, and there's the game. So after all that, Monty, a 27-minute win for Samsung to close this series out. This was a bizarre best of 3, wasn't it?
Well, it escalated really quickly, and I think what we can say about this is Samsung, they had a pretty convincing Game 1 victory and a pretty convincing Game 3 victory, and when they were down out of the laning phase in Game number 2, they still nearly came back. So,
yeah,
pretty strong statement for Samsung, ability to play from ahead and behind.
I mean, CJ just looked tired in that last game. Very lackadaisical. Not the best plans, and Samsung just capitalizing. Pretty simple win, honestly, for Samsung in Game 3.
Yeah, thanks to Cube. It looks like the big misplay there was not accounting for the teleport timer, and that was a pretty big error that allowed Lissandra to get behind them as they pressed too hard onto that mid lane turret.
Yep. Yeah, very solid Lissandra play from Cube, and it's a disappointing loss for CJ. And you can tell this is a team that, you know, you could see them still making that playoff playoff run rather. They've come close to winning a lot of these best of 3s, but
I mean, honestly, if you're CJ, how upset could you possibly be considering that you know that you have these players that are just waiting in reserve for the second round robin that are most likely huge upgrades?
Well, I think the answer, Monty, is you are one of the players that's on the team right now.
Well, they're still 3 and 4 at the end of the day, so they've taken more wins than we thought, having looked at their roster coming into the season. And today they showed once again how strong they can be with these poke compositions, and Kramer had a good showing.
Yeah, I suppose. Madlife he carried pretty hard in Game 2, but as anyone who plays a lot of support knows, you can only carry so hard on support, man.
Still impressive Bard MVP performance for him.
Yeah. And we'll see who our MVP is for game number 3. It is Kube. Again, no surprises. Every MVP this today's matches. Kube made the plays, did a great job, and he will be at 400 points.
You know, he's probably been the most impressive top lane Lissandra that we've seen this season. He's just so on point. He draws a lot of these Lissandra bans, and
this was the first blood.
Yeah, I can see why he earns it.
Or gives it to Ambition anyway.
Yeah, this was great though, just finding that time, Ambition helping him out, coming over the wall, and using his dash to come forward and finish off that kill. But this is really what won them the game, of course, that turning this into the Baron, getting both Kramer and Sky, who are woefully overextended with no turret to back them up, and that's just a pretty fundamental error right there.
Nice ult onto Madlife again. And a defenseless CJ kind of collapses. Able to handle Untara when he comes in really quick too. That could have actually turned the fight around with a lot of low health members of Samsung, but they picked their targets well.
Yeah. It's just, I like how decisively they closed this game, too.
Yeah.
Taking a look at that minion wave and the Baron buff, knowing that they had it pretty much in the bag, and they had the burst, too, that if they got too far out, they were just going to get shredded.
It was enough. And so that means it's time for an MVP interview with our victorious Samsung players, and George will be translating again. Go ahead.
All right. Hello, Champions fans. The second set, Samsung versus CJ. Of course, Samsung was able to beat CJ 2-1. And let's meet our MVPs, Crown and Kube. All right. First of all, for Crown. Yep, it is your 5th victory. How do you feel? It was really shaky. So, and I think it is a very big win for us. I know you play very well with your LeBlanc. How many solo kills did you get? I think 2 or 3 maybe? I heard you practiced a lot. How much did you practice? Last season, I also practiced a lot. But I realized that conditioning, is also a big part of winning. So I didn't practice too much this season, but as much as the other pro gamers. I know your LeBlanc kind of, almost picked on the opponent, and it is your first LeBlanc pick. Did you expect the performance? Every practice game, I actually played pretty well with LeBlanc, and I felt like it was a very good pick for me. And I told my coach that I will play him or play her, and he said yes, you could if you want. First set, I know your team members stole your blue. What did they say? He said it was delicious. What did you say? He said I was initiating just for you to get the blue buff. Alright, please say something to the fans. Thank you for all the cheering. I also appreciate my family members who are cheering for me at home. Thank you very much. Right, congratulations for Crown. Next up is Kuve. Hello. It's been a while since you had an MVP interview. How do you feel? I was really nervous because we were playing against CJ because they're a really good team now, and I feel really happy. I know Samsung once stopped CJ or Jin-Air's consecutive wins. Did you practice a lot? I know CJ doesn't have much of a wide variety of champion picks, so we practice a lot in the band pick strategy. Was Wraith nervous playing against MedLife? He wasn't too nervous. Is this normally how you talk? Yes, this is how I normally talk at home. You play very well with your Lissandra. On the second set, it was very, were you very nervous? How was your feeling? The early game, they were leading the game, and I felt like if we go late in the game, we might have a chance, but we were a little bit short. So what happened at the last scene when they just ran for the Nexus? We were just trying to get a team fight, but we didn't expect them to just run to the Nexus tower. On the third set, seemed like it was an easy win victory for you compared to the second set. What was the reason behind it? We were snowballing after a couple of wins. When they were, coming to the mid lane, I was able to, get the kill. We were all able to get the kill together, and it was an easy win for us. I know you're probably having, you're very tired right now, playing a long game. Please say something for the next game. I know we're playing against Spenu. Although it is Spenu, we will try to practice and give our best. All right, congratulations for Samsung and the 2 MVPs. Take it away, guys.
All right, thank you for the translating, George. And so Samsung gets the 2-1 win over CJ. It was a crazy match. It was a crazy set of 3 games, but in the end, Samsung proving that they deserve to move up, and a 2-1 victory for Jin Air in our first series of the night.
Yeah, interesting. Of course, that game 2 was very intriguing. That KT won with the top Rammus and the jungle Rumble, and then Jin Air playing a very methodical style of just pushing them off the turrets with Rumble and Trundle ults in game number 3.
Yeah, it worked really well. And Samsung versus CJ, it was wacky, it was wild, it was sloppy, it was incredibly entertaining, and in the end, Samsung decided to close this one out fast, in Game 3 at least.
Well, in Game 1 also, they had the 5 kills early on LeBlanc, so that certainly helped them snowball the victory.
It did, and so Jin Air is in second place, of course, right above SK Telecom. Samsung moving up above KT Rolster. Didn't expect to see that at the beginning of the season, but it's going to be interesting to see what happens going forward. Now tomorrow, SK Telecom versus Longzhu Gaming. Longzhu really needing a win. Going to be tough to get it against SKT, though. EM Fire taking on the Afrika Freaks after that.
It should be really interesting to see which roster Longzhu brings out.
Yeah, they've got a lot of options now. And then KT Rolster versus CJ on Saturday. Should be a nice comeback for KT, a good opportunity to get themselves another win. And then Jin Air versus Rox Tigers. That one is really going to be good.
I mean, Jin Air has now defeated SKT. They've defeated KT. So can they actually take out the number 1 team? They've been doing well against the top half of the field.
It's a tall order, but it'll be interesting. SK Telecom versus the Afrika Freaks. Then on Saturday, Spenu Sonic Boom versus Samsung, our second best of 3 that day.
Yeah, Samsung moving into the softer part of their season, so trying to close out on a high note. It's interesting, we take a look at Samsung, and they're 5-3 now, but they're only +1 in terms of games, which means when they win, they usually win in 3 games, and when they lose, they usually lose 0-2.
Yeah.
So that's been a bit rough for them. We'll see if they can increase that point spread at the very least.
That's right. Well, thanks for watching Champions Spring, guys. We'll be back with more League of Legends action here from Seoul, South Korea. Until then, chill out, play some games, and we'll be back with you in less than 24 hours. You and Papa Smithy. Have fun.
Not you.
Get some sleep.
I will.
I'll be with you in spirit, maybe in chat. See you then.